Meet Ye, a veteran of the abyss. His daily grind, slipping into a suffocating hazmat suit and gambling his very life for glowing energy stones in a hellish alternate dimension. A fellow miner clapped his shoulder. The quota looked good this month. Keep up this grueling pace, and his deceased parents' crippling debt might finally vanish in just a year. The man chuckled, adding that 3 to 5 more years in this wasteland might even buy him a miserable little apartment. Ye forced a hollow smile. He simply nodded, promising to keep grinding his bones to dust. But beneath that mask, pure, seething hatred for these corporate leeches. The absolute second that debt hits zero, he is out of this nightmare. Another 3 to 5 years? Over his dead body. If anyone deserves to rot in this dimensional hellhole, it is those corrupt executives. Here, the otherworldly radiation is a double-edged sword, a 1 in 1,000 chance to awaken divine power, or a guaranteed, agonizing death. Let us be real. Unless life forced you into a corner, no sane human would ever set foot in these cursed lands. As the transport rumbled forward, harsh whispers drifted from the front seats. They were treating Ye like a tragic exhibit. The poor orphan whose parents perished in that mysterious disaster 3 years ago. Not a single dime of compensation was paid. Instead, the greedy elite slapped him with a mountain of inherited debt. One worker sighed in pity. He remembered how NG Corporation ruthlessly pinned a $1 million disaster on his dead parents. But his partner scoffed with absolute disdain. Weakness invites tragedy, he spat. If it were him, he would have fought those corporate dogs to the bitter end. The first miner laughed nervously, joking that he expected a blood-soaked revenge story instead. The mocker simply sneered. What good is revenge for ghosts? He would rather squeeze the company for every last penny instead. Ye heard every single venomous word. They called him pathetic, weak, but they did not understand. Sometimes a man is powerless not because he lacks courage, but because the entire world has gone mad. The transport halted, gear locked and loaded. It was time to descend into the abyss. Suddenly, the very earth violently convulsed. Panic erupted as they braced for a deadly cave-in. One veteran barked at the cowards for flinching at a simple tremor, but a terrified voice shot back. Earthquakes simply do not exist in this dimension. Cold sweat dripped down their faces. Even the oldest miners had never witnessed this. Could this catastrophic shaking be the footsteps of an apex predator? Dread poisoned the air. Voices trembled, begging to abort the mission. This sector was infamous for spawning nightmare-inducing dimensional humanoids. These abominations made the swarm and beast clans look like harmless pets. The crew unanimously agreed to retreat. Staying meant certain death. Shut your pathetic mouths! The squad leader roared. He stubbornly claimed an awakened elite had purged this zone 3 years prior. Humanoids returning was absolutely impossible. He brandished his weapon, threatening fatal consequences for anyone who dared to speak another word of cowardice. But his arrogant words died in his throat. A sickening squelch echoed through the cavern. A massive blade tore right through the supervisor's chest. Our main character's blood ran cold. As the leader collapsed in a pool of crimson, the shadow of death loomed over them. An interdimensional humanoid had descended. Pure, unadulterated slaughter began. Screams echoed as the crew scattered like prey. Bodies dropped one by one. Yi did the agonizing math. The safety gate was over 10 kilometers away. Hope shattered into a million pieces. Escaping on foot, against these god-tier predators, it was an absolute death sentence. Impact! A dying comrade was hurled through the air, slamming violently into Ye. They crashed hard against jagged rocks. Coughing up blood, Ye forced his battered body up, only to hear the roar of the escape engine. Wait! Do not leave me! He screamed, reaching out in desperation. But the cowardly survivors floored the gas, abandoning him to the shadows. But karma is a cruel mistress. A humanoid leaped with terrifying speed, crushing the vehicle's roof. Razor-sharp claws shredded the metal, ripping the traitors into the darkness as the massive truck violently flipped. Yi held his breath in the shadows. The monsters were completely fixated on the screaming prey inside the metal wreckage. Boom! The fuel tank ruptured in a blinding inferno. Ye shielded his eyes as the invincible predators shrieked in absolute agony beneath the flames. A spark of revelation hit him. The ultimate apex predators were terrified of fire. Spotting a blazing piece of debris, he knew it was his only ticket to survival. A blood-curdling screech echoed from his right flank. A humanoid lunged for the kill. Pushing his adrenaline to the limit, Ye dove for the makeshift torch. He hoisted the flaming timber high, swinging the fiery blade like a madman, praying to whatever gods were listening that his desperate theory was correct. The beast skidded to a halt, it hissed, recoiling from the dancing flames. Ye's voice roared over the chaos, revealing the monster's fatal weakness to the survivors. Let us rewind the clock. 10 years ago, the sky tore open. Mysterious, swirling gates descended upon the earth, shattering reality as we knew it. Nightmarish insectoids, feral beasts, and terrifying humanoids flooded our world in a tidal wave of blood. Humanity's only shield? The awakened. Gods among men, mutated by dimensional radiation. These supreme beings did not just push back the apocalypse, they turned the gates into treasure troves, sparking a ruthless new era of infinite energy and endless greed. But let us face the cruel reality. Our desperate miners, they possess zero divine power. They are just mortal flesh and bone. Ants crushed beneath the boots of society, burning every ounce of their soul just to see tomorrow. Standing before the abyss, facing down these otherworldly calamities, they are nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Survival mode activated. The remaining crew scrambled like madmen, piling up anything that could burn. But panic set in as the flames flickered. Their shield of fire was dying out. Yi's eyes darted through the gloom. The storage room. If they could ignite the spare gasoline, they could forge a wall of hellfire to hold back the Reaper until backup arrived. Weapons drawn and torches raised. The survivors pressed their backs together, forming a desperate circle of light. Step by agonizing step, they retreated into the suffocating darkness. They pushed their limits, sprinting toward the heavy drums of gasoline. Seeing their only chance, Ye roared at the crew to douse the tunnel's entrance. Without hesitating, they kicked the massive metal cans over and tossed their blazing torches right into the highly flammable pool. The flames erupted instantly. A scorching inferno swallowed the foot of a towering, interdimensional beast, making the monster shriek in agonizing pain. An elderly miner fell to his knees, trembling as he thanked our main character. Yi had just pulled them from the jaws of death, and they swore a lifelong debt to their courageous savior. But the danger was far from over. A massive shadow loomed behind Ye, revealing a mysterious ancient statue hidden deep within the darkness. A crewmate whispered that they had unearthed this relic in the deepest depths of the mine long ago. He guessed that their greedy supervisor was plotting to smuggle the artifact into the black market for an absolute fortune. That explained its chilling presence here. Ye narrowed his eyes, sensing that this ancient stone figure held centuries of forgotten history. Suddenly, their dead radio cracked to life with a burst of static. Hope sparked in their terrified eyes as a voice echoed through the dark cavern. Panting heavily, the miners reported their desperate situation. Sector 7 had been overrun by the monstrous humanoids, and they needed an immediate emergency evacuation. Headquarters coldly acknowledged the slaughter, but dropped a soul-crushing bombshell rescue wouldn't arrive for another 2 hours. The miners begged for immediate salvation, but the transmission abruptly died, leaving behind only the chilling sound of dead air. Pure dread washed over the survivors. They frantically checked their hazard suits, realizing their life support energy would completely drain in just 1 hour and 30 minutes. Panic infected the crew like a deadly virus. Grown men wept in absolute terror, sobbing that they couldn't die in this abyss while their wives and children waited for them at home. One miner violently cursed his own cowardice. He screamed that they should have rammed a vehicle right through the monster horde. To him, a bloody death in battle was far better than suffocating in the dark. Yi glanced at his own arm console, watching the battery gauge blink a warning red. He silently prayed to the heavens that a miracle would arrive before his suit ran completely dry. But human greed is a monster's best friend. A desperate coworker suddenly raised his voice, declaring that since there wasn't enough power for everyone, bloody sacrifices had to be made. His eyes darted around the room with malicious intent, eventually suggesting that the weak, the old, and the orphans should be the ones left to rot. The traitor pointed a shaking finger directly at Ye. He ruthlessly mocked our hero, claiming that since Ye had no family and was drowning in colossal debt, his pathetic life was nothing but endless suffering anyway. The scum demanded that Ye surrender his suit battery to save his betters. Gripping a heavy wooden plank, they slammed it into his ribs, viciously daring him to fight back against the mob. Ye crashed to his knees, gasping as pain flared through his body. They taunted his weakness. The leader grabbed him by the throat, choking him while laughing that radiation exposure might actually trigger a magical awakening. He mockingly claimed this brutal assault was actually a massive favor. Another thug sneered, adding that if Ye somehow evolved into an awakened hunter, he could be their glorious savior. Spitting blood, Ye desperately dragged his broken body toward his stolen mask. His eyes burned with terrifying killing intent as he promised them one thing. If he awakened, they would be his very first victims. The cowards merely laughed at his terrifying vow, treating his blazing rage like a pathetic joke as they ripped the lifeline right out of his suit. Having discarded our main character like absolute trash, the mob turned their hungry eyes toward their next victim. One man brutally shoved 2 others forward to save his own skin, sparking a frantic chase as the bullies hunted down the fleeing miner. Driven to absolute madness, the cornered man scrambled onto a massive transport truck. He screamed with psychotic fury that if he was going straight to hell, he was dragging every single one of them down into the abyss with him. The engine roared to life with terrifying force. As the heavy vehicle lurched forward, the mysterious ancient statue violently toppled from its resting place. The crew shrieked in absolute terror, scrambling to stop the rogue driver. If that truck destroyed their only fire barrier, it was game over. But it was too late. The metal beast smashed right through the flames, and the nightmarish humanoids instantly swarmed inside. Left to die on the cold stone floor, Yi could only watch the massacre unfold. Right in front of his bleeding face, the massive statue crashed to the ground. Our boy locked eyes with the ancient relic, a chill running down his spine. Was this thing actually laughing at his miserable fate? Its cold gaze seemed to mock his absolute powerlessness. And let me tell you, the sheer malice radiating from this stone face was unmistakable. It carved a sinister, bone-chilling grin that gave off major solo-leveling double dungeon vibes. But before he could process the mystery, a monstrous interdimensional beast shattered the moment. It crushed the smirking statue beneath its massive foot, its razor-sharp claws reaching straight for Ye's throat. As death approached, Yi mentally screamed at the heavens. Why was his life nothing but an endless cycle of torment? In a flash of brutal violence, the beast's massive hand drove straight through his torso. As his lifeblood spilled onto the cavern floor, agonizing memories flashed before his eyes. He remembered the humiliating pity when his parents perished, leaving him completely abandoned by utterly heartless relatives. He remembered the freezing rain on his skin when he was violently evicted onto the streets, crushed under the mountainous weight of a debt he never asked for. He recalled the corrupt corporate elites who silenced him with deadly threats when he tried to uncover the truth behind his parents' tragic demise. Every desperate plea for justice had merely been fed right back to the corporate monsters. He had never cared about their filthy blood money. All he wanted was the absolute truth. And one day, a cold-hearted executive finally decided to grant his dying wish. The suit mercilessly informed him that his so-called trash parents had recklessly shattered safety protocols, directly causing the catastrophic accident. Not only was the mega-corporation denying him a single dime of compensation, but they were countersuing him for the millions of dollars lost in company damages. Ye's fists clenched so hard his palms bled. Remembering how the executive had brutally kicked him straight in the jaw, spitting that he should have just taken the hush money and kept his mouth shut. His stubborn pursuit of justice had sealed his own tragic doom. The corporate lapdog had sneered down at him, utterly disgusted that he was now forced to act as Ye's personal debt collector. The terms were an absolute death sentence, an agonizing $30,000 in monthly interest alone, and the colossal principal had to be cleared in exactly 3 years. The enforcer tapped his luxury watch, warning Ye with a predatory glare that his goons would come knocking on the 15th day of every single month. And if our boy came up even a penny short, they would break him down piece by agonizing piece. Feigning fake pity, the suit offered the desperate boy one singular path to survival. He threw him right into the meat grinder. Becoming an interdimensional miner was basically a suicide mission, but it was the only job on Earth that paid enough to scratch the surface of his monumental debt. Snapping back to the bloody reality of the dark cavern, Ye's eyes blazed with an unyielding fire. If he was destined to die in this forgotten abyss, he absolutely refused to go down like a helpless victim. He didn't care that his body was broken or that his power was non-existent. Rejecting a quiet death, our main character unleashed a primal roar, sinking his teeth right into the terrifying monster with every last ounce of his fading life force. The monstrous dimensional rift beast tossed him aside like a broken doll. As his vision blurred into darkness, the only thing registering in his fading mind was the absolutely foul stench of the creature. Looming in the shadows, an ancient entity scoffed. It had actually expected him to awaken some kind of hidden potential, but it seemed this was just a pathetic, meaningless struggle against certain death. Yi coughed up blood, firing back that at least he fought tooth and nail, unlike a coward hiding in the dark. Suddenly, the towering stone statue was shattered into dust by a casual swipe of the beast's claws. The spirit within the ruined statue offered a devil's bargain: hand over his body, and he would be saved. But Ye's gaze remained unyielding. He had zero interest in selling his soul. He would rather embrace death than become a puppet for some ugly, stone-faced freak. The ancient entity erupted into booming laughter, deeply amused by this mortal's stubborn refusal to kneel. It mocked his foolishness, sneering that a dying man had no right to refuse. In that exact moment, the shadow system flickered to life. The grotesque dimensional humanoid froze in absolute terror. A terrifying gravitational pressure forced the monstrous creature straight to its knees. The ancient shadow had forcefully seized control of his vessel. Now, it was time to exact a ruthless vengeance on the filthy beast that dared to step on its host. A colossal shadow avatar manifested, crushing the monster beneath its foot. Pitch-black abyssal armor completely engulfed our main character's body. Another dimensional freak unleashed a deafening roar from behind. Annoyed by the pathetic noise, the shadow barely twitched a finger. The ground instantly liquefied into a dark abyss, swallowing the shrieking beast whole. The next prey was effortlessly sliced into ribbons. Deep inside, Ye could not help but curse the repulsive, rotting stench of these monsters. As for the human scum who betrayed him, shadowy tendrils bound them tight. They trembled like leaves in a storm. Intrigued, the ancient entity decided to return control, curious to see how this mortal would judge them. The cowards immediately fell to their knees, weeping for mercy. They shamelessly claimed it was all just for survival, even daring to argue that their betrayal was the very catalyst that forced his awakening. They had the audacity to call their murder attempt a slightly harsh push in the right direction. Ye's eyes turned icy. Did these pathetic worms actually expect him to say thank you? The shameless scumbags waved their hands, nervously laughing that gratitude was not necessary. They begged him to just sweep it under the rug and cut them loose. A cold smile crept onto his face. Not only would he spare their miserable lives, he would personally ensure they left this hellhole. But his mercy came with a heavy price. He violently ripped away their life-saving masks, leaving the betrayers violently coughing up blood. Without a second glance, he turned his attention to the remaining survivors. One survivor frantically backed away, swearing he had not raised a hand against him. To everyone's absolute shock, Yi simply tossed him the stolen energy cores from the deadbeats. The shadow entity hissed in his mind, warning him that such pathetic, misplaced pity would eventually dig his own grave. But his response was mercilessly blunt. He told the ancient being to shut its mouth. He did not need a lecture on morality from a ghost. The entity sneered, challenging him to keep that arrogant attitude when death came knocking once again. And right on cue, as he stepped out of the cavern, a massive horde of dimensional beasts awaited. The sheer numbers swarming the exit were absolutely overwhelming. The shadow whispered another dark temptation: surrender the body, or be torn to shreds by the surrounding trash. The ancient being mocked him ruthlessly, pointing out that his knees were already trembling before this pathetic mob of low-tier fodder. It venomously reminded him that without borrowed power, he was completely worthless. Ye instantly leaped into the air, narrowly dodging a lethal swipe while barking at the voice to shut up and watch. With a devastating roundhouse kick, he deflected the monster's razor-sharp claws. His eyes widened in shock. His body felt impossibly light, like gravity had simply vanished. The furious beast lunged for a decapitating strike, while another wretched creature launched a cowardly ambush from his blind spot. But his heightened senses screamed a warning. He twisted his body, evading the fatal blow by a hair's breadth. It was undeniable. His combat speed and reflexes had evolved to a terrifying new level. The shadow sneered in his mind, mocking him for possessing a divine system, yet still fighting like a pathetic amateur. Gritting his teeth, Ye channeled raw, explosive aura into his fist and told the spirit to watch closely. Boom! A devastating haymaker connected, launching the grotesque monster through the air like a broken rag doll. He marveled at this explosive surge in brute strength, but sheer physical force would not be enough to pierce their thick armor. If only he had a proper blade. A weapon to end this slaughter. As if responding to his sheer will, pitch-black aura violently swirled within his palm. To his absolute disbelief, the shadows condensed into a wickedly sharp dagger. It was time to test this newfound power. With a single fluid slash, he sliced right through the hybrid's tough hide. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. He was not just surviving anymore. He had truly awakened. A sudden impact slammed into his back, but he did not falter. Pivoting on his heel, he executed a flawless counterslash, cleanly decapitating his attacker. A savage grin crossed his face. The thrill of finally having the power to fight back was intoxicating. Foul. Black blood painted the cavern floor. Yi collapsed to his knees, gasping for air, surrounded by a mountain of slaughtered abominations. He had actually exterminated them all. Ding! A glowing blue screen flickered before his eyes. System notification. Evolution complete. He was now officially an E-rank ascender. The chaotic battlefield faded away. Yi slowly opened his eyes to the glaring white ceiling of a hospital room, with medical staff frantically checking his vitals. A puzzled nurse checked her tablet. It made absolutely zero sense. Not a single scratch on his body, and his heartbeat was perfectly stable. Why was he still trapped in a deep coma? The senior doctor adjusted his glasses, completely unfazed. This was textbook ascender phenomenon. For a newly awakened fighter who had burned through every ounce of mana and stamina, this profound sleep was completely normal. His mortal vessel was simply forcefully adapting to its new, superhuman limits. The moment the word ascender dropped, the young nurse's eyes practically sparkled with newfound curiosity. She eagerly pressed the doctor, dying to know what rank this mysterious patient possessed. Chuckling at her obvious excitement, the doctor simply noted that the official scan would have to wait until he opened his eyes. He ordered her to follow him to the next ward, but she hesitated, stealing one last lingering glance. Let us be honest, the newly awakened main character was undeniably gorgeous. Deep within his subconscious, however, the ancient shadow entity was brooding. It was deeply insulted that its grand vessel was a mere human, and a bottom-tier E-rank at that. Given the entity's legendary status and overwhelming aura, an awakening of this magnitude should have birthed an S-rank powerhouse right out of the gate. Or an A-rank at the very least. Even a B-rank would have been somewhat acceptable. Yet, this host was trapped in a pitiful E-rank shell. But as the shadow observed the boy's unbreakable will, it could not deny that this fragile mortal was shaping up to be endlessly entertaining. Against all odds, he had awakened the legendary shadow system. In a single breath, he materialized an entity of pure darkness on his very first try. But his mortal vessel was simply too weak. He couldn't withstand even a fraction of that abyssal might. Blinking awake, Yi glared at the darkness, demanding why this shadowy parasite was clinging to his soul. The entity scoffed at such mortal ignorance. It proclaimed itself the ancient supreme entropy extinguisher, the absolute sovereign who ruled over the boundless otherworld realms. With terrifying arrogance, it commanded Yi to surrender his physical body. It promised unimaginable wealth and glory once it slaughtered the traitors of its clan and reclaimed its rightful throne. Yi just stared back, deadpan. To him, this so-called sovereign sounded like a delusional scam artist. He flat out rejected the offer, mocking the entity for looking like an oversized, ugly cockroach. Hearing this disrespect, the ancient shadow practically vibrated with absolute fury. It roared at the human, demanding his flesh as if it were a divine tribute. But Ye merely frowned, deeply confused about why this cosmic menace had chosen his remarkably average self. Was he caught in some demonic possession plot? Or maybe? He smirked to himself. This shadow was simply captivated by his unparalleled good looks. But looking at the entity's volatile, trembling aura, Ye's survival instincts kicked in. Pushing an ancient demon too far was definitely a death wish. For a brief, terrifying second, he worried the entity might violently possess him by force. Though honestly, our protagonist figured he could probably fight off a psychic assault. But the real nightmare? He had no idea if this shadow parasite was a man or a woman. His wildly inappropriate inner thoughts spiraled out of control, driving the telepathic entity to the brink of madness. The shadow lashed out, demanding to know what kind of brain-rotting garbage was echoing in Ye's head. It deeply regretted binding its soul to such a pathetic E-rank mortal. If death hadn't been breathing down its neck, the sovereign swore it would have rather possessed a stray, dying dog than this utterly useless piece of E-rank trash. The entity delivered a bone-chilling ultimatum. He had exactly 3 days to break through to D-rank, or his very existence would be wiped from reality. Yi's mind reeled in absolute confusion. Just moments ago, he was lying in a sterile hospital bed, and now? This demonic shadow had tossed him straight into a swirling portal. "Welcome to the insect nest," the shadow sneered. They were now standing inside the Otherworld Gate, facing the brutal E-rank survival trial designed for its ancient race. Every warrior of the legendary Skyborn clan only got one chance to face this rite of passage. But by hijacking Ye's soul, the entity had glitched the system, granting them a fresh attempt. Suddenly, a monstrous shielded armor beetle crashed into the arena. Ye's eyes widened in shock. Somehow, the exact biological data of this terrifying beast flashed directly into his mind. The entity mocked his surprise. This was the power of the shadow system, scanning the universe's knowledge and feeding it to his brain. He had better adapt quickly, or die trying. Yi took a deep breath, feeling the dark energy pulse through his veins. With a fearless battle cry, he drew his trusty dagger and launched himself at the beast. Whoa! His own explosive speed took him completely by surprise. The massive insect shrieked in fury, but the system had already revealed its fatal blind spot. Using his newfound agility, he leaped high into the air, aiming a lethal strike at its armored shell. But the moment his feet touched the ground, the monster spun around with devastating force. Yi slammed his blade into the dirt, desperately anchoring himself against the crushing impact. His arm went completely numb. That demonic armor was tougher than solid steel. Pathetic. The ancient entity scoffed in his mind, taunting his reliance on foolish brute strength. Gritting his teeth, Ye fiercely fired back that his combat style was perfectly fine. The shadow coldly warned him not to crawl, crying for mercy when the beast inevitably crushed him. Yi's patience was wearing razor thin. He was getting seriously sick of this backseat driver. Did this walking tank even have a weakness? Every strike he landed was effortlessly deflected. With a brutal swipe, the monster launched him through the air, sending him smashing violently into a stone wall. Coughing up dust, he noticed a vile, sticky fluid burning on his shoulder. "Get up!" the shadow roared. Looking closer, Ye realized it was not his own blood. It was glowing monster blood from his earlier slash. A confident, wicked smirk spread across Ye's battered face. He had finally cracked the puzzle. Infuriated, the titanic beetle charged forward, a runaway freight train of pure destruction. It was time to show this arrogant shadow what human resolve looked like. To the entity's absolute shock, Yi instinctively awakened the shadow eye. In a flash of dark steel, he mercilessly severed the beast's armored limbs. The entity sneered from within. What was the point of chopping off a single measly leg? Did he really think that would stop a monster of this caliber? Yi's eyes gleamed with tactical brilliance. With its frontal guard destroyed, its heavily protected underbelly was left wide open. Now, he just needed a weapon with enough piercing power to finish the job. Channeling the abyssal energy, he morphed his short dagger into a deadly, elongated lance. With a vicious upward thrust, he impaled the beast from below, forcing it to rear up in agony. He had figured out why the monster always stayed so low to the ground. Its soft abdomen was completely unarmored. Gasping for air, muscles screaming in pain, our protagonist stood victorious over the giant carcass. As the body dissolved, a glowing loot crystal materialized in the dirt. The shadow immediately started trash-talking again, mocking Ye for almost dying to a pathetic bottom-tier E-rank bug. Ignoring the insults, Ye grabbed the crystal, and an electrifying surge of raw power flooded his veins. His eyes widened. This was not just loot. It was pure, unadulterated experience points. Ding! The system chimed, showing a 0.2% progression toward the elusive D rank. The entity explained that this energy stone held the miraculous power to forcibly evolve his mortal stats. But before he could celebrate, a bone-chilling intent locked onto him from the darkness. Something incredibly fast was closing in, yet the shadows remained perfectly empty. The entity's voice echoed with urgency, commanding him to fully activate the shadow eye. Yi frowned in confusion, demanding to know how to consciously trigger this mysterious ocular power. "It is simple, you fool," the sovereign barked. "Channel the abyssal mana coursing through your veins and force it directly into your optic nerves to awaken the ocular art." Yi closed his eyes, guiding the dark current until his irises flared with black flame. Shadow Eye Level 1. Activated. Instantly, a barrage of lethal spikes shot out of the void, barely missing his face by a hair. The projectile slammed into the cavern wall, sizzling violently as a highly corrosive green acid ate through the solid rock. Yi swallowed hard. What on earth was that poison? Suddenly, his danger senses screamed again. Twisting his body at impossible angles, he danced through the deadly rain of venomous darts. He cursed under his breath. Was this damn ocular skill broken? The hidden enemy was still nothing but a blurry smudge. "The system is not flawed," the entity practically screamed in his mind. The bitter truth was simple. His pathetic E-rank mana pool was just too pitiful to power the skill to its true potential. Challenge accepted. Yi grit his teeth and began furiously drawing in the surrounding darkness. The ancient sovereign watched in silent awe. For a trash-tier human, his mana control was terrifyingly flawless. As the dark mana flooded his vision, the invisible threat finally materialized. Looming in the shadows were two lethal predators, the bladed head harvester mantis and the venom-spitting stinger launcher, waiting to strike. These vile monstrosities. They both radiated the unmistakable foul aura of E-rank beasts. The mysterious shadow watched with absolute amusement. Yi had perfectly assimilated the shadow knowledge base. But the sheer volume of enemies was staggering. A relentless tide of monsters swarmed from every single direction. An old human proverb echoed in his mind. If you spot a single cockroach in the light, 100 more are already festering in the dark corners. The shadowy entity chuckled with approval. The kid had instinctively claimed the absolute best vantage point, completely cutting off their deadly encirclement. Twin daggers materialized in his firm grip. His eyes burned with murderous intent. A tyrannical pressure erupted from his core as he roared, demanding the foul beasts to scram. The shadowy spectator watched in absolute disbelief. To think this mere mortal had already awakened the second stage, the formidable Shadow Eye. For a pathetic E-rank, this was an impossible feat. At stage 2, the very abyss merges with his pupils. Every single heartbeat of his enemies transforms into a ticking death knell. A glowing blue holographic panel materialized, displaying his current status window. Classified as an E-rank hunter bonded to the Supreme Shadow System. His current arsenal boasted the Shadow Knowledge Base, Shadow Eye Level 2, and the devastating Shadow Transformation. Suddenly, the world around him shifted. The frantic scurrying of the demonic insects crawled to a painful half-speed. Glowing purple targets painted their vile exoskeletons. Were these the fatal strike zones? Ding! The system chimed in his mind, officially logging the creature's structural flaws into the database. The shadow whispered through the void. This was the absolute privilege of a Tier 2 eye. Lock onto that vulnerability, and his blades would effortlessly cleave right through their thick armor. Ye's gaze sharpened like a hunting hawk. Every single one of these wretched bugs hid their fatal flaw right on their underbellies. He unleashed a devastating technique. Shadowthorn Great Burial. The darkness beneath their feet violently erupted into jagged spikes, brutally impaling the monster swarm. It was an absolute massacre. By injecting pure shadow mana deep into the earth, it triggers a lethal, wide-area upward execution. Notification bells frantically rang as his breakthrough gauge ticked upward, but his brow furrowed. Each slaughtered projector bug only yielded a pathetic 0.7% of experience. With their fatal flaws fully exposed to his eyes, It was time to orchestrate a rapid extermination. He became a literal hurricane of dark steel, deciding to obliterate the entire horde in one sweeping dance of death. The system relentlessly flooded his vision with progression updates as heads rolled. He was genuinely astounded. Merely reaching the second stage of the shadow eye had elevated his lethal precision to godlike realms. Out of nowhere, a terrifyingly swift emerald-green monstrosity lunged for his throat. The shadow smirked at Ye's razor-sharp physical reflexes, but mentally clicked its tongue, knowing the boy's combat processing was still lagging behind. Time slowed down as Ye finally processed the incoming threat. It was the notorious and deadly warped sword bug. The shadowy spectator gasped in genuine shock. Ye flawlessly transmuted his dark dagger into a crackling shadow whip. The grotesque insect shrieked in agony as the abyssal binding snapped tightly around its squirming body. With a cold, mocking glare, he dared the creature to leap one more time, before cleanly severing its ugly head from its shoulders. Another ding resonated, as the system permanently cataloged the warped sword bug's fatal flaw. The remaining horde synchronized their brutal attack, launching a terrifying barrage of venomous stingers. But Ye immediately activated shadow transformation, vanishing into the darkness before ruthlessly striking their exposed rears. The holographic window glowed triumphantly. His D-rank breakthrough gauge had officially surged to 12.1%, weaving raw darkness into thick, inescapable ropes. He violently yanked the aerial warped sword bugs right out of the sky and slammed them into the dirt. The shadow scoffed. The kid was finally starting to look worthy of inheriting this ancient power, even if his fighting stance was absolutely hideous. This divine gift from the Eye of Shadows comprehensively amplified his 5 senses: reaction speed, brute strength, and dark manipulation. This overwhelming physiological awakening was precisely why it was crowned the gift of Shadow Eye. His D-rank evolution meter rocketed to 34.2%. However, maintaining this godlike state was rapidly draining his mental stamina dry. This extreme exhaustion was the heavy toll demanded by the abyssal gaze. The ancient entity could see the boy crumbling. Yi had completed. A cowardly bug viciously slashed his blind spot. Blood sprayed, but his knees refused to buckle. How could he possibly die here? Not when he finally grasped the power of revenge. Suddenly, a chilling countdown timer materialized, flashing at 152,842. Flashes of blinding rage ignited his soul. He pictured those corporate scumbags from the NG group, the very bastards who buried the truth of his parents' murder, and shamelessly shackled him into the mines as a debt slave. As the seconds aggressively ticked down, his evolution progress fiercely kept climbing against all odds. He gritted his blood-stained teeth and pushed beyond human limits. Driven entirely by this newfound, world-altering power, he swore an oath of absolute defiance. He would claim his bloody vengeance and drag every last one of those arrogant elites straight down to the depths of hell. He would force them to their knees. He would make them weep and grovel for forgiveness, right in front of his parents' tombstones. The pressure was absolutely suffocating. With only 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock, his D-rank breakthrough meter hovered at an agonizing 95.4%. The abyssal entity watched in sheer fascination. The boy's boiling, unadulterated hatred resonated perfectly with the system, serving as an incredibly potent fuel that massively amplified his dark energy. The promised deadline was rapidly approaching. The shadow violently urged him to finish the slaughter. Tick, tick, tick. The merciless countdown plummeted until a mere 7 seconds remained. The entity's spectral eyes widened in horror. Ye was actually planning to detonate all of his accumulated dark aura in a single blast. Was this crazy kid not afraid of bursting into a million pieces? Only 3 critical seconds left. He was just a hair's breadth away from evolution, and he was completely willing to sacrifice everything if it meant grasping absolute strength. One final second, a cataclysmic surge of power erupted from his core, and then, the relentless timer finally flatlined at 0. He launched himself into the heavens. His blade roared, humming with an overwhelming, destructive aura. With one earth-shattering, apocalyptic sweep, he absolutely eradicated the entire swarm. The notification chimed. 100% D-rank breakthrough achieved. He had successfully transcended into the next realm, completely draining every ounce of his energy in the process. The ancient spectator snickered, mocking him for cutting it so terrifyingly close, but declared that from now on, he had earned the title of Little D. Panting heavily, Ye's gaze fell upon the slaughtered carnage, where a mysterious weapon glinted amidst the monster remains. The mysterious shadow revealed a shocking truth. That terrifying insect nest? It was merely a beginner's training ground for his ancient race. By human standards, the weapon in his hand was an A-rank treasure. But our main character, Yi, was utterly baffled. The shadow dared to call this massive greatsword a simple dagger. Were all the shadow beings colossal giants? Yi had to ask. The entity simply scoffed. Compared to his true boundless energy, such mortal weapons were completely worthless. Yi could not disagree more. He immediately stashed the epic loot away. Confused, the shadow wondered if these useless trinkets actually held some hidden value. Value? Of course. Yi planned to sell it for a mountain of cash. But there was one massive roadblock. Only D-rank awakeners were legally allowed to trade equipment. So, his first stop was the official registration hall. But the evaluation results left Ye absolutely speechless. The system actually graded him as a measly E rank. The receptionist delivered the harsh truth. Sure, his physical stats were surprisingly solid, but his body showed zero signs of detectable mana or energy fluctuations. Thus, he was slapped with the lowest E rank badge. Adding insult to injury, his files flagged him as a minor. The only silver lining? A pathetic 15% bump to his baseline salary. Stepping out of the guild hall, Yi scoffed with heavy sarcasm. He muttered that the legendary shadow system was truly unmatched in making him look weak. The ancient being quickly defended its pride. It was the foolish, limited perception of humanity. Their crude machines could never comprehend the supreme depth of shadow energy. Pausing for a moment, Ye realized flying under the radar was actually a massive tactical advantage, but it made liquidating his gear at the underground black market far more complicated. Operating in the dark? The shadow noted that this was the perfect environment for their power. Shrouded in mystery, Ye silently slipped into the murky underworld. The shady merchants were too busy gossiping to even notice his quiet approach. Watching them, the shadow let out a dark chuckle. Humans were such profoundly amusing creatures. They slapped a few shiny rocks onto cheap iron and had the audacity to call it divine tier gear. The entity almost felt pity for Ye. Just then, a snobby dealer waved Ye off like a stray dog. The arrogant man sneered at the young boy. He immediately assumed this broke miner could not afford a single rusty nail. Ye's eyes turned cold as he asked if this was how they treated paying clients. A customer? The dealer openly mocked him. He ruthlessly demanded to know what a street rat like him could possibly afford in a high-end black market. Our main character merely smirked, declaring their trash was not worth his time anyway. With a dramatic flourish, he unveiled the monstrous greatsword. He boldly demanded their best appraiser name a price for his legendary blade. Right at that tense moment, a new couple strolled in. A pampered woman clung to her partner's arm, whining loudly about being dragged into such a filthy, foul-smelling slum. The arrogant man was Zhou Ting, a proud D-rank awakener. And the spoiled beauty hanging off his side? That was Su Qing, an ordinary civilian with a taste for luxury. Instantly, the greedy shopkeeper completely ignored Ye. He practically bowed down to welcome young Master Zhou, eagerly asking if the noble hunter had brought any rare treasures to pawn. Ting boasted loudly for everyone to hear. He had claimed a decent magical blade from an otherworldly gate. The plan? Sell the loot and buy his precious darling a brand new luxury car. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with pure greed. He immediately recognized it as the famous Wind Howl sword, a highly sought-after weapon that granted a massive attack speed boost. It was an absolute top-tier artifact among D-rank fighters. Meanwhile, Ye's gaze locked onto the girl, Su Qing. As their eyes met, all the color instantly drained from her horrified face. This was the very same girl who ruthlessly abandoned him when his parents died without leaving a penny. Her parting words back then had been venomous. Noticing her panic, Ting suspiciously asked if she knew the ragged boy. Desperate to save face, the snake quickly spun a web of lies. She fiercely denied knowing him, claiming this pathetic kid was just an obsessed fan of her social media influencer page. Disgust curled on Ting's face as he glared at Ye. He ruthlessly branded our hero as utterly worthless trash. With a mocking sneer, he pointed toward the street's end, ordering the boy to haul his scrap metal to the literal garbage dump before closing time. Aura flaring with unchecked arrogance, he barked a vicious order for the lowly rat to get lost. Without warning, the D-rank bully swung his prized Wind Howl sword right at Ye, but a deafening crack echoed through the shop. Ting's eyes bulged in absolute disbelief as his precious weapon shattered into countless pieces against Ye's greatsword. Yi did not even flinch. His voice was ice cold as he delivered the ultimate burn. He casually remarked that it looked like Ting's weapon was the real garbage all along. Qing shrieked in absolute panic. Had he not promised this blade could slice through steel like mud? Humiliated and boiling with furious rage, Ting lunged forward, throwing a deadly, aura-infused punch straight at Ye's face. But in Ye's awakened eyes, the incoming strike was laughably sluggish. He casually sidestepped, letting the deadly fist hit nothing but empty air. Ting ground his teeth, forced to admit the street rat had surprisingly decent reflexes. Furious at missing, the D-rank unleashed a relentless barrage of heavy blows. Fists flew like a raging storm. Yet, Ye simply danced through the onslaught, dodging every single strike with effortless grace. Our main character could barely suppress a yawn. Compared to the lightning-fast horrors of the insectoid nightmare realm, This guy was moving in incredibly slow motion. Ting's arrogance quickly melted into maddening frustration. How could a supreme D-rank warrior fail to land a single scratch on a supposedly powerless miner? Channeling all his remaining aura, Ting cocked back his fist for a devastating ultimate strike. But Ye was done playing around. Dark energy surged, forming a terrifying shadow whip that tightly coiled right around Ting's swinging arm. Struggling against the dark bindings, Ting roared that a filthy miner should crawl back to the underground mines. Ye's eyes glowed with dangerous intent. He icily replied, asking if a barking dog should not learn to crawl on the surface instead. With a flick of his wrist, Ye brutally yanked the shadow chain. The mighty D-rank was instantly slammed face first into the cold, hard floor. As Ching screamed her lover's name, Ye looked down like a god, mocking how naturally the man took to groveling like a mutt. Driven utterly insane by the public humiliation, Ting scrambled up to launch a suicidal charge. But suddenly, an overwhelmingly heavy aura crushed the room. A formidable man flanked by two massive bodyguards stepped through the doors, commanding them to freeze. Ting froze in his tracks, breaking out in a cold sweat. It was none other than Boss Wang, a seasoned D-rank powerhouse and the absolute ruler of this black market sector. The boss's voice carried a terrifying, mountainous pressure. He warned Ting that even if he was a VIP customer, turning his prestigious shop into a chaotic fighting ring was crossing the line. Desperate for protection, the two-faced Ching shrieked that the filthy kid had maliciously shattered their priceless sword. Boss Wang's sharp gaze immediately locked onto our hero. Disbelief laced his voice as he asked if a mere boy had truly snapped a magical blade with his bare hands. Standing tall against the pressure, Yi stated the cold, hard facts. The arrogant fool had swung first. If his fragile toy shattered on impact, that was hardly the defender's fault. Boss Wang narrowed his sharp eyes, analyzing the situation. But his focus quickly shifted away from the petty drama. He silently noted to himself, the mysterious, dark greatsword in the boy's grip possessed a profoundly terrifying aura. Turning to his loyal customer, the boss proposed settling this with the underworld's traditional compensation rules. Ting eagerly agreed, confident he would extract both a massive payout and vengeance by using Wang's authority. Stepping into the middle, Boss Wang declared himself the absolute mediator of this conflict. His true goal, however, was obvious as he politely asked to inspect Ye's weapon. But the moment his fingers wrapped around the mysterious hilt, a shockwave of pure, ancient terror surged right through the seasoned veteran's soul. That colossal blade weighed over 100 pounds. Yet, Ye brandished it like a mere toy. Wang narrowed his eyes, wondering, could this street rat actually be an awakened? But a true scammer always tests the waters first. Feigning innocence, Wang probed to find out exactly where this mysterious weapon came from. Yi scoffed, his eyes ice cold. He asked since when the underground market cared about origins and identification. Caught off guard, Wang chuckled nervously, claiming it was just harmless curiosity. He waved it off, saying silence was perfectly fine. With a deadpan expression, Ye casually dropped a bomb. He just stumbled upon the heavy blade while working in the mines. Hook, line, and sinker. Wang's greedy heart leaped, convinced he was dealing with a clueless dirt scratcher. He inspected the steel, begrudgingly admitting its incredible durability. He lied through his teeth, claiming it had zero magical attributes and was worth a few measly hundred at best. Meanwhile, young Master Ting's shattered blade would easily fetch over 2 million. Playing the benevolent savior, Wang sighed dramatically. He told Ye that a lowly miner's life must be nothing but endless suffering and poverty, so he generously offered to take the useless metal off his hands. He declared Yi would only owe Ting 2 million in compensation, and he, out of pure kindness, would handle the rest. This slimy rat dared to frame absolute extortion as an act of mercy. Bragging about his so-called daily good deed, he shot a sly wink at Ting, asking if the terms were acceptable. Playing right into the script, Ting magnanimously agreed to this daylight robbery. But the gold digger Ching scoffed, pointing out that a filthy miner could never produce 2 million out of thin air. Pouting, she reminded her sugar daddy about the luxury car he promised. Ting leaned in, a wicked sneer twisting his face. He whispered that harvesting the miner's organs would easily cover the bill. Her eyes lit up with malicious glee as she agreed to the gruesome fate. Ye watched this pathetic theater play out. They really thought he was a sheep for the slaughter. Arrogantly, Wang barked out, challenging if he dared to object. A freezing smirk curled onto the lips of Ye. He whispered that there was definitely a problem, but it was not his. Instantly, a suffocating pitch-black shadow aura erupted from his body. Like mindless dogs, the goons of Wang lunged forward to beat him into submission. Wang turned his back, dripping with pure arrogance. He scoffed that watching a peasant get crushed was entirely beneath his time. He gestured for the young master to retreat to the luxury VIP lounge. Ting nodded in agreement, but before they could even take a single step, a bloody figure was launched like a cannonball right past their faces. Blind to the terrifying reality, Wang yelled at his thug named Bowo. He angrily warned the brute not to damage the precious merchandise, or his pathetic life would not be enough to pay for it. But Ye was a one-man army. With a devastating roundhouse, he sent the remaining thugs soaring. One human missile hurtled straight for Ting, forcing the young master to aggressively kick his own meat shield away. Dusting off his expensive clothes, Ting mockingly praised the peasant, claiming manual labor had built up some decent muscle. Ye slowly turned his piercing gaze toward him. He announced that it was finally his turn. Ching trembled in shock, utterly failing to comprehend how an underground worker possessed such martial mastery. Ting cracked his neck, arrogantly admitting that the trash had decent form, enough to bully a few street newbies, at least. He roared that standing before a D rank awakened. He was still just worthless garbage. Before the words even left his mouth, Yi moved like a phantom, delivering a soul-shattering slap right across his face. The crisp sound echoed like thunder. The eyes of Ting went bloodshot with insane fury. Not even his powerful father had ever dared to strike his precious face. Spitting blood, he vowed to bury him alive. Channeling all his mana, Ting unleashed a blinding energy beam straight at his heart. Yet, Ye casually raised a single, bare hand, and dispersed the devastating attack so effortlessly that it left Ting completely paralyzed with confusion. It was as if an impenetrable fortress of invisible power stood before him. Yi took a menacing step forward, his voice dripping with venom. He declared that since his daddy completely failed to discipline his mutt, he would gladly do the honors. It was time to teach this ungrateful brat the harsh reality of the food chain. Absolute terror hijacked the nervous system of Ting. He scrambled backward like a coward, screaming at the monster to stay away. Ching watched the brutal scene unfold in absolute horror. Her invincible sugar daddy, an elite D-rank powerhouse, was being completely dominated by a dirty underground worker. Without breaking a single sweat, Ye manipulated his shadowy aura, weaving a pitch-black spiderweb that instantly bound the two rats in place. Hanging helplessly, the horrifying truth finally dawned on Ting. This predator was no ordinary miner. Voice trembling, he desperately begged to know if he was facing a C-rank or even a legendary B-rank elite. Yi stared down at him with dead eyes. He simply replied that he was a guild-certified E-rank miner. That was mathematically impossible. Ting refused to accept such an outrageous lie. But the moment Yi slowly raised his hand once more, a cold sweat drenched the spine of the young master. In a desperate bid for survival, Ting shrieked his ultimate trump card. He was royalty in the notorious Black Panther gang. Touch him and face the wrath of the underworld. A dark glint flashed in the eyes of Ye. He knew those blood-sucking loan sharks all too well. Like an absolute idiot, Ting proudly confirmed his affiliation. That was his fatal mistake. Yi unleashed a merciless storm of devastating punches, pulverizing his face into mush, while Ching shrieked like a banshee. The final, bone-crushing strike launched Ting straight through the concrete wall. Coughing up mouthfuls of dark blood, he slumped to the floor. Yi cracked his knuckles, declaring that there was nothing in this world he hated more than predatory loan sharks. Thinking he saw an opening, Wang attempted a cowardly sneak attack from the shadows. Ye swatted him away like an annoying fly, barking at the trash to get lost. Desperate to keep his life, Ting wheezed out an offer. 100,000 yen just to wipe the slate clean. Yi crouched down, an absolute demon in the flesh. He mocked the boy, asking if his precious face was only worth 2,000 per slap. Panic overrode the greed of Ting. He desperately raised the bounty to a staggering 1 million just to stop the merciless beating. But Ye remembered exactly how these underworld parasites operated. They absolutely loved charging astronomical interest rates, so it was only fair they got a taste of their own bitter medicine. Grabbing the pathetic gangster by his collar, he whispered a chilling reality. He informed him that the 50 slaps earlier were merely the interest. Now, he was here to collect the principal. Trembling like a leaf, Ting yanked out an exclusive black card, sobbing as he offered his entire 5 million fortune. He begged the Reaper to just take everything. Our main character narrowed his eyes. He instantly recognized the insignia of the powerful NG Group VIP card. The pieces of the Destiny puzzle clicked together with terrifying clarity. The ruthless thugs who collected NG Group debts, the exact monsters who forced him into the hellish mines, were all cut from the very same cloth as this trembling worm. A brilliant, dangerous plan formed in his mind. Instead of ending the trash right here, he decided to play the long game. He would release Ting to lure the venomous snake straight out of its hiding hole. Snatching the premium card from the bloody fingers, Ye reminded the sobbing fool of a harsh truth. The Black Panther Syndicate had mercilessly squeezed millions out of his sweat and tears over the painful years. So, claiming this card was simply a long overdue refund, returning the money to its rightful owner. As the terrifying shadow finally vanished, Ching frantically crawled over, pulling the battered young master from the rubble, crying out to check if he was still breathing. Glaring at her with venomous hatred, he spat out that she was the one who claimed he was just a helpless minor. Trembling under his rage, she desperately reasoned that there were zero warning signs of his monstrous evolution. Taking his humiliation out on her, he delivered a vicious slap across her face. He screamed that her stupid underestimation made him drop his guard, leading to the absolute worst beating of his miserable life. But the pride of a gangster is a fragile, vengeful thing. He knew his fortune could not be swallowed so easily. With shaking, blood-stained fingers, he dialed a number. Deep in the city underbelly, a terrifying figure picked up the phone, standing over a fresh pile of broken victims. Ting wailed into the receiver, begging his legendary older brother, the infamous Panther himself, to unleash hell and avenge his shattered dignity. Spinning a web of malicious lies, he claimed a rogue maniac had not only stolen a treasured sword meant as a tribute for the boss, but the bastard even dared to threaten the complete annihilation of the entire Black Panther syndicate. Panther ordered his men to forward the target's data without delay. Meanwhile, his subordinates confirmed that the highly guarded package was fully secured. When questioned about what to do with the captive survivors, Panther let out a chilling sneer. He coldly asked if there were any true humans left in that place at all. To this ruthless syndicate, their victims were nothing more than meat. His lackeys instantly caught his drift, replying with a dark no. Without a shred of mercy, the bodies were completely butchered into pieces. Panther confidently claimed the brat that Ting had reported was now his personal prey. At that exact moment, a brand new file materialized within the deepest vaults of the Shadow knowledge base. It detailed the NG Group, a colossal multinational empire wielding immense power. More importantly, they were the masterminds who orchestrated the brutal murder of Ye's parents. The very next morning at the Hunter Guild, a staff member approached Ye, asking what business he had. Ye simply stated he was hunting for a mission that perfectly suited his skills. Being a mere E-rank adventurer, his request immediately caught unwanted attention. The veteran hunter scoffed, warning him he had wandered into the deadly zone. After all, the absolute lowest quests available here were D-rank. Vicious laughter erupted, echoing through the guild hall. They openly mocked his reckless ambition, claiming he was just rushing straight into his own grave. The rowdy crowd began to pile on the vicious insults. To them, an E-rank boasting so loudly was a total joke. One arrogant hunter even smirked, calling low ranks nothing but pathetic parasites who fed off their hard-earned victories. They barked at Ye to get lost, ordering him to wait outside like a stray dog until a party actually needed some cheap labor. The mockery reached a boiling point. They jeered that he belonged out by the garbage dump, spitting that worthless trash should always stay with the trash. Ye's blood boiled, but for a completely different reason. The 5 million he had just risked his life for was instantly snatched away by those blood-sucking loan sharks. He had no time for these barking fools. His only priority was securing a massive payday. Suddenly, the heavy guild doors swung wide open. An overwhelming pressure instantly crushed the entire room. The sheer weight of this aura proved one terrifying thing. A B-rank powerhouse had just arrived. The suffocating energy paralyzed every hunter in the hall, freezing them in place. At the center of this blazing crimson aura stood a striking woman. She boasted shimmering silver hair and a pair of unmistakable cat ears. While the terrified crowd frantically whispered about why an absolute elite was visiting, Ye stood his ground in absolute, unshaken silence. Ye analyzed her with narrowed, calculating eyes. Despite her terrifying display of power, she gave off the pampered vibe of a wealthy, noble girl. More importantly, his razor-sharp instincts couldn't detect a single ounce of genuine bloodlust. Was she deliberately masking her true, deadly nature? Her flashy, arrogant entrance completely contradicted the oddly restrained flow of her mana. It was a fascinating puzzle that put him on high alert. Cutting through the thick tension, a masked official made a booming announcement. A D-rank expedition plunging into the beast abyss was forming, and they desperately needed a D-rank adventurer to serve as a frontline miner. He called out for any brave souls willing to risk it. But as the crowd trembled helplessly under the heavy pressure, they suddenly noticed Ye. He was standing perfectly straight, completely unfazed by the crushing aura. By all logic, a fragile E-rank should have been kissing the floor by now. Instead, defying all expectations, Ye calmly took a bold step forward. Glancing around, Ye realized he was the only one still holding his ground. The silver-haired elite immediately locked eyes with him, deeply intrigued by this seemingly weak kid shrugging off her dominant presence. The panicked guild staff instantly recognized their VIP guest. It was none other than Chin, the infamous powerhouse reigning over Longman 3rd Street. The sweating manager eagerly offered her a premium selection of seasoned D-rank hunters, but Chin rejected them all with a dismissive wave of her hand. She pointed straight at Ye and declared he was her ultimate choice. The staff member broke into a freezing cold sweat. He frantically explained that skipping the registration queue was a massive violation of the sacred guild rules. Chin's crimson eyes flared with absolute, unquestionable authority. She coldly reminded him that she was the law around here. With a commanding tone, she finalized her unshakable decision. The terrified manager had no choice but to bow and obey. As Ye quietly followed his mysterious employer, the guild staff watched in utter disbelief. Never before had this legendary figure personally handpicked a rookie from the dirt. It left everyone wondering what insane secrets this lowly miner was hiding. Fast forward a few tense hours into the pitch-black abyss. A colossal, muscle-bound beast with terrifying horns violently blocked their path. The party instantly leaped into a flawless battle formation. Their bard wove powerful combat buffs through his enchanted flute. With sturdy frontline tanks, lethal damage strikers, and reliable healing support, they were ready for war. It was a perfectly optimized, textbook hunting squad. Watching from the backlines, Ye remained totally unimpressed. To him, these hulking minotaurs were nothing but minor speed bumps. He analyzed their flawless, rhythmic combat flow. The teamwork was incredibly smooth, heavily elevated by the commanding presence of their B-rank leader guiding the slaughter. On the surface, it looked like a guaranteed easy victory. But as Ye secretly activated his shadow eye, the horrific truth was laid bare. Lurking deeper in the cavernous shadows were terrifying minotaurs whose power levels far surpassed any normal D-rank threat. How could the rest of the veteran party be so blind to this impending doom? His inner shadow purred with dark satisfaction, whispering that his shadow eye had secretly evolved to Tier 2. His upgraded sensory perception could now see right through the veil that blinded these trash hunters. Still, Ye narrowed his eyes in deep suspicion. Even if the grunts were utterly clueless, that wealthy B-rank captain definitely should have sensed the approaching nightmare. Was she playing dumb and intentionally marching them into a brutal death trap? Just then, the bard excitedly reported back to Chin. The fabled starlight crystal vein they were desperate to find was dead ahead. Chin fiercely ordered her new miner to follow her directly into the darkest depths. Ye almost scoffed out loud at her sheer, unbelievable audacity. She clearly knew a bloody slaughter awaited them, yet she dragged him along as a pawn. As they ventured deeper into the suffocating darkness, the malicious, ominous aura grew incredibly dense. Ye's dark suspicions spiraled even further. Did this elite noble truly not give a single damn if her entire squad was wiped off the face of the earth? Or was her boundless arrogance so massive she believed her absolute B-rank strength alone could crush any nightmare? Suddenly, a violent tremor shattered the solid cavern floor. Without a second of warning, the earth swallowed them whole. Ye and Chin plummeted straight into a hidden deadly chasm. Landing gracefully in the pitch-black depths, Ye's heightened senses instantly locked onto a deadly presence lurking ahead. A monstrous D-rank beastman emerged from the shadows, roaring for blood. Chin's blade left its sheath with a sharp, ringing flash. Ye braced for her ultimate devastating strike, watching her blazing red aura manifest into fierce, glowing eyes. But incredibly, she froze completely solid. In a mind-blowing twist, the supposed powerhouse hid right behind Ye's back. She shamelessly yelled that she would provide tactical backup while he charged. Ye shot her a deadpan, soul-piercing glare, reminding this mighty hero that he was literally just a pickaxe-swinging miner. Her face erupted in a brilliant, embarrassed blush. Trembling like a frightened kitten, her knees gave out as she desperately shooed him forward. Ye's jaw nearly hit the rocky cavern floor. This so-called mighty B-rank warrior was actually a massive, trembling coward. She was seriously expecting a fragile E-rank to slay a giant monster. Ye had absolutely zero motivation to throw away his life, especially when he was only earning a pathetic miner's paycheck. But just as he was about to turn his back, she frantically screamed out a golden, life-changing offer. 1,000,000 credits if he slaughtered the beast right now. A wicked, razor-sharp smirk crept across Ye's face. He casually replied that for 1,000,000 credits, he could certainly force himself to make a tiny exception. Gripping his trusty dagger, the shadows eagerly answered his deadly call. 3 massive minotaurs launched a coordinated assault. While one locked blades with our hero, the other 2 charged straight past him. Their target was unmistakable. They wanted Chin. Panic flashed in Ye's eyes. That was his $1,000,000 payday on the line. But suddenly, a blazing red aura erupted around her, blasting the beasts away with overwhelming force. He stood completely stunned. He totally misjudged her hidden strength. But as another beast lunged for the kill, Yi closed the distance in a heartbeat. His blade sang as it cleaved the monster aside. He threw a sarcastic smirk her way, joking that her face practically begged for monster aggro. But when he turned to look, she was already sprinting for her life. Yi carved a path through the stampede, sighing at how utterly helpless she was. She was already gasping for air, her stamina completely drained from the frantic sprint. She thought she had finally reached safety. But lurking in her blind spot, a towering shadow had already closed in. She froze in absolute terror as she spun around. Why wasn't this monster terrified of her aura? The beast let out a blood-curdling roar, raising its massive wooden club for the killing blow. Yi watched the bizarre scene unfold. Why was she just standing there? She clearly possessed the power to crush it. Suddenly, a brilliant light flared from her wrist. A shimmering barrier violently repelled the creature. Then came the shattering sound of her magical bracelet breaking into tiny pieces. The truth struck Yi like lightning. It was just a protective artifact. That devastating blast earlier wasn't her own magical power at all. He gave her a deadpan stare, asking if she was actually a non-combat awakened. Her cheeks burned with deep humiliation as she nodded, begging him to take that secret to the grave. He grinned, warning her that his silence would cost extra. But the banter ended as a fresh wave of monsters swarmed in. Why were they so relentlessly fixated on her? His aura flared. Shadowy, Level 2, activate. His enhanced vision pierced the darkness, revealing a sinister silhouette. The enemy had completely masked their presence, cloaking themselves from his primal senses. The pieces of the puzzle slammed into place. Those unnatural, monstrous attacks, they were being manipulated by an unseen wave of energy. Chin screamed his name as a beast lunged at her throat. Yi instantly decapitated the monster in a spray of blood, but the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. With the horde closing in, using his devastating area of effect skills was impossible without catching Chin in the crossfire. If he didn't end this bloodbath quickly, his stamina would be completely drained while playing bodyguard. He had no choice but to issue a grim warning. He shouted over the chaos. Since her defensive relics were shattered to dust and she had zero combat skills, she needed to watch her own back before she got slaughtered. Her face turned bright red from the harsh reality check. How could he expose her weakness so loudly? But in that exact moment of distraction, the assassin materialized right behind her. Cold steel hissed as the phantom drew his blade. A mere kid had almost wrecked his flawless trap, but the golden opportunity to end her life was finally here. Carrying a venomous grudge against her father, his eyes burned with lethal intent as he swung his dagger to spill her blood. But before the fatal strike could connect, Ye's blade moved faster than sound, cleanly severing the assassin's arm. Chin was completely oblivious to the brush with death. The attacker, a deceitful bard, gasped in sheer agony and disbelief. Yi calmly revealed the twisted plot. This bard was manipulating the beasts using low-frequency infrasound. Chin gasped in absolute shock. The traitor was none other than Luden. Luden choked out a manic, blood-soaked laugh. He couldn't believe his master plan was dismantled by some insignificant brat. His eyes glowed with pure madness as he hissed that the game wasn't over. Siphoning the crimson life force from the fallen beasts, he conjured a colossal, blood-red phantom minotaur. He roared, declaring he would show them the true god-like terror of a peak control type awakened. The suffocating aura washed over Ye. This crushing pressure belonged to a C class. Chin trembled, horrified that Luden was cannibalizing monster souls to forcibly evolve. The earth cracked open as scorching magma surged from beneath their feet. The terrifying reality dawned on her. He was mutating into an apocalyptic C-class lava minotaur. Yi gritted his teeth in disbelief. Jumping straight from D-class to C-class in seconds, the sheer power gap was an absolute nightmare to overcome. A towering nightmare of molten rock and hellfire now eclipsed the cavern. A true C-class catastrophe stood before two mere D-class humans. The demonic beast unleashed an earth-shattering roar and charged. Yi instantly threw up a magical barrier to absorb the crushing blow, but the monster retaliated with a devastating, point-blank explosion. Yi choked on the searing heat. It was his first time facing the true wrath of a C-class entity. His defensive shield melted away like paper in a furnace. Chin cried out as she saw his severely blistered skin. As the magma titan raised its colossal battle axe, Yi snatched her hand and yanked her away from the drop zone. Time slowed down as the scorching blade stopped just inches from her trembling face. She braced for death, but suddenly realized the beast was completely paralyzed. Thick, pitch-black shadow bindings had locked its monstrous limbs in place. Her eyes widened in awe as she asked if Yi was a hidden control type too. Sweat poured down his face as he barked an order. These shadow chains wouldn't hold a C-class monster for long. He ordered her to dive deep into the labyrinth and never look back. Panic laced her voice as she asked why he wasn't running too. His eyes locked onto the struggling beast. Someone had to hold the line and buy her time to survive. Tears welled up in her eyes, terrified he was throwing his life away. He ordered her to stay hidden and promised he would return. But let's be honest, this wasn't some noble act of self-sacrifice. To his mercenary heart, she was a walking, breathing million-dollar jackpot. Meanwhile, the enraged lava minotaur shattered its bindings, hunting frantically for its prey. Like a ghost, Ye materialized directly in its blind spot. The beast bellowed, demanding to know where the girl went, while swinging its magma axe in a lethal arc. Yi just flashed a wicked grin and told him to take a wild guess. Luden stumbled in pure shock as the speedster outmaneuvered him, delivering a lightning-fast slash straight to his rocky calf. But the shock went both ways. Yi's eyes went wide as his blade bounced off. His absolute best strike couldn't even dent the monster's molten armor. The corrupted bard threw his head back in mocking laughter. "Only a fool brings a knife to a stone fight," he countered with a bone-crushing, fiery haymaker. Yi was forced onto the defensive, desperately dancing around the expanding pools of deadly magma. This confined space was a death trap. Yi immediately pivoted, bolting toward a wider cavern. The infuriated behemoth tore after him like a force of nature. As the ground shook under Luden's charge, he taunted our hero, asking if scurrying away was his only skill. But Ye's focus was absolute. Shadow Eye flared to life once more, because in this world, no matter how invincible the armor, every boss has a fatal weakness waiting to be exposed. Murderous intent rolling off him in waves, Luden made his choice. He would slaughter the boy first, then hunt down Chin. "Die, you worthless insect!" he roared, but Ye's eyes were locked onto a single, critical weakness. He channeled all his focus into that one fatal flaw. Catching his gaze, Luden let out a menacing scoff. "I see exactly what you're plotting," the C rank mocked. "But your pathetic little tricks won't save you." A crushing pressure washed over Ye. The sheer magnitude of the enemy's aura was suffocating. Could this overwhelming devastation really belong to a mere C rank? Backed against a cold stone wall, Ye watched the juggernaut charge straight for him. Yet, the young hunter did not flinch. He planted his feet, waiting for the perfect fraction of a second to strike. "Finally accepted your fate?" Luden sneered, thoroughly amused that his prey had stopped running. His booming laughter echoed as Ye raised his twin daggers once more. "You think those toothpicks can pierce my defense?" he bellowed. "Those chunks of scrap metal wouldn't even leave a scratch." Ye tuned out the trash talk, waiting for the brute to overcommit. The moment Luden swung his massive weapon, his guard dropped. It was the perfect opening to strike that glaring weak spot. Ye lunged for the center of his opponent's back, but suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the target area. The unexpected flash threw Ye completely off balance. A patch of boiling lava pulsed on Luden's spine, radiating a heat so intense that even Ye's shadow aura began to melt away. Not just a mindless brute after all, Ye muttered through gritted teeth. The C rank had purposefully shielded his only fatal flaw. Though baffled by how an E rank trash discovered his secret, Luden arrogantly confirmed that it was indeed his Achilles heel. But knowing the truth was absolutely useless. That core burned at a monstrous 2,000 degrees Celsius. Flashing a sinister grin, Luden offered a devil's bargain. "Hand over Chin, and I'll let you keep your miserable life." Ye's eyes turned ice cold. "I don't make deals with backstabbing garbage," he spat, "especially scum who sell out their own kind." Those words hit a nerve, igniting Luden's blazing fury. "Then die, you arrogant brat," he roared, veins bulging on his neck. Bringing his massive battle axe down in a devastating arc, the giant dared Ye to stand his ground like a real warrior. In response, Ye channeled his aura, morphing his shadow into a deadly chain blade. The sudden weapon shift forced Luden to leap back in surprise. "Who's the one dodging now?" Ye smirked, flipping the script. Seizing the momentum, he commanded his shadow to take the shape of a restraining rope. The shadowy tendrils lashed out, aiming straight for the fiery core. But the moment they made contact, the intense heat incinerated them into nothingness. Frustration began to bubble up inside Ye. Watching the failed attack, Luden burst into a booming, maniacal laugh. "Is that all you've got? Stop embarrassing yourself and just accept your death." Panic crept in as Ye checked his rapidly depleting mana reserves. His shadow energy was draining way too fast. For a split second, he considered begging the entity inside him for power. But he immediately crushed that thought. No matter how dire the situation became, he absolutely refused to let Chin hijack his body ever again. Besides, the gamer inside him saw the ultimate prize. Slaying a C-rank boss would grant a massive explosion of experience points. This was a golden leveling opportunity he simply could not pass up. Tightening his grip on his daggers, he launched himself into the fray once more. His eyes locked onto that blistering blind spot. He was going to shatter that defense, no matter the cost. Ignoring the searing agony as his flesh began to roast, Ye pushed forward. The cold steel of his blade finally pierced the molten core. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Luden's lungs. System alerts flashed wildly in the air. The enemy's health points had dropped to a critical level, triggering a berserk state. In the blink of an eye, the C-rank's attack, speed, and critical hit rate skyrocketed by a terrifying 200%. Ye's eyes went wide with shock. Why was this monster suddenly glowing with an apocalyptic crimson aura? Before he could react, a shockwave of raw power blasted Ye across the room, slamming him into the stone wall with bone-crushing force. Panting heavily, Luden was humiliated that a filthy E-rank miner had pushed him to his absolute limits. Smoke rose from Ye's battered and scorched body. It was time to end this life-or-death struggle. But just as he readied himself, a strange sensation pulsed deep within his core. His shadow energy wasn't fading, it was evolving, surging with unprecedented violence. As confusion washed over him, Chin's ancient voice echoed in his mind. "That power has slumbered within your veins since the very beginning, boy. Your frail mortal vessel simply lacked the catalyst to awaken it. But now, baptized in the flames of extreme heat, the seal has finally broken." The inner entity chuckled darkly. You stumbled into a miracle, kid. You've just unlocked a legendary new evolution of the shadow arts. Viscous dark aura swirled around Ye, rapidly stitching his horrific burns back together. But Chin was quick to correct him. Do not be fooled. That is not mere regeneration. Luden watched in horror as the boy's aura morphed into something deeply sinister. A cold sweat broke out on his neck. He had to execute this pest before the transformation was complete. The giant swung with lethal intent, but Ye effortlessly glided out of range. Luden's jaw practically hit the floor. How was this trash keeping up with his berserk speed boost? Was this phantom moving before him really just an E-rank weakling? Refusing to lose, the enraged boss slammed his hands down, summoning a devastating tide of magma to flood the entire arena. The molten rock swallowed the battlefield, leaving zero room for escape. Yet, Ye stood completely motionless in the center of the inferno. A cruel smile crept onto Luden's face, fully expecting the boy to be instantly incinerated. But the impossible happened. Ye stood waist-deep in the boiling sea of fire, entirely unharmed. He had activated a high-tier skill, shadow enhancement. If the basic application of this power was already this broken, Ye could only imagine the godlike stats he would achieve at the maximum level. Is that all you've got, Boiler Boy? Ye taunted, brushing off the embers. You might want to turn up the thermostat. Luden's eyes twitched with pure, unadulterated disbelief. You had your fun throwing your weight around, Ye declared, his daggers humming with dark energy. But now, the tutorial is officially over. Exploding forward, Ye became a blur of shadows. His agility defied the laws of physics. The newly awakened shadow enhancement had triggered an absolute cheat code, massively buffing his defense, explosive power, and movement speed. Every single stat was multiplied by a staggering 200%. Before Luden could even blink, a chilling breeze brushed past him. Looking down, he screamed in agony. His entire right hand had been severed. Desperate, the berserker reached out to crush the boy, but another flash of dark steel reduced his arm to literal dust. Gritting his teeth, Luden commanded the surrounding magma to forge a brand new limb. You arrogant fool, the boss roared with a triumphant cackle. As long as this lava flows, my regeneration is absolute. Your pathetic slashes are completely useless. Ye simply tilted his head, a mocking glint in his eyes. Are you sure about that? He challenged smoothly. Because from where I'm standing, your life force is flickering like a dying candle. Insulted by the mere suggestion, Luden roared into the abyss. Then step up and prove it, you worthless rat. Ye happily obliged, moving like a phantom of death. Flash! Slash! He severed limb after limb as Luden desperately tried to heal. The dark blades danced without mercy, a beautiful symphony of destruction. And just as Ye predicted, the C-Rank's terrifying regeneration finally hit a wall, his newly formed limbs crumbling into useless ash. How is this possible? Luden thought in sheer panic. Ye glared down at him, his voice ice cold. Your aura is completely drained. Just surrender. Gasping for breath, Luden desperately tried to negotiate. Listen to me. We have no real grudge. There is absolutely no reason for us to fight to the bitter end. Yi nodded slowly. True enough. But I made a deal with Lady Chin, and I always honor my contracts. If it is just about money, then name your price, Luden pleaded. Hand the girl over to me. Once we return to the city, I will double whatever she is paying you. 5 million. I will give you 5 million. But Yi saw right through the lies. A venomous snake like Luden would strike the moment he turned his back. Leaving him alive meant endless waves of assassins knocking on his door. Save your breath, Yi scoffed. I know a backstabbing rat when I see one. A dark smile crept across Ye's face as a brilliant plan formed. Why kill him here, when turning a traitor over to Qin Xiaowang was far more profitable? The underworld boss would pay a king's ransom to get his hands on the man who targeted his precious daughter. Saving the young miss and delivering the culprit on a silver platter? The legendary leader of Dragon Gate 3 streets would owe him a massive life debt. That favor was worth 10 times 5 million. Luden paled, realizing his grim fate. Boss Qin would torture him endlessly, and his entire bloodline would be erased. Pushed to the brink of despair, Luden whipped out a glowing crystal. Within Ye's mind, Ching Tian gasped in shock. A prison gate fragment. How does he have that? Stop him immediately, kid, the ancient spirit roared. If that relic shatters, our only anchor to the human world will be severed completely. The dimensional rift will collapse. We will be entombed in this hellscape for all eternity. You forced my hand, you bastard, Luden screamed wildly. But before he could crush it, a streak of blinding light flashed past his arm. It was Ye, moving faster than the eye could track. He snatched the crystal midair and mercilessly drove his blade right through Luden's vital point. With an agonizing shriek, a flurry of slashes ripped through Luden's body, sending him crashing to the dirt. A surge of pure energy erupted from the core, rushing directly into Ye's veins. A system prompt chimed. Level 2 shadow sense had evolved, awakening the ultimate shadow sense. Suddenly, the earth violently shook as deafening rumbles echoed around them. The Minotaur's core is gone, Ching Tian warned. This realm is completely collapsing, sprinting desperately toward the beast abyss exit. They leaped through the portal, just as the world crumbled behind them. Exhausted hunters collapsed on the ground, thanking the heavens for their survival. Lady Qin approached Ye, her eyes wide with awe. I had no idea you were hiding such monstrous power. You are miles above a mere E-class. Please, join Dragon Gate 3 Streets, she pleaded earnestly. With your extraordinary talent, my father would give you a position of absolute supreme authority. But Ye simply shook his head. I prefer to walk my own path. I will not be chained to any guild. He looked her dead in the eye. Just keep my true strength a secret. That is all I ask. Knowing better than to offend an elite expert, she gracefully backed down and immediately transferred his hefty compensation. Just before vanishing into the crowd, Yi paused. One more thing. Does your syndicate handle high-grade weapons like my blade? Her eyes gleamed as she examined the craftsmanship. I will need our master appraisers to look at it, she promised. But rest assured, you will be paid every single copper it is worth. Yi nodded in satisfaction. The girl clearly knew her way around an armory. If her syndicate proved trustworthy, he had just secured a premier black market buyer for his future loot. And even if she tried to lowball him like that greedy boss Wang, he could always take his business elsewhere. Besides, with a cool 1 million already sitting in his bank account, he was thriving. Later that night, safe in his room, Yi closely examined the mysterious prison gate fragment. What exactly is this artifact? He wondered aloud. Ching Tian's ancient voice resonated in his mind. Gather enough of those fragments, boy, and breaking through to S-class will be child's play. You could ascend even higher. Ye's heart pounded at the promise of such godlike power. But within the silence of Ye's soul, Ching Tian was deeply troubled. If these fragments were resurfacing, did that mean those ancient bastards had returned? A heavy sense of urgency washed over the spirit. I must accelerate my spiritual recovery, he thought, and this boy is the absolute key to everything. He foresaw a bloody future where Ye would clash with cosmic horrors far beyond mortal comprehension. Ching Tian hesitated, wondering if he should reveal the terrifying truth now. With a heavy sigh, the spirit held his tongue. The boy was still too green. Dumping the weight of the universe on his shoulders would only shatter his resolve. Let him temper his blade first, Ching Tian resolved. Meanwhile, far away at the NG Group's E-Class Wraith Zone, the entire perimeter was strictly cordoned off after a horrific mining disaster. Hidden in the shadows of a jagged cliff, Yi surveyed the military-grade blockade below. His sharp eyes easily analyzed their defenses. 1 B-Class commander, flanked by 3 C-Class elites. Yi clenched his fists in disbelief. Why would a massive corporation deploy such high-level powerhouses to guard a supposedly low-level dungeon? He gritted his teeth in frustration. With his current combat power, charging in blindly was practically suicide. The dark truth would have to wait. Why risk your life over a trash-tier E-Class rift? Ching Tian asked, genuinely puzzled. Ye's eyes darkened with simmering sorrow. Because that is where my parents were killed, and I need to know why. Memories of that devastating day flooded his mind. The heartless suits from the NG Group had tossed a measly 200,000 at him like he was a beggar. They shoved a blood money contract in his face, ordering him to sign away his parents' deaths as a tragic accident. When young Ye stood frozen in shock, the arrogant executive sneered. What? Is this generous charity not enough for a rat like you? Keep your dirty money, Yi had screamed with tears streaming down his face. I want the truth. But the corporate dog just coldly adjusted his tie. It was a simple cave-in. Your parents and the other laborers perished. End of story. But Ye knew it was a total lie. Both his mother and father were seasoned C-Class awakened warriors. Desperate and clinging to hope, he had tried to storm the gate to find them, but a towering brute snatched him by the collar like a stray dog. Listen here, brat. The Wraith Zone is unpredictable. Even C-Class fighters turn to corpse dust in there, the guard barked. Bullcrap, Yi roared back. It is only an E-Class zone. The monsters inside should be completely harmless to them. The muscular guard tightened his iron grip, lifting the boy off his feet. Learn your place, you little street trash, before you join them. Even as he gasped for air, Ye's rebellious spirit blazed. My parents are elite fighters. Even if they faced an ambush, they would never die so easily. The fire of vengeance had been lit that very day. The corporate dog bared his teeth, assuming our protagonist was just begging for another handout. His fist was already flying when a commanding voice suddenly shattered the tension. Stop! Stepping from the shadows was Ningdong Hao, the all-powerful chairman of NG Group and an elite A-class awakened whose very presence made the air heavy. Playing the role of a benevolent leader, the chairman severely reprimanded his lapdogs. He claimed he had previously ordered them to properly compensate the victims before tossing Ye a thick stack of pity money. But Ye refused to bow his head. Shoving the dirty money aside, his eyes burned with fierce resolve. He did not want their charity, he demanded the absolute truth. The chairman wore a mask of absolute sincerity, swearing on his honor that the corporation would launch a full investigation and deliver the justice his family deserved. Like a fool, Ye placed his trust in that venomous viper. Instead of justice, the mega-corporation dragged his dead parents' names through the mud, branding them as common thieves and shackling him with millions in fabricated debt. Echoing within his mind, the ancient entity known as Ching Tian let out a dark chuckle. In every universe and every race, the strong will always devour the weak. The mysterious voice pushed him toward absolute power. Devour the Riftgate fragments, shatter your mortal limits, and claim the strength to crush those who look down on you. When you stand at the pinnacle, uncovering the truth will be as easy as breathing. Yi remained utterly silent, but the ancient shadow dwelling in his soul easily read the storm in his heart. The young hunter silently cursed his unwanted passenger. It was Ching Tian's chaotic shadow energy that had masked his true potential, cursing him with a pathetic E-class awakening rank. Suspicion gnawed at his core. This shadow demon constantly threatened to steal his body, yet spoon-fed him extreme leveling tactics. Was this entity a guardian angel, or a parasite waiting to strike? Yi figured the voice in his head was completely unhinged. And if this spirit was nothing but a madman, then its grandiose promises of forging him into an S-class hunter were pure delusion. Sensing his profound disrespect, Ching Tian snapped back with overwhelming arrogance. Know your place, boy. If your soul lacked divine potential, I wouldn't have wasted a single breath on trash like you. Yi scoffed internally. He hadn't uttered a single word out loud, yet this ancient being was throwing a supernatural temper tantrum in his brain. This telepathic outburst only confirmed his suspicions the entity was absolutely insane. But before they could argue further, the system chimed, projecting a glowing new mission invite right before his eyes. Fast forward to the eerie chemical zone, a terrifying D-class wraith zone dripping with toxic aura. A sharp-dressed corporate handler immediately barked at Yi, demanding to know why he dared to arrive late. Yi casually brushed it off as bad traffic, hiding the terrifying truth that he had just slaughtered his way through a separate E-class dungeon. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. It was his old mining comrade, Uncle Hao. The old man's weathered face broke into a warm, relieved smile. 5 agonizing years had passed since the tragic accident that claimed Ye's parents. But the heartwarming reunion was quickly ruined by arrogant scoffing. The elite mercenaries rolled their eyes in sheer disgust. We delayed our raid for this? Nothing but a pathetic deadbeat miner. The killing intent dripping from their words belonged to the infamous Gu brothers, Da, Er, and San, a notorious trio of cutthroats with zero moral compass. These vicious dogs were all C-class awakened mercenaries. The corporate suit quickly played peacemaker, explaining they only needed a disposable miner for the grunt work, sparing the elite fighters from dirtying their hands. Gu Er spat on the ground, his patience wearing razor thin. He roared at the handler to skip the garbage pleasantries and cut straight to the raid details. The handler adjusted his glasses, revealing the deadly objective. This D-class gate was an extraction raid, and their target was to harvest exactly 60 kilograms of raw ice crystal ore. But Ye's survival instincts were already screaming. His sharp eyes scanned the heavily armed squad. Multiple C-class titans deployed for a measly D-class dungeon? This level of firepower was absolute overkill. Looming in the shadows was a mysterious spellcaster named Heisey, yet another C-class powerhouse cloaked in a deadly magical aura. The metallic stench of fresh blood clung to these men. Ye's heightened senses practically choked on their malicious aura, realizing not a single soul in this raid party was a decent human being. But the real nightmare was lurking beyond the gate. Ye's shadow perception locked onto a phantom C-class signature already waiting inside. Miles away, a sinister figure monitored the rift entrance through his screen. A chilling smirk twisted the observer's face. The bait had been swallowed. All the little toys were finally gathered, and it was time for the bloody hunt to commence. This apex predator was none other than Blood Leopard, the ruthless vice-captain of the Black Leopard Syndicate. As the party crossed the rift threshold, Uncle Hao frantically asked Ye if he needed a hazard suit. Yi merely smiled with quiet confidence. Waving off the heavy gear, he revealed the truth. He had broken through his mortal limits, and an awakened hunter had nothing to fear from this environment. Gu-san barked a cruel laugh. An ascended rock smasher? Now that's a rare joke. Gu Er chimed in with venomous sarcasm, mocking our protagonist as the undisputed king of the trash heaps. The old miner gripped Ye's shoulder, pleading with him not to mind their toxic insults. Ye's eyes were as calm as a frozen lake, assuring the old man that he wouldn't do anything reckless. But his shadow senses were violently expanding through the eerie forest. The unnatural vegetation had been deliberately altered for an ambush, and a suffocating killing intent was pulsing nearby. A blur of unnatural speed sliced through his peripheral vision. Ye's combat instincts flared. The unseen assassin was losing patience, and the deadly trap was about to spring. Was this predator going to strike from the dark, or did it have a more sadistic game in mind? Gu-san rudely kicked the dirt, screaming at Ye to march faster while poor Uncle Hao nervously agreed to speed up. But Yi was already 10 steps ahead. The chaotic terrain was an absolute blessing. It was the perfect stage to ditch these arrogant meat shields and observe the true predator from the shadows. Without a second of hesitation, Ye grabbed the old man and warned him to hold on tight. Like a phantom, he vanished into the mist. The mercenaries roared in sheer fury, completely stunned by a lowly miner's explosive speed. "Let the deadweight run!" Guer sneered, dismissing the escape. "Those two pieces of garbage are totally useless, and running off alone makes them as good as dead anyway." High above the toxic canopy, the crimson-haired assassin perched like a vulture. His glowing eyes locked onto the arrogant Gu brothers, wondering if these so-called elites even sensed the approaching Grim Reaper. Running a bloodthirsty tongue over his fangs, Blood Leopard practically shivered with anticipation. If they were completely blind to his presence, that just made the slaughter even sweeter. A hunt with no resistance was a tragedy, and these idiots were proving to be a massive disappointment. But down on the forest floor, Gu Da suddenly halted his battle-hardened instincts, finally screaming that something was terribly wrong. The eldest brother gripped his weapon, cold sweat dripping down his neck. Invisible eyes had been burning into their skulls since they entered. But his arrogant siblings instantly brushed off his terrifying paranoia. "Stop jumping at shadows," they proudly puffed out their chests. "We are elite C-rank juggernauts. A pathetic D-rank dungeon doesn't possess a single threat that can scratch us." Yet a creeping sense of doom finally shattered Gusan's bravado. He swallowed hard, a phantom chill freezing the marrow in his bones as an unnatural silence swallowed the forest. "Let's abort the mission!" But before the words fully escaped his mouth, absolute terror paralyzed the brothers. Like a demonic spiderweb, razor-sharp crimson strings violently snapped around Gusan's throat from the dark. San's eyes widened in sheer terror. He immediately recognized the infamous Blood Leopard. Trembling violently, he begged the assassin for his life, desperately pleading to negotiate their survival. But the ruthless killer just sneered. He growled that their endless, foolish provocations against the mighty Black Leopard gang had completely shattered any chance of mercy. The time for talking was dead. With a sinister flick of his wrist, invisible crimson threads tightened. In a horrifying instant, San was shredded into bloody ribbons right before his comrades' traumatized eyes. Blinded by blazing fury, Da roared and charged head-on. Yi tried to shout a warning, but it was a fatal mistake. The crimson wires ensnared his striking fist, instantly coiling around his entire body like a deadly python. The razor-sharp silk sliced deep into his flesh without resistance. It tore through bone and muscle, mercilessly reducing him to a gruesome aftermath. Paralyzed by absolute dread, turned and sprinted for his life. Blood Leopard laughed maniacally, savoring the sweet scent of his prey's despair, as he always hunted fearful targets first. Miles away from the slaughter, Ye and Hao had finally paused to catch their breath. Still panting heavily, Hao questioned why Ye had cold-bloodedly abandoned the other awakened fighters. Instead of answering, our main character stared him down, piercingly asking if Hao had recently crossed a powerful syndicate. Hao vehemently shook his head in absolute denial. He was just a clueless teenager. How could he possibly possess the guts to anger the underworld? Confused and trembling, he begged to know what was going on. The chilling truth fell from Ye's lips like ice. This entire mission was a beautifully crafted death trap. A hidden mastermind was actively pulling the strings, absolutely determined to bury them all in this twisted wasteland. Panic completely washed over Hao's pale face as sheer terror set in. Ye's gaze sharpened into daggers. He sternly warned the boy that if he was hiding any dark secrets, he needed to spill them right now. Suddenly, a battered burst from the shadows. He shrieked in absolute hysteria, viciously blaming Ye for his brother's gruesome demise and cursing him for keeping the deadly trap a secret. But our protagonist remained completely unbothered by the tantrum. He coldly smirked, mocking Air for actually being useful for once, since his pathetic screaming was the perfect bait to lure out the real hunter. That icy insult pushed the survivor over the edge. Furious, he fiercely demanded Yi to repeat those arrogant words. Without missing a beat, Yi stated the undeniable reality. Was already a dead man walking. In a flash, deadly crimson threads coiled around Er's throat. Stepping from the encroaching darkness, Blood Leopard flashed a wicked grin. He was thoroughly amused that a mere kid possessed such terrifyingly sharp instincts. Danger alarms blared wildly in Ye's mind. He instantly awakened his ultimate shadow eye. Meanwhile, Hao practically collapsed in pure, unfiltered terror the second he laid eyes on the notorious killer. Dropping to his knees, Hao shamelessly wept for mercy. He desperately pleaded that they were just innocent teenagers, swearing to the heavens they had never once disrespected his turf. The villain merely scoffed at the pathetic display. Mercy was completely off the table. He mockingly reminded Hao of a drunken slip-up just days ago, a loose tongue that had irreversibly sealed his grim fate. The system quickly analyzed this terrifying foe, a monstrous C-rank hunter who could pinpoint any human weakness. His blood spider silk vibrated at terrifyingly high frequencies, transforming the 10-meter radius into an inescapable meat grinder. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Hao's face as he swore a desperate oath. He promised to take the dark secret to his grave, violently begging for just one chance to disappear in absolute silence. But the ruthless assassin only trusted one absolute law of the underworld. Yi sensed the explosive killing intent and screamed for Hao to dodge. But cruel destiny was faster, and the warning came a second too late. A sickening crack echoed through the forest as Hao's shoulder was completely blown out. Blood Leopard's philosophy was devastatingly simple. The only people who truly keep secrets are the ones buried 6 feet under. Spitting a vicious curse, Yi erupted into violent motion. He launched a lightning-fast counterattack. Steel clashed against steel as his strikes were parried. Even the veteran killer was genuinely startled by the boy's lethal precision. A wicked realization dawned on Blood Leopard's scarred face. No wonder this supposed rookie had effortlessly crushed that arrogant street punk, Zhou Ting. The kid was a hidden dragon all along. Yet, the villain scoffed, arrogantly declaring this was the absolute peak of Ye's power. Lethal claws violently slashed through the air, aiming straight for the boy's throat. Yi barely survived by executing a desperate backward leap. Dripping with malice, the assassin promised to grant him a remarkably swift trip to hell. Backed into a corner, Ye's aura explosively flared. The shadows violently twisted around his body as he unleashed his shadow enhancement technique. A devastating storm of fatal strikes rained down upon him. Yi pushed his reflexes to their absolute limits, desperately deflecting the relentless barrage, but the sheer gap in raw power was suffocatingly overwhelming. Sensing a fatal fraction of hesitation, the predator ruthlessly struck. A brutal claw swiped past Ye's guard, launching him violently into a massive tree trunk. Hao tried to rush to his side, but Ye fiercely commanded him to stay hidden. Engaging a C-rank monster in close quarters was pure suicide. The terrifying difference in physical stats was undeniable. If Ye wanted to survive this living nightmare, he desperately needed to completely rewrite the battlefield's rules. Blood Leopard roared with arrogant laughter, maliciously promising to paint the forest with both their blood. Wiping his bruised lip, Ye shot back a death glare. The night wasn't over yet. His ultimate shadow eye blazed to life once more. Channeling abyssal energy, he instantly manifested a shadow morph dagger. He hurled it with deadly accuracy. But the veteran assassin effortlessly batted it away, mocking his desperate struggle. The killer sneered, tauntingly asking if that parlor trick was his grand finale. But Ye's eyes held a cunning glint. The real trap was set. Blood Leopard chuckled at the kid's stubborn defiance, stating that fancy tricks meant absolutely nothing when performed by a lowly E-rank piece of trash. But right in that moment of ultimate arrogance, the very earth burst open beneath the villain's feet. Gusan explosively erupted from the shadows, striking like an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Coiling his horrifying serpent-like physique, he tightly bound the assassin in a crushing death grip. Yet, Blood Leopard's sinister smile never faded. He had completely anticipated the coward's ambush all along. Gusan had made a monumental, fatal miscalculation. By wrapping around his prey, he walked right into the terrifying jaws of death. Because within the chaotic, bloody realm of close-quarters combat, Blood Leopard was the absolute undisputed king. Microscopic crimson threads instantly materialized. They locked around the Serpent Man's skull and throat with terrifying speed. In a gruesome spray of scarlet, the formidable ambusher was instantly reduced to diced meat. Cold sweat drenched Ye's spine. A powerful C-rank expert had been slaughtered like a mere insect. Facing a literal monster wildly out of his league, the protagonist instantly swallowed his pride and prioritized a desperate tactical retreat with Hao. But the Crimson Predator was relentlessly hot on their trail. Plunging deep into the pitch-black wilderness, Ye finally found a momentary sanctuary to hurriedly patch up Hao's heavily bleeding shoulder. Binding the gruesome wound, Ye fiercely promised to drag him out of this hellhole alive. But Hao weakly shook his head, a tragic smile forming. He begged our main character to abandon him, knowing a crippled burden would only drag them both to an early grave. Ignoring the heroic sacrifice, Ye's gaze turned razor-sharp. He demanded the absolute unfiltered truth. What apocalyptic secret was this kid hiding that made a high-ranking assassin so incredibly desperate to silence him? Trembling uncontrollably, Hao finally shattered his long-held silence. He had stumbled upon the horrifying truth behind his parents' tragic demise. Upon hearing this, the temperature around Ye plummeted, his aura darkening with deadly seriousness. Gripping the boy's uninjured shoulder, Ye fiercely pressed for the missing pieces of the puzzle. He practically yelled, commanding Hao to lay bare every single twisted detail of this massive conspiracy. Choking on a painful sob, Hao confessed his lingering doubts. But seeing an elite hitman dispatched exclusively for his head, it absolutely confirmed his worst nightmares. That corrupt corporate rat, Kui Shi Hao, was hiding a mountain of deadly sins. The heavy floodgates opened as dark history poured out. Right before the catastrophic mining collapse years ago, his father had uncovered something chilling. Cui Shi Hao had been running highly illegal, perilous experiments deep within the forbidden caverns. But before his father could bravely expose the horrific truth, the so-called tragic accident violently wiped them out. To add salt to the agonizing wound, his deceased parents were maliciously branded as petty ore thieves. Ye's eyes narrowed dangerously, questioning why he had buried this monumental secret for so damn long. Tears spilled down Hao's cheeks as he revealed his deepest shame. He was just a terrified, powerless child, completely crushed beneath the shadow of untouchable giants. He was only a child back then. Crushed under the absolute weight of poverty, he simply could not risk his livelihood with a starving family waiting at home. But for the young hero, the betrayal cut deeper than any physical blade. How could he just stand there and watch his parents endure such absolute tragedy? The crushing guilt had gnawed at his soul for years. One drunken mistake, one slipped secret, and he had dragged this catastrophic doom right to his own doorstep. Without warning, the blood leopard descended like a vicious predator. Lethal crimson threads filled the entire alleyway. Ye watched in pure horror as Hao was completely engulfed in the deadly web. His life slipping away by the second, Hao forced out a final, agonizing apology. He begged for forgiveness, praying the young man's heart would finally let go of its heavy burden. A gruesome spray of crimson painted the stone walls. The sadistic assassin locked his cold eyes onto Ye. A twisted grin spread across his face, finally recognizing the boy as the lone survivor of those two C-rank targets. He lunged forward like a striking viper, eager to reunite the son with his dead parents in the afterlife. But our main character was not about to become a helpless victim. A lightning-fast strike tore through the air, catching the boy completely off guard. The maniacal killer laughed out loud, mocking him that watching his own flesh be torn to shreds should be a thrilling experience. Gritting his teeth, Yi declared that those pathetic blood threads were far from indestructible. Harnessing his inner darkness, he manifested the formidable Shadow Morph, summoning a massive greatsword into his hands. His sharp battle instincts instantly picked up a crucial detail. The exact moment this maniac launched an offensive assault was the exact fraction of a second. His guard was completely wide open. With one devastating swing, he shattered the crimson web. The assassin's eyes widened in sheer shock, instantly unleashing a massive torrent of deadly fibers in retaliation. The villain trembled at the sheer madness of his opponent. This kid was actually trading flesh for flesh, but the brutal toll sent Ye crashing down to his bleeding knees. His physical strength was rapidly bleeding away. Seeing this pathetic state, the assassin smirked, realizing the boy's ferocious display was nothing but a desperate bluff. Though he chuckled, admitting the little rat almost had him fooled for a second. Summoning his terrifying aura once more, the razor-sharp threads danced through the air. He sneered at the battered boy, stating that if he were anything higher than a pathetic E-rank, he might have actually posed a threat. He relentlessly provoked the boy to strike back, thoroughly amused by the blazing fury in his eyes. That helpless, murderous glare only fueled his psychotic laughter. Crushing the spirit of a defiant insect always sent a twisted thrill down his spine. Pushing the boy to the absolute edge of sanity, he decided to drop a soul-crushing revelation. With a wicked grin, he confessed the dark truth. The official story of that tragic mining accident was a complete lie. His parents did not die by chance. They were butchered by his very own hands. The absolute despair on the boy's face was utterly delicious to him. He coldly whispered that as he slaughtered the boy's mother, his helpless father had the exact same pathetic expression. Bound and broken, his father was forced to witness his beloved wife being mercilessly carved to pieces. Suddenly, the crimson threads began to incinerate into ash. The assassin stepped back in utter disbelief. A terrifying, overwhelming aura erupted from the boy's battered body. The spectral figure of Ching Tian manifested within the shadows. With eyes glowing with apocalyptic rage, Ye promised the assassin a slow, agonizing death. It was exactly as the ancient spirit had predicted. This catastrophic hatred acted as the ultimate catalyst, awakening the dormant shadow force deep within his bloodline. The system immediately detected an explosive surge in spiritual power. Status correction initiated. In a blinding flash, his C-rank shadow enhancement violently broke its limits, evolving straight to Tier 2. A legendary martial technique awakened in his mind. Shadow Jaunt, a divine ability allowing his physical form to melt into the darkness, instantly traversing through the abyss. The assassin's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Every single fatal wound on the boy's body had completely vanished without a trace. He never anticipated such miraculous regenerative abilities. Yet, his psychotic arrogance remained unshaken. To him, a desperate prey fighting back from the abyss only made the hunt infinitely more exhilarating. A chilling scoff escaped the young warrior's lips. He stared dead into the killer's soul, declaring that in this realm of absolute darkness, the hunter had just become the hunted. Panic flared in the assassin's chest. The sheer, explosive power radiating from this mere child defied all logical sense. His speed had transcended mortal limits. In the blink of an eye, the boy vanished, reappearing right at his blind spot. Launching a lethal counterattack, Yi unleashed a devastating flying dagger swarm. The killer sneered, easily deflecting the frontal assault. But the true nightmare was just beginning. Fusing the newly awakened shadow jaunt with his flying thunderstep, the boy transformed the thrown blades into instant teleportation anchors. The sheer unpredictability of the technique rattled the veteran killer, yet he arrogantly roared that such parlor tricks and toy weapons could never pierce his ultimate defense. Becoming a blur of absolute darkness, Ye's voice echoed from every direction. Breaking through that pathetic shield was never his actual plan. His terrifying battle intellect had completely dissected his opponent. This so-called elite assassin was utterly incapable of attacking and defending in the exact same heartbeat. The fatal flaw was glaringly obvious. The manipulation of those crimson fibers was agonizingly slower than the boy's godlike reaction time. That tiny fraction of a second was his absolute doom. Like a phantom of vengeance, Ye carved a symphony of destruction across his enemy's flesh. A fountain of dark blood erupted from the assassin's mouth. His sanity shattered at the horrifying reality. He was being massacred by a mere child. Pinning the broken villain to the cold earth, the young Avenger demanded the absolute truth. What dark conspiracy was actually hiding behind that fabricated mining disaster? The bastard opened his mouth to spit more venom about his mother. But before a single word could escape, a silver flash cleanly severed his entire arm. A blood-curdling scream of pure agony tore through the night sky. The demon of vengeance had zero patience left for mind games. Gasping for breath, the crippled assassin mocked what the boy could even do with the truth. But his cowardly survival instincts kicked in, instantly throwing all the blame onto Kui Shihao. The tragic truth finally came to light. His noble father had accidentally uncovered their twisted, forbidden experiments. Terrified of exposure, those corporate elites orchestrated the brutal assassination, masking the bloodbath as a tragic industrial collapse. The flames of fury within the boy evolved into an unstoppable inferno. The dying killer thought dropping the terrifying name of the NG group would freeze this kid in absolute terror. Panting heavily, he desperately bargained for his miserable life. But his pathetic pleas were abruptly silenced. In one merciless stroke, his head was completely separated from his shoulders. Standing over the lifeless corpse, a terrifying oath was etched into his very soul. Every single bastard involved in his family's massacre would drown in rivers of their own blood. A torrential downpour masked his footsteps as he arrived at the towering fortress of the NG group. Through the weeping rain, his piercing gaze locked onto his primary target. Shihao was just stepping into his luxury vehicle. The ancient spirit floating beside him sensed the boy's boiling bloodlust. Ching An quickly manifested, urgently warning his young master not to throw his life away in a suicidal charge. He may have victoriously ascended to the realm of C-rank power, but his heightened senses should be screaming in terror. Lurking right in the shadows of that car was the monstrous, suffocating aura of an A-rank powerhouse. He tracked the luxury vehicle through the dark city streets. Inside sat the chairman of the NG syndicate, alongside the terrifying advanced A-rank awakener, Ning Donghao. Trailing them like a ghost, he assured Ching Tian through his earpiece that he wouldn't strike blindly. After all, the dying words of the blood leopard still reeked of deception. He needed the absolute truth. Was Shihao the sole mastermind behind his parents' tragic fate, or was the entire NG syndicate pulling the strings? Even the formidable Ning Donghao wouldn't stop his wrath. In the martial world, a debt of blood could only be washed away with blood. The targets finally halted at the desolate stronghold of the Black Panther gang. Ye narrowed his eyes. What kind of sinister deal required the dead of night? Inside, a menacing figure draped in a pitch-black trench coat barked orders at his grunts. They were hauling highly classified experimental equipment, treating it like fragile glass. Stepping from the shadows, Shihao coldly demanded an update. He wanted to know if the old miner Ha Wu had finally been erased. The trench-coated man scoffed. The blood leopard had vanished without a trace, and the otherworldly rift used for the assassination had completely collapsed. But the exact body count didn't matter to him. Shihao, however, frowned in deep suspicion. How could an elite C-rank assassin just disappear into thin air? The shadowy figure smirked, stating the obvious. That foolish assassin had clearly underestimated a hidden dragon in the dark. After all, this mysterious enemy had just slaughtered 4 advanced C-rank fighters. Feeling the heat, Shihao ordered the equipment to be secured instantly before any unforeseen variables could strike. Their demonic experiment was entering its most crucial phase. Even the slightest miscalculation would lead to absolute ruin. The man in black extended his hand, demanding his hefty payment. With a sinister grin, Shihao guaranteed the funds were already secured. Lurking in the rafters above, Ye clenched his fists. The final puzzle piece had clicked. Shihao was indeed the mastermind. Suddenly, the trench-coated man's aura spiked. Black flames erupted from his palm, incinerating a nearby crate. He roared into the darkness, but Yi had already melted into the shadows. Confused, Shihao demanded to know what happened. The man hesitated, wondering if his senses were playing tricks on him. Yet, that bone-chilling killing intent was undeniable. Yi wiped a drop of sweat from his brow, narrowly escaping a deadly clash. Sliding behind a rusted shipping container, he gritted his teeth. The bitter truth stung his pride. His current C-rank power was simply not enough to exact his revenge. When dawn broke, Yi stood before the towering headquarters of the Qin conglomerate. This massive empire was ruled by Qin Shaoshang, the undisputed king of Longmen 3rd Street. Ching Tian's voice buzzed in his ear. Knowing Ye wasn't there to hunt for early bird bounties, he curiously asked what business brought him to such a high-end district. His mission was twofold. First, to track down the elusive third fragment. Second, to appraise his newly acquired weapon. Just then, a glamorous receptionist stepped into his path. With calm confidence, he stated he was looking for Qin Yan. The woman's polite smile stiffened as she coldly demanded to see his VIP appointment. Off to the side, an arrogant woman clinging to a green-haired youth spotted his plain clothes. Her eyes filled with absolute disdain. She openly mocked him, declaring that filthy minors didn't belong in their golden halls. Furthermore, how dare a lowly peasant speak the eldest young miss's name so casually? Yi instantly recognized the green-haired brat as Su Qing. As the woman kept barking insults to flatter her young master, Su Qing impatiently demanded the trash be thrown out. Yi took a slow, intimidating step forward. His voice was dangerously calm as he questioned if this pathetic display was the legendary hospitality of Longmen 3rd Street. Su Qing laughed arrogantly, claiming a beggar like him didn't qualify as a guest. He sneered, stating Ye wasn't even worthy to be a watchdog for the Qin family. Yi sighed internally, his patience wearing thin. Was every single member of this noble house infected with such blind, domineering arrogance? Realizing finding Qin Yan here was a lost cause, he turned on his heel to leave. But the foolish young master wasn't about to let him walk away with his pride intact. Break his legs, Su Qing roared to his security detail, but Ye merely activated his shadow jaunt. In a fraction of a second, the elite guards hit the floor, completely unconscious. When the dust settled, Ye had the arrogant young master hoisted by his throat. The woman shrieked in absolute terror, threatening him with the full wrath of the Qin family if he didn't let go. Disgusted by their weakness, he tossed Su Qing aside like a rag doll, knocking them both to the marble floor. Out of respect for Qin Yan, he decided to spare their miserable lives. But the humiliated noble was burning with fury. Murderous intent twisted his face as he scrambled to kill this peasant. Sensing the danger, Ye slowly turned his head. Aura flared around them both. But right before the clash, a powerful pressure descended upon the lobby. A figure stepped between them, forcefully suppressing their overwhelming energy. It was a striking silver-haired beauty. With a cold, commanding tone, she scolded Ye for having the sheer audacity to wreak havoc in the Qin conglomerate. Seeing his savior, Su Qing began barking like a victorious dog. He promised Ye a gruesome death, completely confident that his powerful cousin would rip him apart. The silver-haired goddess simply raised her hand, ordering the trash to be tossed into the streets. Su Qing whined, outraged that this was far too merciful a punishment. He viciously demanded they shatter the boy's limbs. But to his absolute shock, the guards grabbed him instead. Flailing wildly, he screamed at his cousin, begging for an explanation. The gold-digging girlfriend tried to intervene. She frantically claimed the filthy minor had disrespected the eldest miss, and her beloved young master was merely defending her honor. Qin Yan's eyes narrowed like daggers. She declared to the entire room that this man was her personal friend. He had every right to speak her name freely. Her aura dominated the hall. She ruthlessly ordered the firing of every blind guard and that pathetic junior employee. They were to be blacklisted from the entire city. Betrayed and panicking, the woman begged her green-haired lover to save her. She cried that she had given him everything, demanding he use his status to protect her. But Qin Yan wasn't finished. She shot an icy glare at her trembling cousin, reminding him of his actual insignificant place within the family hierarchy. If he ever dared to use the mighty Qin family name to bully the weak and act like a tyrant again, she would personally see him banished forever. The storm finally passed. Her cold demeanor vanished, replaced by a warm, welcoming smile toward Yi. Guiding him to the VIP lounge, she deeply apologized for the shameful display of her side-branch relative. Yi simply waved it off with a calm smile. It didn't bother him in the slightest. After all, every massive empire had a few clueless pests scurrying in the shadows. Xian guided him into a private VIP room, but their meeting was abruptly cut short. An anxious staff member burst through the door, announcing that the guild president demanded her presence immediately. With an apologetic smile, she asked him to wait right there, promising to return as swiftly as possible. Yi simply nodded, completely unfazed by the sudden shift in plans. As she stepped out into the hall, she pressed the staff for details, but the message was agonizingly vague. The president had offered zero explanation, only a strict, absolute order that Xian must come at once. The moment the heavy doors clicked shut, the exit was completely sealed off. From the shadows, a towering figure emerged. A distinguished older man exuding immense, crushing pressure coldly demanded to know Ye's true identity. Yi's eyes gleamed as he instantly triggered his ultimate shadow eye. The system interface glowed brightly, revealing a shocking truth. This imposing old man was a terrifying A-rank powerhouse. His status window was packed with lethal skills. First was the Eye of Deterrence, a mental attack designed to paralyze opponents with sheer terror. Second was Furious Thunder, a devastating buff that violently multiplied his lightning attributes and overall combat stats. Facing a genuine A-rank hunter wielding dual-threat abilities, Ye's laid-back demeanor vanished into thin air. He instantly went on high alert, ready for a potentially deadly clash. Playing the innocent victim, Yi asked if there had been some huge misunderstanding, claiming he was just a weak, harmless miner. But deep down, he was absolutely disgusted by the old man's cowardly mental assault. To make matters even more dangerous, his trusty shadow enhancement skill was completely useless against this kind of psychological pressure. The older man's eyes widened in sheer amusement. His guaranteed Eye of Deterrence hadn't even made this kid flinch. Smirking coldly, he declared that playing dumb wouldn't save him today. Without warning, crackling blue lightning surged from the man's fingertips and blasted right at Yi. But as the smoke cleared, the old man was visibly stunned to see that Ye had perfectly withstood the deadly strike. His eyes narrowed in deep suspicion. Surviving that explosive blast required at least a solid B-rank physique. Yet this arrogant brat still dared to claim he was just a powerless miner. Aura exploding around him, the man fiercely demanded the truth. What was his sinister motive for faking his true strength and plotting to get so dangerously close to Xian? But before his murderous threat could even land, a furious voice echoed through the room, screaming the name Qin Xiaoshang at the top of her lungs. It was Qian. She stormed in, violently pinching the terrifying A-rank's ear like a disobedient child. Rage blazed in her eyes as she brutally scolded him. He had intentionally lured her away just so he could violently interrogate her completely innocent friend. Did this almighty guild president seriously have nothing better to do? As she mercilessly dragged him toward the door, the supreme A-rank hunter practically begged her to be gentle and let him save a little face in front of an outsider. But Xian wasn't having it, ruthlessly ordering him to scram and never harass her guest again. The pieces finally clicked into place for Ye. This overprotective powerhouse was Qin Xiaoshang, the absolute ruler of Longmen 3rd Street. Rubbing her temples in sheer embarrassment, Xian desperately apologized for her father's insane behavior. Sighing heavily, she explained that her dad was hopelessly paranoid. He genuinely believed that any guy breathing in her direction was a scheming scumbag with dark, ulterior motives. Yi chuckled softly, waving it off casually. He completely understood the old man's protective instincts. What father wouldn't go crazy worrying about his precious daughter being manipulated by a piece of trash? Xian's eyes sparkled, amazed by how perfectly Ye understood her father's complex heart. But the hilarious truth was, her dad was literally pressed against the glass door right outside, angrily grumbling his exact inner thoughts out loud for everyone to hear. A vein popped on Xian's forehead. Utterly mortified by his shameless eavesdropping, she spun around and violently screamed at her father to get lost. Once the chaotic father-daughter drama finally settled down, Xian got strictly down to business. She slid a sleek card across the table, casually mentioning it held a staggering 5 million deposit. She explained that the mysterious greatsword he had provided was forged from incredibly rare materials. The top-tier client insisted on a proper, high-level appraisal before naming a final astronomical price. Ye just smirked. That arrangement suited him perfectly. But money wasn't his only goal today. Leaning forward, Ye pulled out a bizarre, glowing fragment and placed it firmly on the table. His gaze darkened as he asked exactly where he could hunt down more of these. Xian leaned in to examine the strange artifact. She revealed that these unknown dimensional fragments from the deep abyss used to be essentially worthless trash flooding the market. However, the shadows of the underworld had recently shifted. Some unknown, immensely wealthy faction had been secretly hoarding them in terrifying quantities, effectively wiping them completely off the public market. If he truly wanted to track one down, his absolute best bet was the upcoming underground auction right here on Longmen 3rd Street. It was the only place where impossible items still surfaced. Hearing about this massive, secret monopoly, Ching Tian's instincts flared to life. He deeply suspected this shadowy operation was directly tied to Shi Hao. Meanwhile, deep within the guild's VIP sector, the Shadow Guard was delivering a full background check on Ye to the president. The intelligence report was completely baffling. On paper, Ye was just an impossibly ordinary 20-year-old kid. In fact, he had only awakened as a pathetic E-rank ascendant a mere few days ago. Even stranger, the advanced scanning equipment couldn't detect a single drop of special energy within his body. By all official metrics, he was legally classified as nothing more than a powerless miner. President Qin rubbed his chin in deep, heavy thought. Leaping from a trash-tier E-rank all the way to a C-rank threat in less than a week? It was downright impossible. His instincts screamed that this terrifying kid had been perfectly concealing his true monstrous power all along. The heavy silence was shattered by a sudden ringtone. Qin glanced at the caller ID and chuckled. Answering the phone, He smugly teased old Huo, asking what legendary wind had blown the old general's attention his way. Old Huo's voice was deadly serious. He urgently demanded to know if Qin possessed any more of those mysterious greatswords his daughter had just delivered. Confused by the sudden, blazing intensity, Qin hesitated, asking what exactly was going on. The old man practically roared through the speaker. He ordered Qin to check the inventory immediately, because the military was prepared to buy every single blade in existence, no matter the astronomical cost. President Qin's eyes widened in sheer shock. For a cunning, battle-hardened old fox like Huo to lose his composure like this, just what kind of heaven-defying secret was hidden inside that seemingly ordinary weapon? Old Huo refused to leak military secrets over the phone, but he dropped one absolute bombshell. The divine material forged into that sword had the terrifying potential to forcefully elevate the overall combat power of their entire national army. A cold sweat formed on Xiaoshang's brow, a kid with an untraceable identity, concealing terrifying combat power, and casually peddling weapons that could shift national military balance? Ching Tian was a walking, breathing enigma that completely defied all logic. Following Xian's solid advice, Ye smoothly navigated the neon-lit streets and confidently stepped into the grand underground auction house. The massive hall was overflowing with insanely rare treasures from countless dimensions. His eyes gleamed with hope. The abyssal fragments simply had to be here. But as he strolled through the crowd, he casually brushed past a heavily perfumed woman, desperately clinging to the notorious young Master Zhou. Wait a second. Ye's sharp eyes instantly recognized her. It was the exact same gold-digging snake who had been shamelessly wrapped around young Master Qin just a few days ago. Playing the tragic, innocent victim, she dramatically sobbed that the previous young master had been obsessively stalking her. She even spun a wild lie about quitting her corporate job just to escape his vicious clutches. Completely enchanted by her fake tears, the wealthy man proudly swore to protect her. She threw her arms around him, pouring on the fake sweetness and praising his heroic generosity. But she completely failed to notice that young Master Zhou wasn't even looking at her. His hateful, venomous glare was fiercely locked directly onto Ye. Zhou gritted his teeth in sheer disbelief. Why was this trash still breathing? Had the infamous assassin, Blood Leopard, failed to make his deadly move? Finally noticing the tension, the woman spotted Ye and arrogantly scoffed, demanding to know how a filthy minor snuck into this high-class venue. Ye just smirked, casually mocking her hilariously short-term memory. With a devilish, mocking grin, he ruthlessly asked if she had already forgotten the stinging humiliation of his hand, fiercely slapping her face just a few short days ago. Furious at the blatant disrespect, young Master Zhou aggressively warned the peasant to back off. But as he angrily stepped backward, his shoulder slammed hard into a towering figure. The temperature in the room plummeted. As a menacing man, draped in a pitch-black trench coat, slowly turned around, he coldly declared that Zhou Ting was an absolute disgrace to the Black Panther gang. Trembling, Ting bowed and addressed this imposing man as Brother Bao. Bao stepped past our main character, Ye. His voice dripped with malice as he warned that striking his subordinate was a direct slap to the face of the entire Black Panther gang. A suffocating aura erupted. Bao clamped a heavy hand onto Ye's shoulder, trying to crush him into kneeling for an apology. But Ye stood rigid like a mountain, his fierce resistance causing the solid ground beneath his feet to violently shatter. Bowing down? Not in this lifetime. Bao's eyes widened in shock, completely caught off guard by the sheer iron will radiating from this mere kid. Ting sneered, mocking Ye for being a foolish brat who dared to offend the mighty Bao. But suddenly, Xian stepped onto the scene. Her presence commanded the room, as she sharply reminded the Black Panther thugs that they were standing on Dragon Gate 3rd Street territory. She made it crystal clear. If they came to flash their cash, they would be treated like honored guests. But if they were itching for a bloodbath, the Dragon Gate would be more than thrilled to grant them one. Swallowing his pride, Bao forced out an apology and retreated toward the auction hall. With the tension broken, Xian turned her soft gaze to Ye, asking if he was hurt. He offered a calm nod, brushing off the clash as nothing. Once safely out of earshot, a dark scowl returned to Bao's face. He interrogated Ting, demanding to know the true background of this arrogant brat who dared to cross him. Ting quickly spilled the details. This was the exact same punk who snatched the legendary sword meant as Bao's personal tribute. Worse yet, the kid had arrogantly boasted about wiping the Black Panther gang off the map. Bao's pupils shrank in absolute disbelief. He violently grabbed Ting by the collar, roaring, demanding to know if he was absolutely certain about this. Just as the killing intent peaked, Shihao stepped out from the shadows, smoothly asking what had his ally so worked up. Following their deadly glare toward Ye, Ting reported a chilling detail. That boy was supposed to be hunted down by the Blood Leopard, leaving them completely baffled as to why he was still breathing. A terrifying thought crossed Bao's mind. Could this kid have slaughtered the Blood Leopard himself? Ting immediately scoffed at the idea, fully convinced that a pathetic piece of trash could never pull off such a feat. In his eyes, A lowly worm like Ye stood zero chance against their fearsome second-in-command. Across the room, Ye locked eyes with Shihao. Recognition flashed instantly. Shihao remembered him merely as the pathetic, trembling weakling from their past. His mind raced with suspicion. How on earth did a nobody crawl his way up to stand beside the powerful Cien? Meanwhile, Ye turned to his beautiful companion, quietly asking what brought her to this dangerous gathering. She softly confessed that her father had urgently demanded a private meeting with him. A flicker of caution crossed Ye's eyes. Was the terrifying underworld boss planning to launch another deadly strike against him? Sensing his guard go up, she offered a reassuring smile. With her standing by his side, her father wouldn't dare lay a single finger on him. Their moment was cut short as Shihao slithered over, wearing a fake smile as he claimed what a complete surprise it was to run into them here. Yi met his gaze with absolute ice. He sarcastically introduced himself as just a miserable minor character, brutally forced into the deadly mines just to survive his crushing debts. Without missing a beat, Ye brushed past the snake. He coldly muttered that a lowly peasant like him had no business associating with a corrupt, high-level executive from the NG group. Shihao scrambled to play the victim. He desperately claimed that the tragic fate of Ye's parents was entirely decided by the higher-ups. He spun a web of lies, insisting he wanted to help, but was completely powerless against the system. Ye's eyes narrowed into deadly slits. He saw right through the pathetic excuses, disgusted by how easily this traitor washed his hands of innocent blood. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper, striking straight at Shihao's soul. He warned that the dark truth was permanently etched into Shihao's own heart. Leaving them with a heavy prophecy, Ye declared that the light of truth would inevitably pierce the shadows, and their wicked deeds would bring down the hammer of karmic retribution. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, Bao erupted in a blinding fury, screaming that this arrogant brat needed to be violently put in his place. But Shihao swiftly raised a hand to block his path. His eyes darted around, calculating the risks. This was Xiaoxiang's undisputed domain, and sparking a turf war here would be absolute suicide. However, a sinister smile crept across his face. Since the boy held onto buried secrets, they would simply dispatch an assassin in the shadows to silence him for good. A deadly understanding passed between them. Bao nodded fiercely, promising to orchestrate the kid's gruesome end immediately. Oblivious to the plotting, Cien guided Ye into her father's private VIP chamber, just as the booming voice of the host officially ignited the grand auction. With the bidding war underway, Cien gracefully stepped back. She left Ye alone to negotiate with the imposing patriarch, promising to step in only if the tension reached a boiling point. He offered her a deeply grateful nod. As the heavy doors sealed shut, his mind raced, wondering what extreme business the fearsome president wanted with him. Xiaoxiang wasted zero time on pleasantries, cutting straight to the bloody core. His piercing gaze locked onto Ye. He demanded to know if the boy possessed any more of those god-tier weapons like the legendary blade he had auctioned through Cien previously. A confident smirk tugged at Ye's lips. The fact that this underworld kingpin personally sought him out meant one glorious thing. The man was absolutely desperate for the ancient, world-shaking power of the Entropic clan's arsenal. But Ye was a master of the game. He knew dumping a massive arsenal onto the market would paint a massive target on his back, not to mention crashing the legendary value of his goods. Playing it cool, he spun a perfect tale. He casually claimed he had stumbled upon the treasure by pure luck, but admitted he possessed exactly 2 more divine weapons in his inventory. Xiaoxiang slammed a heavy offer on the table, another 40 million on the spot. Adding the previous earnings, that would rocket Ye's wealth to a staggering 45 million. Even Ye had to admit, 15 million per blade was an astronomical fortune for any normal man. But Ye wasn't a normal man anymore. He leaned in, his voice laced with absolute confidence. He boldly reminded the boss that for men walking the edge of death, a weapon like this wasn't just metal, it was a guaranteed second life. Xiaoxiang's eyes narrowed dangerously, demanding to know what the boy was plotting. Ye didn't flinch. He demanded a jaw-dropping 25 million for each individual weapon. The sheer audacity struck the patriarch like a physical blow, instantly igniting a flash of furious annoyance in his eyes. He had to hand it to him. This brat had nerves of absolute steel. Before the tension could explode, the doors swung open. Cien rushed in, her eyes glowing with urgency as she announced that the fated item had finally hit the auction stage. Sensing her father's hesitation, Cien shot him a razor-sharp warning glare, daring him to cheat her friend. Trapped by his own daughter's terrifying pressure, the mighty boss had zero choice but to instantly wire a breathtaking 70 million straight into Ye's account. With a swift point of her finger, Cien highlighted the exact treasure Ye had been hunting for. In the background, Xiaoxiang was practically foaming at the mouth, violently cursing the cunning little demon in his mind. Out on the floor, the host shattered the silence, opening the bloodbath with a bid of 7 million. The numbers skyrocketed in seconds. 10 million. Then participant number 6 ruthlessly pushed it to 15 million. Staring at the glowing stage, Yi felt his pulse hammer. His instincts were dead right. They actually possessed the legendary fragment. A surge of untouchable confidence rushed through his veins. Armed with a heavy war chest of over 70 million, he was absolutely certain he would crush the competition and claim his prize. Boom! Yi slammed his bid button, projecting a terrifying 30 million. It was a pure dominance play designed to shatter the willpower of the other bidders, even though bleeding that much cash felt like a physical stab to his heart. The host's voice trembled with excitement, challenging the silent room to top the monstrous 30 million bid. From across the hall, Bao's eyes locked onto Ye's booth. His mind spun in chaotic confusion. Why on earth was a supposed street rat throwing absolute fortunes at a mysterious relic? The gavel was hovering, inches away from locking in Ye's victory. Until a devastating shockwave rippled through the hall, Shihao slammed his placard down, roaring out an insane bid of 50 million. His venomous gaze locked onto Ye, openly challenging the kid in a brutal war of attrition. He wanted to see just how deep the underdog's pockets really went. But Ye's face remained stone cold. Without batting an eye, he ruthlessly countered with a soul-crushing 60 million. Watching his own money burn, Xiao Xiang hastily intervened. He sternly warned the boy that the mysterious relic was absolutely not worth such a suicidal price, desperately trying to stop Ye from incinerating the mountain of cash he had just practically scammed out of him. Xian clicked her tongue in annoyance. It was obvious that the bastard was just baiting them to artificially inflate the price. Historically, 10 million would have been an astronomical sum for this artifact. But Ye's eyes burned with resolve. He absolutely wouldn't back down against Shihao. With a calculating smirk, Ye posed a dangerous question. Between the mighty Qin group and the notorious NG group, whose treasury truly reigned supreme, President Xiaoshang's aura surged with absolute arrogance. The Qin group's wealth was unmatched, yet he scoffed, demanding a reason to back a stranger's play. As Shihao boldly dropped 70 million on the table, Ye countered with a trump card of his own. He summoned his divine blade, letting its raw aura flood the room. Xiaoshang had already acquired 2 swords at the baseline value. Even pooling together Xian's personal allowance, they were severely outgunned in this high-stakes bidding war. Unfazed by the pressure, Ye looked the corporate titan dead in the eye. He declared that funding was the least of his worries, guaranteeing he could forge the exact amount needed. Xiaoshang's eyes narrowed, sensing the kid was hiding a massive arsenal. Meanwhile, the auctioneer's voice boomed. 70 million, going once. Not having any of it, Xian fiercely pinched her father's ear. She totally scolded the billionaire patriarch for acting stingy over mere pocket change. She threw her pride on the line, vowing to cover the debt herself if Ye fell short. The tension spiked as the hammer raised. 70 million, going twice. Xian desperately tugged at Ye's sleeve, urging him to strike before the old vulture claimed their prize. Inwardly, Ye just sweat-dropped, absolutely baffled by the insane wealth of the elite. To these titans, 100 million was nothing but spare change. Without hesitation, Ye roared out 100 million. But VIP number 2, Shihao, instantly clapped back with 200 million. The artifact was a crucial puzzle piece for the NG group's master plan, and Shihao was out for blood. Unblinking, Ye shattered the silence. 300 million. The venue transformed into a ruthless battlefield of wealth. They traded explosive bids back and forth until the staggering sum of 500 million echoed through the hall. The surrounding elites gasped in pure disbelief. Were these 2 lunatics throwing fortunes at a useless scrap? Or did this mysterious fragment harbor a world-shaking secret? Whispers erupted that this had devolved into a pure clash of egos. In the VIP box, Bao gnashed his teeth in fury, enraged that this nameless brat dared to challenge their authority. Shihao scoffed with dripping venom, declaring the boy utterly unworthy. Then, he unleashed a monetary nuke. 1 billion. A deathly silence choked the grand hall as the auctioneer trembled, confirming the 1 billion bid. Xian's fists clenched. She knew the vile bastard was mocking them. Ye's mind raced a cunning snake like Shihao wouldn't burn 1 billion on pure impulse. Sensing the danger, Xiaoshang gravely warned the boy to weigh the consequences of his next move. The president demanded hard proof. Could Ye truly manifest an arsenal worth 1 billion? But before Ye could speak, Xian stepped in fiercely, declaring she would sponsor his war chest. She screamed for him to crush their enemy's bid. Ye's lips curled into a devilish smirk as he detonated the final bomb. 2 billion. He cast a chillingly arrogant gaze straight at Shihao. Bao's jaw practically hit the floor. How could a street rat wield such terrifying wealth? Beside him, Shihao's aura violently erupted, his face twisting in absolute blinding rage. The NG executive instantly connected the dots. President Xiaoshang was clearly acting as the kid's vault. Without the Qin group's backing, the boy was penniless. 2 billion, going thrice! The gavel slammed down like thunder. The host wiped his sweating brow, trembling as he congratulated participant number 9 for claiming the legendary unknown fragment. Xian literally jumped for joy, her eyes sparkling with absolute triumph. Ye just chuckled at her chaotic energy, asking if she really needed to celebrate that hard. With a mischievous wink, she declared the truth. Nothing gave her more satisfaction than watching arrogant villains get their faces brutally slapped. Xiao Shang coughed loudly, breaking the festive mood. He coldly reminded Ye that the bidding high was over, and factoring in his prior deposits, he still owed over 70 divine weapons. The patriarch's gaze grew heavy, demanding to know if the boy could actually honor such a colossal debt. Ye simply smiled, his confidence unshakable, noting that rarity drives up the true value. But when you hold an absolute monopoly, the market bends to your will. The previous pricing standards meant absolutely nothing to him now. With a casual snap of his fingers, space itself tore open. Over 100 legendary blades rained down in a blinding flash, more than enough to instantly wipe clean a 2 billion debt. Xiao Shang let out a hearty, rumbling laugh, thoroughly entertained by the boy's monstrous flex. Such ruthless efficiency and overwhelming power, this was exactly the kind of monster he wanted in his ranks. Xian happily tugged at Ye's sleeve once more, flashing a brilliant smile. She demanded that the next time he stirred up some epic chaos, he absolutely had to invite her. But the overprotective father's aura instantly darkened. This wild dog was completely untamed, and letting him too close might end with his precious daughter being stolen right from under his nose. He firmly ordered Xian to head back to the estate. Shifting his piercing gaze to the young victor, he commanded Ye to head to the vault and claim his hard-won prize. Ye offered a nod of respect, but before the corporate titan stepped into the shadows, he turned back to deliver a grave warning. Never underestimate the venom of the NG group, he warned with a chilling tone. Their shadowy empire was far too massive for a lone wolf to tear down by himself. In this ruthless world, surviving requires powerful allies. He left the door wide open, hinting that if Ye ever desired the ultimate backing, the Qin group's communication lines were always open. Cut to the dark alleyways, where Bao was barking into his earpiece. He eagerly reported to Shihao that the Qin patriarch and his daughter had retreated, leaving the brat completely defenseless to collect the artifact. Shihao's voice dripped with murderous intent over the comms. The order was given they would strike the very second their prey stepped out of the Longman 3rd Street safe zone. There was zero room for error this time. They were going to obliterate this arrogant punk and reclaim what rightfully belonged to their empire. Bao practically tasted the impending victory, boasting that he had deployed 3 lethal C-rank assassins. A foolproof execution was absolutely guaranteed. Strolling down the eerily silent streets, Ye communicated through his mind space. He muttered to Ching Tian that the wily old fox, Xiao Shang, had definitely been digging into his hidden past. That parting advice was obviously a calculated recruitment pitch. Still, Ye mused with a smirk. As long as he didn't become a corporate dog, using the Qin group as a strategic shield wasn't a terrible play. Within his soul, Ching Tian scoffed with divine arrogance. Xiao Shang is nothing but a mere A-rank mortal. Gather enough of these fragments, and I guarantee you'll shatter the heavens as an almighty S-rank. Yi just shot his spiritual companion a massive, doubtful side-eye. Seeing the absolute lack of trust, the system spirit practically threw a tantrum over his master's blatant disrespect. Yi calmly nodded his head. He was not doubting the old man's words. He simply needed the perfect hunting ground to begin his trial. But Ching Tian was not fooled for a second. The ancient spirit grumbled in his mind, aggressively reminding him that S-rank hunters were not cheap cabbages you could pluck from a market stall. Across the entire globe, only 9 legendary beings had ever reached the absolute pinnacle of S-rank. If this brat thought ascending to that realm was a walk in the park, Ching Tian dared him to try, though he wisely swallowed those words. Suddenly, Ye's blood ran cold. Raging flames devoured his apartment building. Panicked residents flooded the streets. Right amidst the chaotic inferno, his phone began to buzz. It was Qian. Her voice trembled as she warned him about an impending ambush from the Black Panther Syndicate. Ye's eyes narrowed as he whispered back that they were already here. Desperate, she begged him to lay low until her elite guards arrived. But Ye's lips curled into a fearless smirk. He told her to save her breath, he would crush them himself. Stepping from the shadows, Ting barked out an arrogant laugh. He ordered Ye to grovel on his knees for a quick death. Looking at the measly handful of thugs before him, Ye scoffed. They severely underestimated their prey. With ice in his voice, Ye declared that they had just signed their own death warrants. Ting sneered, completely oblivious to the monster standing right in front of him. The thug leader mocked the idea of a pathetic E-rank trash surviving against 3 genuine C-rank powerhouses. In a flash, the gang closed in, trapping him in a deadly circle. Yi did not even flinch. He casually reminded them that even the infamous blood leopard had failed to take his head. That unshakable aura made the C-rank fighters hesitate, wondering if this kid was hiding his true cultivation. But Ting furiously snapped them out of it. He was just a high schooler! A weak, talentless boy playing pretend. Sensing an opening, a thug lunged for a lethal backstab. But instead of piercing flesh, his blade hit empty air. Ye had simply evaporated. Like a phantom, Ye materialized directly behind the attacker. With a devastating strike to the neck, he whispered with mocking venom. They were absolutely right, he was just a harmless miner. Shock paralyzed the remaining thugs. How could he move so fast? Sweating bullets, Ting screamed for a coordinated assault, but it was an absolute massacre. Yi dispatched the elite fighters with terrifying elegance. Before Ting could even blink, a vice-like grip locked around his throat. Ye hoisted him off the ground, taunting the ruthless gangster for trembling before a mere teenager. A demonic grin spread across Ye's face as the roaring flames from the apartment illuminated his terrifying killing intent. He softly reminded the thug how much they both loved playing with fire. The grip tightened, crushing Ting's windpipe and drawing out pathetic, choking screams. Since they loved the heat so much, Ye decided to oblige. He casually hurled the gang leader straight into the blazing inferno. Mid-air, Ting screeched his final curse, swearing that President Kui and Brother Bao would tear him limb from limb. A second later, the roaring flames swallowed him whole. Staring into the blaze, Ye coldly promised to send his bosses down to hell to join him. Right on cue, screeching tires announced the arrival of Qian and her heavily armed escorts. Breathless and frantic, she rushed to his side. Brushing off the dust, Yi gave her a reassuring nod. A few shallow scratches were the only proof a battle had even happened. Relief washed over her features as she asked for his next move. His eyes darkened with vengeance. The Black Panthers had drawn first blood, and now it was time for absolute retaliation. Without a second thought, Qian pledged the full might of her forces to his cause. Surprised, Ye questioned her unwavering loyalty. She crossed her arms, admitting she had despised that syndicate for ages. But more importantly, they had dared to cross her precious friend, a title she rarely bestowed upon anyone. A rosy tint dusted her cheeks as the confession slipped out. Seeing the haughty heiress act so shy brought a genuine smile to Ye's face, fueling the raging fire in his heart to obliterate his enemies. With his apartment turned to ash, Qian dragged him back to her luxurious estate. She firmly insisted he make it his safe haven until the storm passed. The massive mansion felt incredibly empty. Gesturing to the grand hallway, she generously told him to claim absolutely any guest room he desired. Reaching for the closest door, Ye stepped inside, completely missing Qian's panicked shriek to stop. The damage was done. The terrifyingly brutal hunter was now staring into a pastel-pink wonderland. Mountains of fluffy plushies and adorable dolls covered every inch of the space. Chuckling at the sheer contrast, he warmly admitted that the cute decor actually suited her perfectly. Her face burned scarlet. She was utterly terrified he would mock the prestigious heiress of the Qin Empire for having such embarrassingly childish tastes. But Ye merely shrugged, finding her hidden, soft side incredibly endearing. Flustered beyond belief, she shoved the overpowered fighter out into the hallway and slammed the door shut. His parting words lingered in the air. He told her she looked far cuter like this than when wearing her usual Ice Queen mask. Her heart skipped a beat. Nobody in her entire life had ever dared to call her cute. Right in the middle of that heart-fluttering tension, her stomach let out a thunderous growl. Mortified, she tried to cover her face as Yi burst into laughter. She pouted, blaming her frantic worry over his life for her empty belly. With a flick of his wrist, a handful of premium snacks materialized in his palm. He tossed them over, explaining they were his personal emergency dungeon rations. Her jaw dropped. Where on earth did he just pull those from? It reminded her of the black market auction, where he seemed to conjure high-tier weapons right out of thin air. Flashing a mysterious smirk, Ye claimed it was just a little sleight of hand magic. Eyes sparkling with curiosity, she practically begged him to pass down his secrets. But instantly, Ye's aura shifted. A chilling presence prickled at his senses. His voice dropped an octave as he firmly told her to head back inside. Confused by his sudden seriousness, she asked what was lurking in the dark. The answer? Her wildly overprotective father, who was actively muttering murder plots from behind the garden hedges. Yi sweat dropped, realizing that if this secret rendezvous continued, the old man's bloodlust would literally consume him. Stomping over to the bushes, she furiously dragged her eavesdropping dad away by the ear. Once the coast was finally clear, Ye let out a heavy sigh and pulled the heavy drapes shut. The Qin estate sat safely within the heart of Longmen 3rd Street. No underworld rat would dare intrude here. In the quiet darkness, Ching Tian materialized, surrounded by glowing fragments looted from the lava minotaur, the blood leopard, and the secret auction. Yi's eyes narrowed as he studied the pulsating artifacts. For years, the world had been plagued by random dimensional rifts, and he suspected these shattered relics held the terrifying truth behind their origin. Hovering over the glowing pieces, the ancient spirit finally began to unravel a secret kept hidden from humanity. These were not mere dungeon drops. They were fragmented keys to a colossal, otherworldly penitentiary. Every single terrifying portal that ripped through their reality was born from the shattered remains of this cosmic prison gate. With a wave of Ching Tian's hand, reality warped, tearing open a swirling vortex. Without hesitation, Ye stepped into the abyss. As the chaotic energy of the void washed over him, Ye demanded answers. If his guide knew the truth, What kind of hellish realm existed on the other side? He needed to know why humanity was being slaughtered by endless tides of insectoid swarms and brutal beastmen. Ching Tian's voice echoed with chilling finality. They were not just monsters. They were all condemned inmates of the eternal cosmic prison. The truth hit him like a physical blow. What he initially mistook for a mere alternate dimension or simple holding cell was actually a massive, interdimensional prison of epic proportions. Their destination was a desolate wasteland. Howling winds whipped across the barren desert, forcing him to shield his eyes from the blinding storm of sand. When he questioned the nature of the inmates held here, Ching Tian offered only a cryptic smile. The ancient being declared that all answers would reveal themselves, only if he survived the upcoming trials. Looming before them was a colossal structure that pierced the heavens. It was none other than the legendary sky-reaching tower. Ching Tian proudly announced this architecture as his absolute masterpiece, the ultimate proving ground for Yi's strength. But internally, Yi couldn't help but cringe at how incredibly ugly the whole thing looked. Then again, looking at Ching Tian's bizarre appearance, a twisted sense of aesthetics made total sense. Yi's mind raced as he analyzed the weird structural tubes, realizing they were the only things keeping the massive tower anchored against the raging winds. The building materials radiating ancient energy caught his eye. His inner businessman awakened, wondering if Xiaoshang would pay a hefty premium for such rare resources. If he could somehow smuggle those parts out, he would be swimming in an absolute mountain of wealth. Ching Tian could sense his greedy internal monologue and grew visibly irritated. However, the ancient soul forced himself to stay calm, knowing full well that a fit of rage might literally scatter his fragile spirit into oblivion. Stepping into the gloomy abyss of the tower, Yi demanded to know what twisted game awaited him. Ching Tian coldly explained that the trial consisted of 6 grueling floors. With a mocking tone, he added that given Yi's current pathetic power level, just surviving the Shadow Wyvern on floor 1 would be a literal miracle. Yi raised an eyebrow, pointing at the creature lingering in front of them. He felt absolutely zero threatening aura as he gazed down at the so-called terrifying beast. It was pitifully tiny, not even reaching his knees. To Yi, the legendary wyvern looked like a harmless little gecko. Attacking it felt less like an epic battle and more like flat-out bullying. But Ching Tian's eyes narrowed dangerously, warning the overconfident human that his arrogant laughter was about to be cut brutally short. Yi casually reached out to pet the tiny creature. Instantly, blinding light erupted. The beast's eyes flared with murderous intent as a catastrophic aura exploded from its small frame, launching Yi backward with devastating force before leaping high into the air. Suddenly, the system's mechanical voice chimed in. A new entry updated the Shadow knowledge base, revealing forbidden lore about this cross-dimensional prison facility. The data confirmed that this alternate realm caged terrifying entities from countless different races, and the very sky-reaching tower they stood inside was Ching Tian's personal torture chamber. Each of the 6 floors was guarded by one of his monstrous servants. Scanning the beast, the system identified it as a C-rank Shadow Wyvern, possessing an absolutely broken skill called Shadow Enhancement. Upon activation, the Wyvern's size, speed, and sheer destructive power skyrocketed by a terrifying 600%. Fortunately, the system immediately marked its fatal weakness. A 600% buff? That was literally 3 times stronger than Yi's own enhancement ability. He couldn't help but feel completely scammed, like he was wielding a cheap, pirated knockoff of the real skill. Reading his frustrated expression, Ching Tian smugly declared that a frail human constitution could never compare to his divine pet. Yi's pride took a massive hit at the blatant insult. There was no time to argue. Yi desperately vaulted backward to dodge a lethal strike. Drawing his dual blades, his battle instincts kicked in, reasoning that a massive body equaled massive blind spots. With lightning speed, he unleashed a flurry of dagger strikes aimed directly at the wyvern's spine, but the blades harmlessly bounced off the creature's iron-like scales. Shock washed over him. He was completely caught off guard by the monster's impenetrable, overwhelming defense. Sensing Yi's hesitation, Ching Tian ruthlessly mocked him. He taunted that such weak, pathetic strikes were nothing more than a gentle tickle to the legendary beast. Pushed to the brink, Yi instantly triggered his own shadow enhancement. The ancient warden laid down the ultimate condition: tame the beast, or fail the trial forever. Yi became a blur of motion, raining devastating slashes from every conceivable angle, yet the monstrous wyvern remained completely unscathed. Watching closely, Ching Tian was secretly impressed by Yi's refined control over the shadow energy. Deciding to spice things up, the sadistic creator cranked the trial's difficulty to the absolute max. To make matters worse, a terrifying rumble echoed through the chamber. His monstrous servant was starving, and it was time for a feast. With a wicked grin, Ching Tian commanded the beast, officially declaring Yi as its next meal. The wyvern's eyes practically sparkled with ravenous hunger as it lunged forward, jaws unhinged to devour him whole. Survival instincts taking over, Yi sprinted for his life. The colossal beast charged right behind him, leaving a trail of nasty drool. Panting heavily, Yi screamed at Ching Tian, demanding to know if he had fed his pet crazy pills. Ching Tian nonchalantly explained that the wyvern had simply burned too much stamina transforming. Now, its predatory instincts saw the running human as a walking, talking energy drink. Yi cursed his terrible luck, complaining bitterly about the blatant unfairness. A martial arts duel was one thing, but this was just a desperate game of avoiding getting chewed to death. But his quick-thinking mind hatched a brilliant, ridiculous plan. If hunger was the driving force, he knew exactly what to do. Reaching into his inventory, he unleashed his ultimate secret weapon, tossing a barrage of juicy, roasted chicken legs. The mighty predator instantly stopped, completely mesmerized by the meat. The terrifying monster snatched a piece of chicken mid-air. Putting on his best merchant smile, Yi softly coaxed the beast, promising endless delicious meals. In that brief moment of culinary distraction, he swiftly bound the creature. His absurd taming strategy had actually worked. The system notification chimed like heavenly music. The successful taming of the C-rank Shadow Wyvern was officially registered, instantly granting him full access rights to the tower's first floor. Up in the gallery, Ching Tian face-palmed in absolute disgrace. His legendary bloodthirsty guardian had sold its dignity for a piece of poultry. Following the victory, the system granted Yi something incredible: complete binding and activation authority over the dimensional prison gates. Confused by this god-tier reward, he turned to his guide for answers. Swallowing his pride, Ching Tian explained the mechanics. Once infused with enough spiritual energy, each collected spatial fragment would transform into a direct portal back to this very prison realm. In simple terms, by binding a dimensional fragment to his soul, Yi had just unlocked the ultimate cheat skill, the ability to rip open spatial portals whenever and wherever he pleased. Securing such an overpowered ability on merely the first floor sent Yi's imagination running wild. If the starter rewards were this insanely good, the treasures waiting on the upper 5 floors had to be absolutely divine. Ching Tian scoffed at the human's obvious greed. He silently cursed Yi for acting so arrogant just because he managed to cheese the first trial with some cheap trickery. A sinister plan formed in the warden's mind. He decided to let the cocky brat experience the true horrors of the second floor. With a dangerously sweet tone, he urged Yi forward, smoothly lying that the upcoming guards were nothing more than lowly floor-sweeping servants. Alarm bells instantly rang in Yi's head. He could clearly sense the ancient spirit's malicious intent, knowing damn well that an army of those terrifying, transforming monstrosities was probably waiting in ambush. His tactical mind quickly ran the numbers. Logically speaking, if the literal door greeter on floor 1 was already a monstrous C-rank threat, then the second floor was bound to be an absolute nightmare of epic proportions. Refusing to step blindly into a trap, Yi demanded they scout the area first, before he made any reckless decisions. The old man swore it was perfectly safe, but the moment Li Ye pushed open the second floor doors, his blood ran completely cold. A thunder serpent king, a hydro turtle, and a lava minotaur. 3 C-rank catastrophic beasts stared back at him. Since when were these absolute nightmares considered mere servants? Without a single second of hesitation, the massive beasts launched a merciless assault. Our protagonist instantly leaped back, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. He threw a desperate glance behind him. The exit was completely sealed. Sparks flew as the Thunder Serpent King hissed its deadly command. Eliminate the intruder. Reacting on pure instinct, Li Ye activated Shadow Jump to warp through the barrage. He instantly chained it with Shadow Enhancement, pushing his agility to the absolute limit as he bolted toward an emergency exit. Throwing his weight against the heavy frame, he slammed the door shut just in time. He let out a massive sigh of relief, his heart hammering wildly against his ribs. It suddenly clicked. That cunning old fox Ching Tian had deliberately set a trap, so much for harmless servants. But when confronted, the stubborn elder calmly doubled down, swearing he spoke nothing but the absolute truth. He even had the audacity to blame Li Ye's lack of skill. Not buying a single word of it, our protagonist fiercely demanded to know what exactly a terrifying lava minotaur was supposed to do around the house. With a completely straight face, the old man claimed it served as a central heating system. Utterly dumbfounded, Li Ye pressed on about the apocalyptic Thunder Serpent King. Apparently, it was just a living generator for free electricity. Exhausted by the absurdity, he finally pointed at the massive hydro turtle. The elder simply shrugged. It was basically a giant wet mop for the floors. Refusing to let the old man win, Li Ye demanded answers about the otherworldly beings. Ching Tian casually waved off the question, insisting they were just cheap labor for heavy lifting and daily errands. A profoundly smug grin stretched across Ching Tian's face, leaving our hero completely speechless. But before the argument could escalate, the system blared a critical warning. An A-rank lifeform was rapidly closing in. The terrifying aura belonged to none other than Xiao Shang, accompanied by his daughter, Xian. What could a heavyweight like the president possibly want with him right now? The president revealed that his daughter had briefed him completely. He knew all about Li Ye's brutal clash with the Black Panther gang, and confirmed that those underworld thugs had already marked our hero for death. Knowing the enemy's ruthless nature, waiting around to be slaughtered was simply not an option. Our protagonist had chosen the path of a predator. Striking first to draw blood, the imposing president stepped forward, his gaze piercing. He confessed that the Panthers had relentlessly provoked his own territory, Longmen 3rd Street, yet he had always held his blade. He tested Li Ye with a heavy question. Did he understand the reason behind this restraint? Li Ye's mind raced. It had to be the fear of shattering the fragile equilibrium. His deduction was flawless. The 3 colossal pillars of Haicheng City were locked in a delicate, high-stakes standoff. On one side stood City Lord Wu Jianchao, gripping the political landscape with an iron fist. On the other was Ning Donghao's massive conglomerate, holding the entire city's economy hostage. And right in the center stood Xiao Shang himself, a titan who wielded immense influence over both wealth and politics, reigning as the ultimate wildcard between the 2 kings. His blood boiled every time he saw the Panthers extorting innocent merchants, crushing lives for profit. But his hands were entirely tied by the chains of politics. Unless they crossed an absolute red line, drawing his sword was strictly forbidden. Because the moment he declared a full-scale war on the underworld, it could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. The sheer threat of his military might could force the city lord and the economic king into a deadly alliance against him, or even worse. It could ignite a bloodbath between his forces and the Ning group. A devastating war of attrition, where both sides would burn to ash. And waiting patiently in the shadows, City Lord Wu would easily sweep in to clean up the pieces, seizing absolute undisputed control over all of Haicheng. Cutting straight through the political webs, Li Ye looked the man dead in the eye. Was this elaborate speech just a polite way of saying he refused to let his prestigious family get dragged into the mud? A predator's grin slowly crept across Xiao Shang's face. Not at all. He wanted our hero and Xian to build an entirely new empire from scratch. A ghost faction strictly dedicated to annihilating the Black Panther gang. Li Ye instantly saw through the brilliant scheme. The president was trying to ignite a ruthless proxy war, keeping his own hands perfectly clean. Xiao Shang chuckled, deeply impressed by the boy's sharp intellect. He laid out the ultimate deal. Unlimited funding and elite manpower would flow directly from his pockets. Li Ye and Xian simply had to become the executioners. By operating from the shadows, the other 2 titans would be completely paralyzed by uncertainty. And even if this crazy gamble ended in absolute disaster, the president's immense shadow would guarantee their survival. A surge of genuine respect washed over our protagonist. To forge such a flawless, ironclad master plan in a single night, the president was a true monster of the underworld. The imposing man scoffed, crossing his arms in sheer annoyance. If his precious daughter hadn't relentlessly begged him to protect this reckless kid, he wouldn't have wasted a single breath on this mess. Glaring daggers at our hero, he demanded to know what dark magic this brat used to bewitch his little girl. He was pouring out a fortune in resources, only to risk his beloved daughter running away with the very weapon he was forging. In his calculating eyes, this entire investment was a massive, frustrating loss. His murderous aura spiked as he muttered his true desire. Lock Xian in her room, tie this arrogant kid to a boulder, and toss him into the deepest ocean trench. A giant sweat drop formed on Li Ye's forehead, his face twisting in utter disgust. He silently prayed that this overprotective powerhouse would at least try to hide his overwhelming bloodlust. Blushing furiously, Xian literally shoved her grumbling father out into the hallway. With a heavy thud, she locked the door behind him. Turning back to her partner, she asked the golden question. What was their first move? A dangerous fire ignited in his eyes. It was time to raid the mission boards. His crazy strategy was simple but devastating. Monopolize every single commission tied to the public dimensional gateways. He needed to conquer every last rift scattered across Haicheng City. Sensing the sheer scale of his ambition, Xian immediately tapped into her underworld network to clear the path. A sinister, almost villainous smirk stretched across Li Ye's face. The moment he gathered those legendary fragments, the Black Panther gang would experience a nightmare far worse than hell itself. Dawn broke over the chaotic city. Xian threw open the heavy double doors, unveiling an elite squad of hardened veterans she had personally handpicked from the shadows. This was the birth of an unstoppable force, the very first core members of the newly forged Shadow faction. The imposing, battle-scarred warriors immediately dropped to one knee, pledging their absolute loyalty to the Miss and their new boss. Since our protagonist was terrible at naming things, she brilliantly named the syndicate after his terrifying dark arts. With a teasing smile, she asked if the fearsome leader had any complaints. He couldn't help but chuckle in absolute approval. His piercing gaze swept across the kneeling soldiers. Every single one radiated a solid C-rank aura. An elite strike force like this could effortlessly crush a minor guild in an instant. But one detail caught his eye. Why was every warrior wearing identical, featureless masks? Xian's expression turned dead serious. In the underworld, anonymity was armor, a necessary shield to protect their true identities from brutal retaliation. But then she winked, admitting it also made them look incredibly badass. Li Ye just rolled his eyes, delivering a brutal fourth wall break. It was obviously just the illustrator being too lazy to draw background characters. Shaking off the joke, Xian brought the focus back to war. What were their immediate marching orders? His answer was chillingly simple. It was time to hunt. He was going to ruthlessly hijack every single high-paying bounty right out from under the Black Panther gang's nose. Looking at the massive mountain of pending quests, even Xian broke into a cold sweat, wondering if their small army would be swallowed alive by the sheer workload. A confident smirk graced his lips as he promised her that everything was under perfect control, since they were only after the treasure. As for their enemies, he had already woven the perfect trap. Meanwhile, across the city, the air in a rival syndicate's headquarters was thick with suffocating killing intent. A terrifying roar echoed through the hall. Boss Bao mercilessly berated his trembling subordinate, calling him absolute garbage for letting the upstart shadow gang snatch their bounties. Veins bulged on Bao's forehead as he spat venom, roaring that no one dared to cross their path without paying the ultimate price in blood. He demanded to know why his elite enforcers hadn't wiped those rats from existence. Trembling like a leaf, the lackey whimpered that they were simply outmatched. A furious aura erupted from the boss. He hoisted the miserable man into the air by his collar, demanding an explanation for such a pathetic excuse. Through chattering teeth, the underling confessed the terrifying truth. The Shadow Gang casually deployed 5 or 6 C-rank Awakeners per mission, a force that completely crushed their own numbers. That shocking revelation cooled Bao's fiery rage into cold calculation. Wondering where these monstrous rookies came from, he immediately barked an order to burn their funds on dungeon exploration slots. He wanted his hunting dogs dispatched to track down their prey, but the lackey dropped another bombshell, revealing that the expedition slots had already been bought out by unidentified ghosts in the shadows. Murderous intent spiked in the room. Bao's patience completely shattered, screaming that he didn't care if they had to bleed mountains of gold or butcher their rivals. He commanded his men to secure those tickets to the alternate dimension by any brutal means necessary, and he delivered a chilling ultimatum. If they fumbled this absolute goldmine, he would personally offer their heads to the Grim Reaper. The terrified minion practically crawled over himself as he sputtered his obedience and fled the room. The sun rose on a new day. Inside a luxurious lounge, Xian ended a high-stakes encrypted call with a triumphant smile. The trap had been perfectly sprung. The Black Panther gang had swallowed the bait, bleeding an astronomical fortune to buy the very tickets her group had hoarded. Eyes sparkling with admiration, she asked Ye how he predicted their exact moves. He simply chuckled, knowing a predator never abandons the fattest prey of the hunting season. Sensing her confusion, Yi decided to pull back the curtain on the underworld's darkest secrets. It all tied back to the unspoken blood laws of the dimensional mines. Driven by endless greed, corrupt dungeon supervisors routinely skimmed the absolute top-tier spirit ores and legendary artifacts from the official ledgers. When the season ended and the maintenance barriers went up, that was their golden window to smuggle the heavenly treasures into the black market. Historically, the Black Panthers played a brilliant game. They abused the mercenary guild system to plant hidden eyes, locking onto these smuggled fortunes like heat-seeking missiles. And the true genius of it? Since the treasure was stolen in the first place, the victims could only swallow their blood and tears in silence when they were robbed in return. But Ye had mercilessly severed their traditional hunting routes. Left starving, they had no choice but to desperately overpay just to set foot inside the alternate dimensions. Xian tapped her chin, her brilliant mind working. Swindling them on ticket prices was sweet, but she realized it was mere pocket change in the grand scheme of things. A dangerous glint flashed in Ye's eyes as he admitted the ticket scheme was merely the appetizer. His solitary excursions into the chaotic rifts had yielded a far more terrifying harvest. With a flick of his wrist, spatial energy crackled into a miniature gate. He revealed his masterstroke, showing he had spiritually locked onto every single dimensional coordinate in the entire city of Haicheng. Like a supreme ruler of space, he possessed the heaven-defying ability to tear open a shadow rift into any dungeon at his absolute whim. The board was officially set. Their hidden operatives only needed to keep their eyes glued to the desperate fools who bought their overpriced coordinates. Once the Black Panthers exposed their true prey, the Shadow Syndicate would strike like lightning, devouring the predators in one swift, crushing blow. It was a strategy born of pure genius. But the power to bend space was a world-shaking secret, one that Ye needed to guard with absolute caution. So he entrusted Xian to handpick an elite squad of unquestionably loyal followers to stand by. However, her battle aura flared up, demanding to join the front lines. Her heart burned with an unyielding thirst for vigilante justice. Her fiery spirit melted his defenses into a warm smile, and he agreed they would march into the abyss side by side. Meanwhile, deep within the fractured reality of the dungeon zone, a heavy transport rumbled through the wasteland, its driver dreaming of astronomical wealth. His partner, Wang, swore they would bathe in riches tonight. but they were entirely blind to the killing intent lurking beneath the earth, as a jagged stalagmite in their path began to mutate. Before their bewildered eyes, the earth itself came alive. The ground shattered as towering spears of solid rock erupted from the depths like the fangs of a subterranean beast. Panic exploded in the back of the transport. The crew was violently tossed around like ragdolls as the heavy vehicle smashed brutally into an impenetrable wall of stone. Wang kicked his door open, screaming to check on their priceless cargo. Out of the swirling dust, a sinister figure in a sharp brown suit materialized, mocking their pathetic struggle. With a mere wave of his hand, massive boulders defied gravity, hovering around him with devastating lethal pressure. He offered the terrified men a cruel, twisted grin. Pure terror seized the smugglers as the Earth Mage unleashed a storm of stone missiles. They scrambled like helpless ants, but the sadistic hunter was merely playing with his food. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended. Yi stepped from the void, volunteering to be his new plaything. In a blink, he triggered his shadow jaunt, materializing directly behind the hunter. The Earth Mage snarled like a rabid beast, furious that a nameless dog dared to interrupt his slaughter. Yi closed the distance instantly, his voice dripping with icy contempt. The villain's eyes widened in sheer terror. The speed was completely incomprehensible. He frantically tried to summon an earthen shield to weather the impending strike, but he was agonizingly slow. Yi's hand clamped over his face like an inescapable steel vice, whispering that carelessly discarding human lives was a fatal mistake. With a terrifying display of raw physical dominance, Ye drove the man's skull directly into the cavern wall, spiderwebbing the solid rock. Bloodied and trembling, the defeated mage gasped to know who this monster was. Spitting blood, the pathetic fool tried to wield his gang's reputation as a shield. He warned that if he died, his Black Panther brothers swarming the area would rip his killer to absolute shreds. Just then, Cien stepped out of the shadows, flanked by an intimidating squad of D-rank awakeners. The thug's eyes bulged in absolute despair as Cien asked her commander for orders. Her hand rested on her weapon, perfectly willing to execute the trash on the spot. But a devilish smile crept onto Ye's face. Death was far too merciful. He had designed a punishment worse than hell itself. Ye issued a chilling command. He ordered his pawn to deliver a clear message to Bao. The devastating massacre at the hospital? It was completely the work of Lei from the Shadow Gang. Inside the intensive care unit, Bao glared at his decimated subordinates. Boiling fury radiated from his very core. How did that insignificant brat unlock such monstrous strength? Trembling in fear, his secretary revealed the terrifying truth. On the surface, their men looked completely unharmed. Not a single scratch could be seen. But the reality was an absolute nightmare. Their internal structures were utterly pulverized. Every single bone in their bodies had been shattered into countless pieces. Even using the absolute best medical resources, recovery would take at least 6 grueling months. The treatment cost was a staggering $5 million per person. For an army of 60 men, that meant bleeding $30 million from their war chest. Suddenly, a priority alert shattered the silence. The other 2 strike teams had been completely wiped out. Bao roared, demanding the name of the culprit. The answer sent shivers down his spine. It was Ye. Bao refused to believe his own ears. How could that even be physically possible? The 3 alternate dimensions were separated by hundreds of kilometers. Even if the boy possessed the ability of flight, he could not possibly manifest in 3 different realms at the exact same moment. Was he some kind of phantom? Desperate to prove his words, the secretary pulled up a secretly recorded video. The footage was pure carnage. There stood Ye, his foot crushing a subordinate's head, while agonizing screams echoed in the bloody background. Slowly, the main character turned his piercing gaze directly into the lens. A sinister smirk crept across his face as he mockingly asked if they were recording his masterpiece. The cameraman was practically suffocating from sheer terror. Staring straight through the screen, Ye delivered a personal message to Bao. He blatantly mocked the pathetic weakness of the Black Panther gang. With absolute arrogance, he challenged the underworld boss to face him directly. Yi coldly laughed, rubbing salt in the wound by mentioning the crippling financial drain of treating crushed underlings for a whole year. Blinded by volcanic rage, Bao crushed the tablet into fine dust with his bare hands. He swore a blood oath right then and there. He would personally tear that boy apart at the warehouse. Elsewhere, Tian questioned their arrival at a specific location. Ye revealed his brilliant tactical mind. While shadowing Shi Hao earlier, he had stumbled upon the absolute jackpot. The main treasure vault of the Black Panther gang. Those underworld scumbags had been a constant thorn in his side, sabotaging his every move over the past few days. Now, it was time for ultimate payback. Anticipating his enemy's wrath, Yi predicted that Bao would personally lead the next hunting party. Tian immediately caught onto his ruthless strategy. They were going to pillage the boss's vault while the tiger was out of its den. Right on cue, a sharp ring broke the tension. A scout delivered the golden intelligence. Bao and his elite guard had just crossed over into alternate dimension number 3. A predatory glint flashed in his eyes. He commanded his shadow network to maintain absolute surveillance and track their every single breath. Turning to the eldest young miss of the Qin family, he confirmed that the enemy king had left the board. He entrusted the vault raid entirely to her, warning her to execute the heist flawlessly. His role? He was going straight into the tiger's jaws to distract Bao and buy her the crucial time. Knowing that Bao was a terrifying B-rank powerhouse, she urged him to bring Duan Ao for backup. But the main character simply waved off her concern. Additional muscle was completely unnecessary. This was a game of shadows and deception, not a suicidal frontal assault. Dragging Duan Ao along would only weigh down his movements. He flashed a confident smile, guaranteeing his own survival. If the situation grew too lethal, he could simply step back through the dimensional gate in an instant. Though her heart fluttered with anxiety, she finally yielded. She pleaded with him to return in one piece. Without hesitation, he stepped into the swirling vortex of the dimensional gate. Meanwhile, inside the crack, Bao watched with grim satisfaction as his lackeys greedily harvested the high-tier loot. A blonde subordinate approached, showering his boss with shameless flattery. He praised the overwhelming aura of Bao, claiming that the moment the boss took the field, Ye and his pathetic crew retreated like terrified rats. Bao scoffed with absolute superiority. How could a mere child and a few trash C-rank helpers ever threaten his reign? But mid-sentence, a chilling killing intent spiked the air around him. Instantly, his killing intent erupted as he barked at the shadows. From the absolute darkness, Ye materialized like a phantom, his iron grip firmly choking the life out of a gang member. A slow clap echoed through the silent dimension. Ye casually praised the sharp instincts of a B-rank master. He stood completely unfazed, using the gasping subordinate as a human shield. With a devilish smirk, he taunted the heavily armed gang. "Why are you all shaking? I am just a harmless little miner." Trapped in his grip, the hostage wailed in despair, begging his boss for mercy. The main character lowered his voice to a glacial whisper. He ordered them to freeze, promising that one wrong twitch would result in a very sudden and messy decapitation. But Bao possessed a heart colder than ice. Condensing a blazing sphere of flames in his palm, he ruthlessly declared that they could both burn in hell together. The hostage's eyes widened in absolute betrayal. A blood-curdling shriek ripped through the cavern as the helpless underling was reduced to screaming ash. Suddenly, panic erupted in the ranks. The target had completely vanished. A split second later, Bao felt a deadly presence right behind his neck. A mocking whisper brushed past his ear. "Such a benevolent leader, sacrificing your own pawns without blinking." Enraged, Bao detonated another burst of hellfire backward. But when the smoke cleared, he saw an unbelievable sight. Another one of his own men was engulfed in the inferno, crying out in agony that the boss had missed again. Hovering safely in the distance, Yi laughed out loud, noting that working for the Black Panther gang had a terrible survival rate. The surviving grunts begged their leader to cool his fury, but Bao had completely lost his mind to the hunt. As long as he could obliterate this arrogant brat, turning a few underlings into collateral damage meant absolutely nothing. Unleashing his full B-rank aura, he summoned a devastating tornado of searing flames. He roared like a demon, daring the boy to dodge this apocalyptic strike. The remaining gang members scattered like cockroaches to escape the scorching vortex. Yi stood motionless amidst the chaos, surrounded by the sickening symphony of burning flesh and dying screams. Just as the apocalyptic firestorm threatened to swallow him whole, he smoothly vanished behind a massive boulder. The furious gang leader screamed for the coward to face his death. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Yi calculated his limits. A full-powered B-rank was indeed a terrifying force of nature. The distraction was complete, and it was time to make his grand exit. A wicked grin formed on his lips as he imagined the soul-crushing despair awaiting Bao back home. Cut to later that night. A horrifying scream echoed through the completely emptied Black Panther warehouse. Absolute chaos reigned supreme. Trembling guards delivered the apocalyptic news. Their stronghold had been completely gutted. The culprits were none other than the Shadow Gang and the untouchable eldest young miss of the Qin family. The raid had been an overwhelming blitzkrieg. Armed with 2 B-rank titans and over a dozen C-rank elites, resistance had been completely futile. Hearing this, Bao gnashed his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. The messenger collapsed in pure terror, begging for a shred of mercy. But the humanity of Bao was long gone. Without a blink, he incinerated the poor guard alive. The pieces of the puzzle finally slammed together. This explained the sudden army of powerful allies. It was all because he had the absolute backing of Qian. Since the mighty Qin family had declared war, he felt completely justified in abandoning all rules of the underworld. The gloves were finally coming off. But suddenly, the imposing figure of Shihao stepped in. With a tone that brooked no argument, he commanded that the bloody feud must end right this second. How could Bao possibly swallow such a devastating loss? His entire life's fortune had been locked inside that vault. Hundreds of millions in priceless loot, gone in a single night. Staring down the maddened boss, Shihao coldly challenged him. What exactly was his master plan? Did he expect him to lend his elite forces and ignite a suicidal turf war against the legendary Qin family? He coldly reiterated that even with Xiaoang absent from High City, the Qin family was an untouchable existence they dared not provoke. After all, their grand, sinister experiment had finally reached its most critical phase. He commanded Bao to swallow his towering pride and endure the humiliation for the greater good. But Bao's eyes burned with malice, refusing to wait even a single second for his revenge. In his mind, slaughtering Ye and fleeing High City was a laughably small price to pay. But suddenly, a suffocating, overwhelming pressure crashed down upon his shoulders. Terrifying monsters loomed from the shadows, as Jihao delivered a chilling ultimatum. If Bao insisted on courting death, he would gladly erase his pathetic existence right then and there. The sheer, crushing aura forced Bao straight to his knees. Jihao coldly warned him never to ruin their master plan over a few pathetic coins. Once the experiment achieves true success, wiping out the Qin family would be absolute child's play. Trembling under the sheer difference in power, Bao gritted his teeth and submitted. But deep within his black heart, a venomous rage boiled over. It was easy for Jihao to act high and mighty when it wasn't his own fortune that had gone up in flames. The sting of such utter humiliation was completely unbearable. He scoffed at the ridiculous notion that he was entirely powerless against the Qin family without his master holding his hand. Meanwhile, cruising through the city in a sleek red car, Qin smiled brightly as she praised Ye's extraordinarily sharp instincts to Ao. Teasing his young miss, Ao instructed the driver to speed up the pace, claiming she was hopelessly missing Ye. Her cheeks flared a brilliant crimson, desperately denying the embarrassing accusation. Ao chuckled, pointing out she had already mentioned Ye's name 24 times since waking up. She stammered about him just being a good friend, but their light-hearted banter was violently cut short. A massive red truck was barreling straight toward them. Sensing the lethal incoming danger, Ao shielded the young miss with his own sturdy frame, screaming at the top of his lungs to brace for impact. With a deafening metallic crunch, the heavy truck smashed directly into their vehicle. The impact shattered the tranquil afternoon, as the truck's payload of water erupted into the air like a deadly descending fountain. The elite guards scrambled frantically through the wreckage, desperately checking on their precious young miss. Coughing through the smoke, she assured them she was unharmed, as they stared at the blazing inferno of their ruined car. But a sinister, suffocating presence suddenly materialized from the dark alleyway. Qin's combat instinct screamed in warning. It was Bao! Ao instantly roared commands, forming an absolute defensive wall around his lady. Qin glared with unyielding pride, mocking his foolish arrogance for daring to ambush them with such pathetic numbers. But suddenly, a chilling sensation crept deep into her veins. Her entire body began to scream in agonizing pain. Panic laced her voice as she demanded to know what was happening. Ao quickly realized the horrifying truth. The fountain of water from the crash. They were completely drenched in an unknown foul substance. A twisted, victorious smirk crept across Bao's face. He boasted that a true predator never makes a move without an absolute guarantee of success. He proudly revealed his deadly trap. That wasn't just dirty water. It was the paralyzing venom of a legendary phantom spider. Safe beneath a heavy umbrella and protective raincoats, his wicked lackeys sneered at their helpless prey. This terrifying toxin was an absolute nightmare. Even an advanced A-rank awakened would be completely paralyzed for 10 agonizing hours upon a single drop of contact. One by one, Qin's elite guards collapsed helplessly to the concrete. As Bao lunged forward with pure murderous intent, Ao desperately roared for his young miss to run. But Bao ruthlessly grabbed Ao by the throat, mockingly praising his pathetic loyalty. Without a shred of human mercy, Bao's blazing aura ignited into a literal inferno. He set the loyal bodyguard ablaze, coldly whispering that hunting dogs who blindly protect their masters never meet a happy end. Qin watched in absolute, soul-crushing horror as her protector burned to ashes. Meanwhile, miles away at his secure sanctuary, Ye was pushing his physical limits in rigorous combat training. Activating his supreme shadow jaunt skill, he became a terrifying blur of lethal motion. Zigzagging flawlessly through the training grounds, his daggers danced like crackling lightning, slicing the solid wooden poles into absolute ribbons. Observing from the sidelines, Qing was completely awestruck by his terrifying progression. Ye confidently smirked, stating that such flawless mastery was only natural for a newly awakened C-rank powerhouse. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, shattering his focused rhythm. Expecting a sweet call from Qin, he ignored Qing's playful teasing about C-ranks having overinflated egos over a little extra muscle. But the exact moment Ye's eyes locked onto the illuminated screen, the entire atmosphere in the room froze. A terrifying, suffocating aura of murder erupted from his body. His beloved dagger slipped from his trembling grasp, clattering sharply against the floor. On the screen was Bao, violently gripping Qin by her delicate hair. For a split second, Ye's mind went entirely blank with shock. Then, an uncontrollable, world-ending fury consumed him like a waking dragon. With eyes radiating pure death, he demanded to know what Bao was plotting. Bao simply laughed, declaring that the young lady's ultimate fate rested entirely on how much Ye valued her fragile life. The ruthless villain laid down his twisted, sadistic game. Bring a ransom of 1 billion coins to buy back her life, or sit comfortably and watch as he brutally tortures her to death. Through the blurry screen, Chin desperately tried to signal that it was a lethal ambush. But Ye's heroic resolve was absolute. He wouldn't hesitate for a single second to pay the ultimate price. His voice was cold as the absolute abyss as he demanded the trade location. Bao ordered him to bring the 1 billion to an abandoned warehouse within a single hour, strictly warning him to step into the lion's den utterly alone. The threat was absolute and terrifying. If the mighty Chin family caught even a whisper of this, the precious young miss would meet a gruesome, immediate end. Knowing the overwhelmingly lethal odds, Ching begged his friend not to walk blindly into a guaranteed death trap. But a true warrior never abandons a comrade in the depths of hell. Besides, until the dust truly settles, only heaven knows whose blood will stain that warehouse floor. Upon his arrival, Bao sneered from the high ground, genuinely impressed by Ye's suicidal bravery. The greedy villain immediately demanded to see the mountain of cash. But Ye stood firm like an unyielding mountain, demanding to see Chin with his own eyes first. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Bao ordered his grunts to present the prize. The heavy, rusted machinery ground into motion. Ye's breath violently hitched at the agonizing sight. Chin was suspended dangerously high from a crane lift, her mouth tightly bound to silence her desperate screams. Without flinching, Ye activated his dimensional storage space. Mountains of banded cash rained down onto the cold concrete. The greedy underlings scrambled like rats to verify the terrifying fortune, confirming every single bill was genuine. Having flawlessly upheld his end of the bargain, Ye demanded the immediate release of his comrade. But Bao's sinister, mocking laughter echoed through the vast warehouse. He gleefully confessed that the only reason Ye was still drawing breath was to deliver this exact payload. Now that the ultimate treasure was securely in his blood-stained hands, letting him walk away alive was a completely laughable thought. He mocked Ye for being such a naive, predictable fool in a ruthless world. But a chilling, knowing smirk suddenly played on Ye's lips. He never expected honor from a dying rat. With a subtle click of a hidden detonator, a blinding, unnatural light erupted from deep within the mountains of cash. In a terrifying flash, Ye activated his shadow jaunt, disappearing completely into the void. Boom. The money detonated in a devastating, ear-shattering explosion, instantly plunging the entire warehouse into a blinding storm of thick, choking smoke. Bao hacked uncontrollably, roaring blindly into the dust. Like a reaper emerging from the abyss, Yi materialized right behind his completely disoriented prey. But Bao possessed lethal combat reflexes, barely evading the deadly dagger strike. Unleashing a roaring fireball from his palm, Bao gloated that such cheap, sneak attack tricks wouldn't work on a true master. Standing perfectly calm amidst the swirling, chaotic destruction, Yi delivered his final, icy warning. Did his pathetic teachers never educate him about the catastrophic, deadly consequences of playing with fire in a dust-filled room? A howling gale ripped through the air, followed by a deafening explosion. Panic seized Chin's heart for Ye's safety, but before she could cry out, the rope snapped, sending her plummeting into the abyss. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for a fatal impact. But the crushing blow never came. Fluttering her eyes open, she found herself safely cradled in Ye's arms, soaring through the skies on the back of a majestic shadow wyvern. Down below, Bao's eyes widened in utter disbelief, watching the winged beast dive straight into the portal of an alternate dimension. A dark scowl twisted the gang leader's face. This arrogant brat was hiding far more power than he let on. Bao's eyes gleamed with raw greed, desperate to slaughter the boy and claim his treasures. But his twisted fantasy was cut short when a trembling underling reported a devastating loss. Over half their brothers had been crippled in the blast. Burning with fury, Bao roared his command. If you can still breathe, you keep hunting. Refusing to let his prey escape, the bloodthirsty gang charged recklessly into the dimensional rift. Inside the legendary sky-reaching tower, the atmosphere was suffocating. Chin trembled with dread, realizing the ruthless Black Panther gang had already breached the entrance. But Ye's expression remained colder than ice. Let them come, he smirked. He had purposely laid out the welcome mat, plotting to use these very thugs as his personal cannon fodder. He gently instructed Chin to retreat into the shadows with the wyvern. She bit her lip, torn by reluctance, but his unwavering gaze promised her that everything was under complete control. Hovering within his consciousness, Ching Tian finally grasped the boy's terrifyingly brilliant scheme. Yi had deliberately left the gates wide open, luring the gang inside to violently clear the tower's second floor for him. Yi let out a wicked chuckle. The rules never stated I had to butcher my way through this floor alone, he pointed out. Ching Tian could only shake his head in awe at the young man's absolute mastery of exploiting system loopholes. Ye's eyes burned with fierce ambition. The ultimate prize of the second floor was simply irresistible, a legendary armor capable of absorbing a direct hit from an A-rank attack. He had to have it. Suddenly, a scorching wave of flames ambushed him from the darkness. Yi casually dodged the strike, quickly analyzing the enemy's overly cautious battle formation. The gang members sneered, barking that his path was finally cut off. But Yi didn't even flinch. Now that the eldest young miss was safely hidden, the time for running was over. It was time for a massacre. Bao erupted into maniacal laughter, convinced the boy had completely lost his mind. He mocked his subordinates for hesitating, reminding them that they had a lone sheep surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. His orders were sickeningly clear. Butcher the boy where he stood, and then hunt down the helpless girl. To sweeten the deal, he promised his vile grunts a taste of the prestigious Qin family's eldest daughter. Hearing this, Ye's aura turned murderously dark. I might be outnumbered, Ye whispered dangerously. But in this tower, numbers mean absolutely nothing. With a snap of his fingers, Ye issued a chilling command to the shadows. Come out, and give our foolish guests a proper tower welcome. The massive iron gates groaned open. Countless pairs of glowing, bloodthirsty eyes pierced the pitch-black void. The ground violently quaked as the lava minotaur, thunder serpent king, and hydro turtle marched into the bloodbath. Yi bowed mockingly, thanking the monstrous horde for joining his little challenge. The Black Panther gang stood completely paralyzed, their arrogant smirks melting into absolute terror. With a deafening roar, the stampede of elite monsters crashed into the thugs. Driven to the brink, Bao channeled his blazing aura, condensing a massive inferno around his fist and launching an apocalyptic fireball right at the beastly wave. The explosion incinerated the frontline monsters in seconds, yet the roaring flames continued their deadly path straight toward Ye. Ye's eyes narrowed. The boss had just played his ultimate trump card. Channeling his dark energy, Ye activated Shadow Morph, manifesting a towering hammer of pure darkness. If he was going to play the bait, he needed Bao's aggro completely locked onto him. With a mighty swing, he smashed the incoming fireball, detonating it mid-air. The sheer shockwave sent him skidding backwards. He gritted his teeth, realizing a true B-rank strike was no joke. A shower of blazing embers rained down upon the furious beasts. But Bao just let out a villainous smirk. Seeing Ye forced backward, he arrogantly assumed the boy's mana was completely drained. Wiping a speck of dust from his shoulder, Ye smiled ominously. Blocking one was all I needed to do. He pointed a finger. Take a look around you, tough guy. The scattered flames had completely enraged the horde, and now every single monster had Bao surrounded. Cold sweat dripped down the gang leader's face. Have fun playing with your new pets, Yi taunted, before swiftly fading into the shadows. Bao's blood boiled with unimaginable fury, outsmarted by a mere brat once again. He clenched his blazing fists, violently roaring at the encroaching beasts to back off. Searing flesh echoed through the chamber as he punched his way through the monster wave. Veins threatened to burst from his forehead as he screamed promises of eternal torment, vowing to tear Yi apart with his bare hands. Meanwhile, deep within the serene core area of the second floor, Ye walked with cautious steps. He demanded absolute certainty from Ching Tian that the legendary artifact truly existed. Are you absolutely sure an A-rank defensive armor is waiting for us? He pressed. The ethereal senior spirit scoffed softly, having no reason to deceive his young host. Ching Tian swore on his honor that it was the ultimate reward for conquering this realm. But just as the words left his mouth, a chilling presence manifested from the void. A ghostly silhouette materialized, immediately kneeling in absolute submission. It was Jiaming, the tragic spectral steward of the tower's second domain. A wave of sorrow washed over Ching Tian. He quietly asked Ye to grant his old loyal servant a proper burial once the filth of the Black Panther gang was wiped out. Ye solemnly nodded in agreement. Expressing his heartfelt gratitude, Ching Tian fell into a heavy, mournful silence as he gazed upon his former vassal. Gathering his resolve, he guided Ye further toward the treasure's sanctuary. But a sudden pulse of dark energy made Ye halt in his tracks. Rising from the pedestal was an imposing obsidian entity. It was the very shadow armor they had been searching for. Not as ugly as I expected, Ye mused with a confident smirk. Ching Tian, however, sighed internally, lamenting that the boy had only reached Shadow Enhancement Tier 2. After all, even a master at Tier 3 would find it nearly impossible to conquer an artifact capable of nullifying A-rank destruction. Picking up on his mentor's sudden hesitation, Ye raised an eyebrow, questioning the sudden shift in mood. Brushing it off, Ching Tian urged the boy to step forward and claim his rightful prize. Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The great ancient spirit was becoming more sentimental with every passing day. Suddenly, the lifeless armor twitched. In a fraction of a second, a gauntlet shot out, violently hoisting Ye into the air by his throat. A hollow voice echoed from the metal, weeping that after countless eons of waiting, the master had finally returned. This wasn't just an item. The armor was possessed by a heteromorphic soul, instantly activating a devastating B-rank skill, Shadow Enhancement Tier 2, Soul Refinement. Gasping for air, Ye desperately demanded to know what the hell was happening. But Ching Tian recognized that twisted aura. Immediately the steward's soul had fused with the armor. Boiling with righteous fury, the armored entity roared in disgust. It could not accept that its supreme, exalted master had been reduced to a mere parasite, pathetically clinging to the soul of a weak C-rank human. Panicking, Ching Tian ordered his former servant to release the boy at once, but the fallen steward only tightened its deadly grip, utterly insulted that its glorious master was forced to speak through the gritted teeth of such pathetic trash. What right did a sleeping remnant have to issue commands? It had waited inside the armor for ages, simply to help its former master prolong his pathetic life. But the master had failed spectacularly. Since Ching Tian returned as nothing more than a shattered soul, the armor had no choice but to devour and refine him completely. By absorbing his creator, it would finally shatter the limits of Shadow Enhancement Tier 3. And with a domain ability unlocked, this armor would become the ultimate vessel for its own soul. Agonizing screams tore from Ching Tian as his spirit began to scatter. Watching this horrific scene, Ye gritted his teeth and asked a crazy question. If he surrendered his body, could Ching Tian crush this traitor? Even through the soul-crushing pain, Ching Tian scoffed. Was this foolish boy not afraid that he would permanently steal his flesh and blood? Ye could only roll his eyes. Even on the brink of absolute destruction, this ancient soul still had the nerve to crack twisted jokes. If the old ghost actually had the power to hijack him forever, he would never have handed the reins back in the first place. With a mocking sneer from Ching Tian, the two forged a desperate pact. In a flash, Ye's eyes turned pitch black. An overwhelming surge of dark aura erupted from his core, violently blasting the treacherous armor away. But the entity merely laughed off the shockwave. It mocked Ching Tian's fragile state, declaring that a mere remnant capping at rank A strength was just dragging out a pointless death. The ancient master coldly shot back that rank A power was more than enough to crush a disobedient dog. Ye's body instantly shifted into a chaotic, parasitic state, completely defying the absolute law that rank A skills could never be triggered in this form. The armor trembled violently, immediately recognizing the terrifying presence of the shadow domain. Cloaked in billowing waves of pitch-black mist, Ching Tian piloted Ye's body forward like a god of death. Yet the traitor quickly regained its composure, deducing this was merely a pathetic Tier 2 bluff. It seethed with dark realization. The cunning old master had deliberately held back his true legacy, refusing to teach his creation the complete mastery of shadow arts. Without wasting a single breath, Ching Tian unleashed his supreme technique, the Shadow Morph Infinite Sword Array. But the armor sneered at the dazzling display of power. Hiding a secret technique meant absolutely nothing, because a fragile human vessel would instantly shatter under the pressure of a Tier 3 skill. Blurring into nothingness with a shadow jaunt, Ching Tian materialized directly behind his target. Caught completely off guard by the unknown movement, the traitor barely raised its massive greatsword to block the devastating strike. Sparks flew as steel clashed against terrifying force. The armor remained arrogant, absolutely certain this monstrous transformation would burn out in mere seconds. Fighting through the immense strain, Ching Tian asked if the boy's body was reaching its limit. Ye gritted out that he could handle it, but the traitor smirked through the clash, boasting that such feeble strikes couldn't even scratch its impenetrable defense. Launching into the air, Ching Tian calculated a ruthless counterattack to force the rebel spirit out of its shell. He unleashed a brutal punch, which slammed violently into the flat of the giant blade. For a split second, the battlefield froze in a tense deadlock. Then, with a deafening crack, the invincible greatsword snapped cleanly in half. Following up with another earth-shattering blow, Ching Tian struck hard, but the entity barely deflected it with its armored forearms. Just a fraction of an inch more, and the master's lethal strike would have connected. The impact nearly knocked the rebel soul right out of its metal vessel. But suddenly, a sharp jolt of agony ripped through Ye's physical form. Ye stubbornly insisted he was fine, but the ancient soul saw the grim truth. Pushing this relentless assault would completely incinerate the boy's mind and flesh under the sheer weight of overloaded ki. Realizing the hesitation, the armor burst into mocking laughter. It ridiculed its former master for squandering the perfect killing blow, leaving Ching Tian clicking his tongue in pure frustration. Seizing the opening, the Iron Giant threw a devastating counterpunch. The shockwave violently ripped Ching Tian's spirit straight out of Ye's body. Shock widened the old master's eyes as he realized he had fallen right into a deadly trap. Dark chains of energy instantly bound the remnant soul. Ching Tian scoffed bitterly, lamenting the cruel irony that he was actually being hunted down by the very dog he had fed and raised. The traitorous armor shook with manic exhilaration. The moment of its true resurrection was finally at hand. Meanwhile, Ye crashed heavily to his knees, completely drained of energy. Panting heavily and bruised to the bone, the young main character's only concern was for his captive companion. Slowly, the menacing metal juggernaut advanced toward its final prize. Ching Tian roared at the boy to run for his life. Instead, Ye ignited the last sparks of his aura and charged straight at the monstrous enemy in a desperately touching bid to save his grumpy mentor. The villain found this display absolutely hilarious. The almighty master held back his full might simply to spare a human vessel from burning. And now, this pathetic mortal ant dared to bare his tiny fangs at a towering giant. With a casual flick of its wrist, the armor swatted Ye away like an annoying insect. Blood sprayed from the boy's lips as he crashed against the ruins. Watching this, Ching Tian shouted at the weak rank C kid to stop making a fool of himself and scramble away. But Ye dragged himself up from the rubble, spitting out blood. He reminded the old ghost that from the very second they met, Ching Tian had treated him like a worthless slave. He had been forced into hellish battles against terrifying otherworlders, pushed past his absolute limits to level up through sheer agony. Every single step of the way, the ancient ghost had barked unquestionable orders. But not anymore. Whether he chose to flee or fight to the death was finally his own damn decision. With a fierce battle cry, the boy launched himself at the iron giant once again. Memories flashed of how Ye had forcibly absorbed massive ambient shadow ki to slaughter the terrifying blood leopard. Driven by that same reckless confidence, he swore he would help his master wipe out this wretched traitor. The armor sneered, taunting the boy to see how many seconds his fragile mortal shell could withstand the pressure. Meanwhile, Ching Tian desperately cursed his stubborn host for being a complete and utter fool. The enemy laughed, assuming the crazed human was just itching to detonate his own body in a suicidal blast. Yi simply roared back that his fate was none of their damn business. Condensing every last drop of his spiritual power, he threw himself into the fray. But a sickening crunch echoed through the air. Terrifying fissures spread across Ye's skin as his physical form began to literally crumble away. Bit by bit, his existence dissolved into thin air. The metallic monstrosity chuckled darkly, mocking Ching Tian for choosing such an adorable host who practically threw himself into the grave. Ching Tian's bound spirit also began to dangerously flicker and fade. The victorious traitor commanded the great master to give up the pathetic struggle and simply accept his fate as a delicious feast of spiritual nourishment. Glee dripped from its voice as it began to gleefully devour the supreme soul. Manic laughter echoed through the wasteland, but suddenly, a bone-chilling shadow eclipsed the entire battlefield. The laughter choked in its metallic throat. Panic set in. Its senses screamed as it recognized the terrifying phenomenon of eternal night. Could this overwhelming presence be the legendary eternal domain? Absolute disbelief shattered its confidence. The refinement process of Ching Tian wasn't even complete yet. Therefore, this suffocating abyss couldn't possibly belong to the captured master. Then who? Suddenly, a cold whisper drifted from directly behind its armored neck. It was Ye, and echoing his earlier promise, the boy calmly stated that the only one being erased from existence today was this defective scrap metal. Driven by pure terror and instinct, the entity violently swung its remaining blade at the voice. But as the steel carved through the darkness, an eerie silence fell over the void. The attack had hit absolutely nothing. A glowing status window flickered into existence. His race was human, currently sitting at C rank, but his shadow enhancement had evolved to Tier 3. His newly awakened skill arsenal was an absolute nightmare. He now possessed Ultimate Shadow Eye, Shadow Morph, Shadow Jaunt, and the pinnacle ability, Shadow Domain. This god-tier domain granted absolute sovereignty. Within its terrifying boundaries, the user could manipulate their physical form and weaponize shadow energy at will. It provided an overwhelming amplification to all shadow arts, while reducing mana drain to almost zero. But its true horror lay in its passive effect. Any soul reaped within this nightmarish space would be forcefully digested into pure shadow energy. The haunted armor trembled violently, sensing the birth of a Tier 3 monster. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Ye. The lifeblood powering this domain was the wailing souls of the dead. No wonder the cursed vessel shook with such dread. A sadistic grin curled on Ye's lips. He wondered, just how pathetic would that parasitic soul look, stripped of its metal shell? Condensing explosive dark mana into a single orb, Yi launched a devastating strike. It crashed down with the fury of a dying star. Panicking, the armor vaulted backward to dodge. But like a ghost, Ye instantly materialized behind his prey. He aimed to violently evict the soul inside. A thunderous punch slammed into the armor's back, burying the metal colossus deep into the fractured earth. From the crater, the frantic entity tried to cope. Tier 3 or not, this human was merely a C rank. Meanwhile, its impenetrable shell could easily shrug off an A-rank catastrophe. Ye's predatory smirk only widened. If raw brute force could not shatter the fortress from the outside, he would just have to rot it from within. He lunged forward like a striking viper. Believing the human had grown desperate, the armor threw a colossal haymaker. But the crushing fist met nothing but empty air. Ye had completely dissolved his physical form. He slipped through the massive strike like a phantom in the night. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, Ye commanded his shadows to invade the iron suit. Piercing the very core of the armor, he seized the writhing soul inside, drawing out a blood-curdling shriek as he mercilessly tried to tear it from its host. With a violent surge of dark mana, the phantom was brutally evicted, sent tumbling through the air. Left hollow and lifeless, the legendary armor easily fell into Ye's grasp. The mystery of its cowardly hiding spot was finally solved. This enchanted metal was constantly gorging on shadow energy to act as an absolute meat shield for the fragile spirit. The former steward, now a pathetic exposed soul, cursed his newfound vulnerability. To make matters infinitely worse, Ye had already taken the hostage, Ching Tian, firmly within his lethal grip. In a desperate bid for survival, the steward shot toward the heavens, but escaping the shadow monarch? Impossible. Pitch-black chains erupted from the abyss, binding the spirit tightly. The trapped steward let out a frantic laugh. He sneered that his spiritual essence was currently fused with Ching Tian. Any fatal blow to him would drag the hostage down to hell, too. Ye's eyes glowed with absolute zero empathy. He coldly reminded the fool that naked souls were nothing but free shadow energy. Without the armor's protection, he was just food. With a sickening tear, Ye brutally ripped the spirit apart, liberating Ching Tian from his spectral prison. Gasping for air, Ching Tian could only watch in sheer awe. Ye inhaled the agonizing remnants of the soul, devouring it to fuel his own monstrous evolution. Looking at the fading fragments of the steward, Ching Tian scoffed. The idiot had gravely underestimated the bottomless, terrifying gluttony of human ambition. In its final dying breath, the steward's remnant spat a bitter curse. He warned Ching Tian not to celebrate. Once this human got a taste of such explosive growth, he would inevitably consume Ching Tian next. After all, no mortal could resist the corrupting intoxication of absolute power. The moment Yi finished feasting on the soul, a heaven-shaking roar tore from his throat. A terrifying shockwave of pure energy erupted from his core, shattering the bedrock beneath him into a massive crater. Ching Tian braced against the suffocating aura. The impossible had happened. Yi had broken through to B rank. Turning his glowing, predatory gaze toward his companion, Yi smirked. It was Ching Tian's turn. Ching Tian swallowed hard, calling out the monster's name in caution. But Ye's menacing grin softened into a knowing smile as he initiated a soul-deep connection with his ally. Retrieving the legendary empty shell, Ye revealed a profound epiphany. He finally understood how the steward cheated death. Without hesitation, he began fusing the colossal iron suit directly into Ching Tian's spiritual essence. The steward had used his own domain to forge a blood pact with the metal. Following that same ancient logic, Ye gifted this indestructible hunk of iron to serve as Ching Tian's brand new physical vessel. The system rang out with a glorious notification. Ching Tian skyrocketed straight to A rank. His new status screen boasted the shadow enhancement skill and the coveted ultimate shadow eye. But the blessings did not stop there. Shadow morph, shadow jaunt, shadow domain, and even shadow clone unlocked instantly. Staring at his god-tier arsenal, Ching Tian was utterly speechless. Though he quickly ruined the epic moment, complaining that devouring such a filthy, rancid soul was definitely going to give him spiritual diarrhea. Not to mention, his new legendary armor was offensively bulky and ridiculously ugly. He bluntly declared he had zero desire to walk around looking like a giant trash can. But beggars could not be choosers, and he accepted the supreme upgrade as a return of favor. Meanwhile, the chaos on the second floor was reaching its bloody climax. A nightmarish, colossal serpent had tightly coiled around one of Bao's pathetic underlings. Bones cracking under the pressure, the lackey screamed for his boss to save him. Bao watched with dead, ruthless eyes. He mockingly told the wretch to hold on, because he was about to deliver ultimate salvation. With a flick of his wrist, raging hellfire engulfed both the demonic serpent and his own screaming subordinate. As the ashes fluttered to the ground, Bao coldly spat that saving garbage was just a waste of good mana. His arrogant monologue was abruptly cut short. A chilling voice echoed from the shadows. It was Yi, mockingly asking if a mere B-rank beast was supposed to be a challenge. The monstrous horde had not left a single scratch on Ye. Just seeing the arrogant rookie standing tall made Bao's blood boil with unhinged fury. Igniting his aura to the maximum, Bao launched a devastating blazing hook directly at his face. Before the strike could even connect, Ching Tian stepped forward with a soul-crushing glare. Just the sheer weight of his spiritual pressure acted like a hurricane, violently blasting Bao backward. Bao scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide with absolute terror. That overwhelming aura, it was a monstrous A rank. Cold sweat drenched Bao's back. The odds had just plummeted to 0. Exterminating Ye was already proving to be a headache, but fighting an A-rank powerhouse? That was pure suicide. Leaning casually against the wall, Ye let out a dark chuckle. With an A-rank heavy hitter on his side, this was not a death match anymore. It was just a one-sided slaughter. Rolling his shoulders until they popped, Ye stepped ahead of Ching Tian. He declared that beating down a conceited pyromaniac was the perfect morning stretch. Bao's veins bulged with humiliation. A warm-up? He was being treated like a pathetic training dummy. Gritting his teeth, Bao calculated his only route to survival. If he could just bypass the giant and land one fatal grip on Ye, he could turn this around. But before he could even blink, Ye unleashed the catastrophic shadow domain. Trying to mask his creeping despair, Bao sneered. He barked that flashy domain tricks and cheap illusions could not bridge the gap of Ye being a pathetic D rank. From the pitch-black abyss, Ye's chilling whisper brushed against Bao's ear. Whoever said, I was still a D rank? Bao froze, his pupils shrinking to needlepoints. Before his brain could even process the words, a devastating, bone-shattering fist buried itself deep into his gut. Coughing blood, Bao spun around, only to find Ye teleporting behind his blind spot. Consumed by wounded pride and blinding rage, Bao swung a desperate, fiery haymaker. But Ye did not dodge. His eyes locked onto the pathetic strike, and he casually met the flaming fist with his own bare hand. A terrifying shockwave of clashing auras ripped through the corridor. Feeling the crushing weight behind Ye's punch, Bao's sanity shattered. This was not D-rank energy. This monster had ascended to B rank. How in the world did he level up at such godlike speed? Looking through the smoke with glowing eyes, Yi mockingly thanked Bao. After all, it was his relentless hostility that forced this heaven-defying growth. But driven completely mad by his shattered ego, Bao roared like a wild beast. B rank or not, he was going to burn this brat to cinders. Blinded by sheer arrogance in his own strength, the enemy charged forward like a raging bull. He threw a brutal elbow strike, but Yi casually blocked the devastating blow with his forearms. From within his consciousness, Ching Tian's ancient voice echoed. He revealed that inside this absolute shadow domain, Yi didn't even need to tap into his own spiritual reserves. Instead, he was the absolute sovereign here. He could command the ambient energy of the world, twisting his enemy's very power against them. This was the terrifying true essence of the shadow arts. A confident smirk played on Yi's lips as the realization clicked. He playfully scoffed, muttering that he really wasn't used to seeing the old monster act like such a serious mentor. Bao's eyes widened in sheer horror. This monstrous kid was evolving mid-battle like an absolute prodigy. Driven to madness, Bao unleashed his explosive aura, roaring at Yi to drop dead. A barrage of scorching fireballs tore through the air, threatening to incinerate everything. Closing his eyes, Yi reached out to the surrounding energy currents, bending the very atmosphere to his supreme will. In a flash, a massive shadow barrier materialized, swallowing the raging flames whole. Bao froze in total disbelief. Meanwhile, Yi opened his eyes, a dark thrill washing over him as he admitted. This godlike power was utterly intoxicating. With a flick of his wrist, Yi fired a terrifying blast of condensed shadow energy. Bao barely twisted away, the attack grazing his life by mere inches. But Yi didn't stop there, raining down endless strikes as the desperate Bao charged straight through the crossfire. The villain let out a cocky laugh, mocking the boy for his terrible aim. But Yi's gaze turned instantly icy. He coldly replied that he hadn't missed a single shot, mocking the fool for letting the panic scramble his pathetic brain. Those wild blasts were merely a trap, perfectly hurting the idiot's face right into a bone-crushing right hook. A sickening crack echoed as Bao crashed to the ground, groaning in agonizing pain. Total despair gripped Bao's heart. How was this even physically possible? This demonic kid had been spamming high-tier skills non-stop, yet his aura wasn't draining. It was skyrocketing to terrifying new heights. Staring down at his pathetic prey, Yi sighed in deep disappointment. He asked if this was the absolute limit of his trashy strength. With a cold glare, the young master declared that it was time to end this boring little warm-up. Cornered like a rabid dog, Bao's eyes flared with suicidal madness, ready to drag the boy to hell with him. But Yi merely merged with the darkness. In a single breathtaking shadow step, he vanished, reappearing right in front of the enemy with a devastating slash. A fountain of crimson blood erupted into the air. Bao's severed arm was launched into the sky, and his pupils shrank to pinpricks of pure terror as the bloody limb flopped uselessly at his feet. His legs gave out completely, crashing to his knees as he gnashed his teeth in helpless, humiliated fury. Without a shred of mercy, Yi stepped up, pressing the ice-cold edge of his blade directly against the back of the loser's skull. Spitting blood, the stubborn thug dared the young master to just end his miserable life. But a wicked, chilling smile crept across Yi's face. He whispered that sending him to the afterlife right now would be far too generous of a mercy. In the grand chessboard of his plans, a living captive was worth 100 times more than a rotting corpse. Confused by this sudden restraint, the ancient spirit Ching Tian telepathically questioned why the boy was sparing such trash. Yi's eyes gleamed with calculating ruthlessness. He needed to extract every dirty secret about the elusive Shi-Hai. Hearing this, Bao spat on the ground, swearing a blood oath that he would gladly embrace death before uttering a single syllable. Yi completely expected that tough guy act, but he knew the legendary Xiao Shang had his own nightmarish methods of breaking a man's soul. The mere mention of the dreaded name Xiao Shang struck absolute terror into Bao's heart, turning his defiance into pathetic, sobbing begs for mercy. The desperate fool even tried barking out hollow threats, so Yi ruthlessly silenced him with a brutal gag. Staring into the man's terrified eyes, Yi made a blood-chilling vow. Even if the mighty Shihai didn't come hunting for him, he was going to hunt that bastard down himself. Deep within his soul space, Ching Tian offered a tempting proposal. To repay his karmic debt to the boy, the ancient spirit volunteered to personally obliterate that pesky A-rank powerhouse from the formidable Ning group. But Yi raised a hand, his tactical mind running 10 steps ahead. Before they unleashed total destruction, he needed concrete proof to confirm if that snake, Ning Donghao, was the one pulling the strings in the shadows. Besides, a true martial artist never delegates his own vengeance. He planned to crush his enemies with his own 2 hands. Meanwhile, the scene abruptly shifted. Under a torrential, gloomy downpour, heavily armed military forces were frantically loading up armored transport trucks. Through the chaotic roaring of the storm, a stern voice ordered the front lines to hold their positions. The legendary General Hong was scheduled to arrive at the vanguard at any given second. Inside a dimly lit command tent, a nervous official leaned toward a commanding bald figure, addressing him with deep reverence as the city lord. He desperately whispered, begging for any classified intel on why the entire city's armed forces were suddenly mobilized for war. The city lord's face was grim as a tombstone as he shook his head. He confessed his absolute ignorance, but the suffocating tension in the air made one thing crystal clear. An apocalyptic event was brewing on the horizon. Shifting his heavy gaze, he asked the imposing Xiao Shang if the underground networks had caught wind of anything. But at that exact moment, Xiao Shang's phone was pressed to his ear, receiving a heart-stopping emergency report. Young Qin had just been abducted by the notorious Black Panther Syndicate. Although the informant quickly assured him that the girl was completely unscathed and the kidnapper had been ruthlessly disposed of, a monstrous, suffocating killing intent erupted from Xiao Shang's very core. Suppressing his blazing fury, he turned his icy glare back to the city lord. With a dangerously calm voice, he dismissed the question, claiming he was just a simple man with absolutely zero knowledge of high-level military secrets. But the moment he venomously warned that if Donghao couldn't keep his rabid mutts on a tight leash, he would personally carve some bloody discipline into them. Feigning innocence, Donghao narrowed his eyes, demanding to know what crazy accusations he was spouting. Xiao Shang's aura flared with a terrifying pressure. He looked the man dead in the eye and coldly promised that Donghao had better pray he wasn't pulling the straws, or else he would happily slaughter the master and his dogs in one clean sweep. Boom! 2 colossal waves of spiritual energy crashed against each other, cracking the very floorboards as the titans locked in a deadly standoff. Unfazed by the death threat, Donghao sneered, mockingly stating that Xiao Shang had spent far too long living in a delusion of his own invincibility. "Then let's test that theory right now," Xiao Shang roared, his fists glowing with lethal power. Just as the room was about to explode into violence, heavy footsteps echoed through the hall. A booming voice interrupted the chaos, chuckling that seeing the city's strongest fighters so fired up actually put his battle-hardened mind entirely at ease. But the newcomer's tone instantly shifted to absolute gravity. He commanded the 2 alpha predators to stow their petty bloodlust for the real battlefield, grimly announcing that the entire city of Haicheng was teetering on the absolute brink of total annihilation. The man stepping from the shadows possessed hair as red as blazing hellfire. This was none other than the legendary Hong Hai, the supreme military commander of the 3rd Defense Zone, representing the absolute authority of the United Government. The suffocating tension vanished as the heavyweights immediately took their seats around the war table. With a heavy sigh, General Hong signaled his stoic, white-haired adjutant to brief the council on the nightmare that was unfolding. The adjutant's cold eyes swept the room. He respectfully acknowledged a chilling truth. Every single powerhouse sitting at this table had forged their legendary A-rank status in blood, surviving the apocalyptic invasion of the Level 2 dimensional rift exactly 10 years ago. Because of those shared battle scars, he stated, there was absolutely no need to remind anyone in this room of the world-ending terror. The catastrophic, unstoppable, destructive might of the A-rank and S-rank monstrosities that once spilled from that very abyss. For an entire decade, humanity's greatest minds had been entirely baffled. They still had zero explanation as to why that apocalyptic Level 2 gateway had violently ripped open, only to vanish into thin air just as mysteriously. But the military had never let their guard down for even a single second. Top-secret surveillance arrays had been flawlessly tracking the lingering dimensional radiation fluctuations throughout the long, quiet years. And the data was absolutely terrifying. Exactly 5 years ago, the dormant cosmic ripples suddenly flared back to life. Ever since that fateful day, the frequency and lethal intensity of the spatial anomalies had been multiplying at a completely catastrophic rate. The adjutant slammed a holographic file onto the table. In just the last 3 months alone, the system had registered 5 massive energy spikes. Each pulse was nearly identical in sheer devastating power to the original catastrophe from 10 years ago. A deathly, bone-chilling silence instantly consumed the war room. The three invincible powerhouses were visibly shaken to their absolute cores. The City Lord's fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. He finally understood the horrifying reason General Hong had summoned the big guns. General Hong leaned forward, his fiery eyes locking onto the heavyweights. He delivered the apocalyptic verdict without a shred of hesitation. All the data pointed to a 99% probability that Haicheng was about to be ground zero for a brand new level 2 dimensional rift. And while the human leaders desperately plotted their survival, deep within the ominous abyss, an endless, terrifying horde of bipedal shadow monstrosities was already marching relentlessly toward a glowing dimensional gate. He warned them all to brace themselves. Because if a level 2 dimensional channel truly opened, it would spell absolute annihilation for High City. The military was already mobilizing their forces, but he practically begged the three leaders to bury their petty grudges when the apocalypse arrives. They had to face this looming disaster as a united front. Xiaoshang coldly agreed to the truce. On one condition: the cowardly rats in the room had to stop plotting behind his back. His piercing gaze instantly locked onto Dong Hao. General Hong also turned his imposing aura toward Dong Hao. He made it crystal clear: in these desperate times, anyone caught scheming for personal gain would be ruthlessly executed. With the warning delivered, he ordered Xiaoshang into his vehicle. They had urgent military matters to discuss on the road. Dong Hao and the City Lord were left standing in the tense silence. The City Lord chuckled darkly, noting how General Hong had completely dropped his polite facade. He had just openly declared that Xiaoshang was firmly under the military's absolute protection. And as for Xiaoshang's burning bloodlust toward Dong Hao, it was blatantly obvious that the Black Panther gang's recent mess was to blame. The City Lord smirked, advising him to hide in the shadows for a while. But Dong Hao played dumb, acting as if his hands were completely clean. The City Lord simply laughed off the lie. He warned him that for his own sake, he better be innocent, before tossing him a final piece of advice: go check the daily broadcasts. Back in his private office, Dong Hao furiously dialed Shihao. He roared through the phone, stating that he usually ignored the underworld filth Shihao dealt with. But the breaking news was an absolute disaster. The notorious Black Panther gang had just dared to kidnap the sole heir of the massive Qin group. The precious hostage had miraculously been rescued, but the gang's ruthless leader and his core elites had vanished into the shadows. Dong Hao's voice dripped with venom. He prayed to the heavens that Shihao's fingerprints were not on this catastrophic blunder. Shihao smoothly lied, swearing complete loyalty to his master's commands. Panicking, Dong Hao ordered him to beg the Qin family for mercy immediately. He commanded him to crawl on his knees if he had to, and he demanded that Shihao sever all ties with those underworld scumbags, or he would personally throw him to the wolves. Shihao respectfully agreed. But the second the line went dead, his eyes burned with pure malice toward that useless dog, Bao. Later that afternoon, the main character, Ye, escorted a deeply shaken Qin to the medical ward. Ye's steady voice anchored her, promising that the top healers were performing miracles. Suddenly, a venomous snake appeared. Shihao stepped forward, faking absolute relief at her safety. He put on an award-winning performance. He cursed the gang leader's name, declaring that attacking the Qin family was sheer suicide. Yi narrowed his eyes. His intuition flared like a warning siren. What kind of twisted game was this corporate rat playing? Ye challenged him directly, questioning his convenient ignorance of the entire kidnapping. Shihao did not even blink, claiming their connection was nothing but cold, hard business. He confidently swore that the Anji group would crush all remaining contracts with the gang. He even offered to deploy his own hunters to wipe out the survivors. But Ye saw right through the illusion. He let out a dark chuckle. Was this snake really trying to shed its skin? Or was he simply sacrificing a pawn to protect the king? Shihao's polite mask instantly cracked. He warned Ye to take his stolen underworld loot and disappear into a quiet life. His aura flared with lethal intent as he asked, did this mere kid truly want a death match? Yi's gaze turned as cold as absolute zero. The loot was just the interest. The actual debt he came to collect was Shihao's life. The tension skyrocketed as Shihao shifted his deadly glare toward Qin. She flashed a fearless, mocking smile, daring him to test her family's wrath. Realizing his intimidation had failed, Shihao sneered that negotiations were over. He threw his massive corporate shield in their faces. He reminded them that he was an executive of the Anji group, and without hard evidence, they could not lay a finger on him. Yi delivered a chilling final vow. He told Shihao to get on his knees and pray that his runaway gang dogs never see the light of day again. Because if they did, it would drag him straight down to hell. The moment Shihao retreated, he made a demonic phone call. The order was given. Inject the surviving gang members with the forbidden godblood. Deep in an underground hellish laboratory, the captive thugs were heavily chained to iron examination tables, surrounded by twisted scientists. The execution order was received. Mad scientists pulled out syringes filled with a violently glowing serum. The thugs screamed in sheer terror, desperately begging for mercy in the name of the Black Panther gang. Their pleas fell on deaf ears. The forbidden crimson liquid was pumped straight into their veins. In a split second, their pupils shattered, and thick, black veins erupted across their flesh. Agonizing, inhuman shrieks echoed through the chamber. The violent, monstrous convulsions literally snapped the heavy steel restraints right off the tables. A deafening, beastly roar shattered the laboratory glass. Their humanity was entirely erased, replaced by the mindless, bloodthirsty aura of demonic zombies. Back in the safety of his office, Shihao answered his ringing phone. A sinister smirk crept across his face. Tomorrow's breaking news was going to be absolutely spectacular. He could already picture the bloody headlines. Foolish, arrogant teenager slaughtered in the streets after provoking the dreaded underworld syndicate. Or perhaps an even sweeter narrative. Crazed syndicate members wiped themselves out in a drug-fueled massacre. A perfect, untraceable assassination. Meanwhile, cutting through the neon-lit streets, Xiao Shang finally asked General Hong the burning question. Why was a legendary military commander so desperate to meet this boy named Ye? The general's answer was utterly terrifying. In barely 30 days, this kid had mutated from a worthless speck into a monster who could crush B-rank elites. Not to mention the mysterious arsenal he had just supplied to the military. Suddenly, the general's killer instinct spiked. A blazing silhouette was keeping pace with their speeding vehicle. He smirked, realizing another apex predator was hunting for Ye tonight. Completely oblivious, Xiao Shang reviewed the weapon blueprints from the boy. To his trained eye, the materials looked like ordinary scrap metal. General Hong just let out a booming laugh. He promised his subordinate that the true, earth-shattering power of those weapons would only reveal itself in the chaos of a real bloodbath. That bold claim sparked a glimmer of interest. General Hong chuckled, teasing his companion that the years had made him soft, his once lethal instincts dull compared to the fiery youth of today. Meanwhile, Ye stood waiting in the cool night air, a silent sentinel outside his domain. With a calm demeanor, he offered a respectful greeting, inquiring what crucial business could possibly bring such legendary figures to his modest doorstep. A proud smirk spread across General Hong's weathered face. He was thoroughly amused that a mere kid knew exactly who he was. With a commanding presence, he declared himself a true heavyweight of this era, warning that failing to recognize a man of his stature would cost someone more than 9 lives. The tension hung heavy as they simply stood there, measuring each other in silence. Breaking the quiet, the general arched an eyebrow and boldly asked if the young host had forgotten his manners, waiting for an invitation inside. Ye maintained his cool, smoothly replying that he would gladly welcome them, but the timing was rather unfortunate. Unfazed, the general waved off the concern, confidently assuring the boy that his hidden guest would be dealt with by professionals. A flicker of confusion crossed Ye's eyes. What was this old fox plotting? The cryptic words and hidden meanings left him completely in the dark, trying to decipher the true intent behind their riddles. Left with 0 options, he reluctantly opened the doors, allowing the Titans to enter. Inside, the military had already established a secure perimeter, broadcasting a live tactical feed of the surrounding shadows. Scanning his aura, Ye bluntly confessed that his senses picked up absolutely no high-tier warriors in the vicinity. Narrowing his gaze, he questioned if the Grand General seriously intended to send ordinary foot soldiers into a supernatural slaughter. Without a hint of hesitation, General Hong confirmed the dangerous strategy, fully trusting his normal troops to hold the front lines. Inwardly, the old veteran felt a surge of respect for Ye, deeply impressed by the youth's icy composure instead of throwing a reckless tantrum. But behind Ye's stoic mask, his mind raced with disbelief. Was this old man completely out of his mind? Or did the military simply view human lives as nothing more than disposable pawns on a chessboard? Yet, looking at the iron resolve in the general's eyes, this was clearly no bluff. With a sharp command that cut through the silence, the operation commenced. Instantly, the elite assault squad and mechanical drone defenses locked into combat formation. As the battlefield illuminated the monitors, Ye's eyes widened in sudden recognition. The advancing shadows belonged to the notorious Black Panther Syndicate, the very same thugs whose bones he had brutally pulverized just days ago. A dark curiosity gnawed at his mind. How on earth had they regenerated from such crippling injuries in record time? His razor-sharp instinct screamed a warning, detecting a twisted, unnatural aura radiating from the approaching mob. Standing by, Master Ching Tian observed their monstrous state, a chilling suspicion forming in his mind. His breath hitched, utterly stunned that such a forbidden nightmare had manifested right before their eyes. The military wasted no time. Unleashing a storm of bullets, they painted the night sky with blinding muzzle flashes. But in the chaos of battle, the troops completely missed the sinister figure lurking like a predator in the high branches above. Crackling raw energy gathered in the assassin's palm, violently erupting into a towering pillar of lightning that pierced the heavens. Sensing the impending doom, the soldiers desperately triggered their aerial defense matrix. A swarm of mechanical drones deployed in perfect synchronization. Energy shields linked together, stacking layer upon impenetrable layer until a massive force field materialized, absorbing the devastating thunderbolt in a blinding flash. With the death blow deflected, the vanguard mercilessly pushed forward. A relentless barrage of gunfire rained down upon the airborne attacker. Displaying iron discipline, the infantry maintained a flawless tactical formation, marching relentlessly into the heart of the storm. Observing the mechanical shields effortlessly nullify a deadly C-rank assault, realization struck Ye like a physical blow. He narrowed his eyes, wondering if this cutting-edge technology was forged from the very monster spoils he had traded away. Beside him, Xiao Shang turned to the commander, demanding to know if this technological marvel was truly birthed from the mysterious materials they had obtained. A triumphant gleam flashed in General Hong's eyes as he nodded. He boldly declared that with an endless supply of such divine resources, humanity could shatter the current power hierarchy and reclaim their dominance over the world. Even Ye had to silently admit the military's firepower was nothing short of breathtaking. But suddenly, a massive explosion shattered the tranquility of his home, blowing the glass windows into a million sparkling shards. Someone had slipped through the ironclad net. Without blinking, the general calmly sipped his tea, revealing that this breach was no accident. With a cunning smile, he confessed he had deliberately let the assassin slip through. A personal test delivered right to Ye's living room. Responding to the lethal threat, Ye summoned his mana, manifesting a deadly serpent blade in a flash of light. With a graceful yet devastating swing, he effortlessly sliced through the jagged rock spikes hurtling toward his face. It was crystal clear now. The old fox wanted a front row seat to witness his true capabilities. Emerging from the dust, a grotesquely mutated thug from the Black Panther Syndicate roared like a rabid beast, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Ye as he screamed for his absolute destruction. Channeling earth magic, the zombie-like brute conjured a boulder the size of a car, hurling the deadly projectile with terrifying speed. Ye merely sighed, mentally apologizing for completely trashing Sane's beautiful luxury villa. The colossal boulder collided with the very tip of Ye's shimmering weapon. In a fraction of a second, pure kinetic energy exploded outward, instantly obliterating the massive stone into a cloud of harmless dust. Leaving an afterimage in his wake, Ye launched himself straight at the monster's throat. Watching the flawless execution, General Hong calculated the boy's combat prowess, estimating his terrifying strength hovered around peak B rank, perhaps even scratching the legendary domain of an A-rank hunter. Scoffing at the bold claim, Xiao Shang crossed his arms, suggesting the old general was letting his imagination run wild and severely overhyping the kid. With a knowing grin, the seasoned commander simply told his doubting friend to keep his eyes glued to the show. His battle-hardened instincts screamed that Ye was merely playing with his food. Meanwhile, the desperate mutant activated an impenetrable petrification shield. Ignoring the magical defense entirely, Ye brutally slammed the monster face-first into the concrete. Pressing his boot down, he coldly demanded to know how a low-level street rat had miraculously skyrocketed to a B-rank threat overnight. He pressed further, questioning if they were pumped full of forbidden combat stimulants, but the creature only thrashed wildly, consumed by a mindless bloodlust. Looking into those hollow, crazed eyes, Ye realized there was no soul left, only an empty shell driven by madness. Suddenly, the gravitational field warped as dozens of jagged stones levitated into the air. With a guttural growl, the enemy declared he had transcended humanity. Right before their eyes, his flesh and blood hardened, transforming his entire body into an unstoppable golem of solid rock. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Ye's gaze. Interrogation was pointless now. This thing needed to be exterminated. Yet his mind remained sharply calculating. Revealing his true monstrous potential in front of those two cunning old foxes would be a fatal mistake. Restricting his immense power, he decided Tier 1 would be more than sufficient to take out the trash. In a breathtaking display of swordsmanship, his blade danced like a tempest, carving the floating boulders and the monster's rocky armor into absolute confetti. As the dust settled and the grotesque enemy crumbled into nothingness, the heavy double doors creaked open, and the two legendary figures finally stepped out from the shadows. Clapping slowly, General Hong openly confessed that the intelligence reports sounded like pure fantasy. But after witnessing that masterful slaughter firsthand, the veteran realized the military had severely miscalculated. They hadn't hyped Ye up. They had criminally underestimated him. Sheathing his weapon, Ye cut straight through the pleasantries. He boldly stated the obvious, knowing a titan like the general didn't make a midnight house call just to watch him take out the local garbage. Dropping the playful act, the commander's expression turned dead serious. He revealed a shocking truth. The cutting-edge gear protecting their elite forces was reverse-engineered directly from the legendary greatsword Ye had surrendered to them. The true purpose of this midnight encounter was finally laid bare on the table. The military desperately needed a massive resupply of those god-tier weapons and impossibly rare monster materials. Frowning slightly, Ye pointed out that with the nation's top scientists already forging combat tech from his loot, shouldn't their billion-dollar labs be perfectly capable of synthesizing the compounds themselves? A shadow passed over the old general's face. His voice dropped to a grim whisper as he confessed the horrifying reality. Science wasn't the issue. The problem was that humanity's clock had completely run out. Bound by classified protocols, he could only reveal a terrifying fraction of the truth. A catastrophic level 2 dimensional rift was threatening to tear open near Haichen at any given second. And frankly, despite their current technological leaps, the city's defense forces would be completely annihilated by the impending wave. The sheer weight of those words hit like a physical shockwave. Standing nearby, Master Ching Tian's aura violently spiked, a suffocating wave of fury radiating from the old man at the mere mention of a level 2 catastrophe. Seeking to ease the crushing tension, the legendary commander stepped forward, placing a heavy, reassuring hand on Ye's shoulder as destiny came knocking at his door. The general's voice grew heavy. If they wanted to prevent a total massacre of innocent civilians, their only salvation lay in securing enough heavy firepower to arm the frontline troops. Ye's eyes narrowed with unwavering resolve. He swore to find a way to procure that devastating arsenal. He demanded 3 days to deliver a concrete answer, though he warned that the exact weapon count remained shrouded in uncertainty. Moved by his fierce conviction, General Hong vowed to grant him a handsome reward. Wealth was out of the question. But he held the power to forge Ye a high-ranking path within the military elite. He even dangled the ultimate bait, offering Ye the seat of the Qin family's son-in-law, letting him inherit the entire Qin group empire. But Ye coldly shot the proposal down. Watching from the sidelines, Xiaoshang practically choked on his own blazing jealousy. Treating the furious rival like empty air, Ye firmly told the general to forget about any financial compensation. Protecting the citizens of Haicheng was a duty etched into his very soul. General Hong pressed the issue one final time. Was he truly willing to walk away from the supreme prestige of joining the Qin bloodline? Yi declared that his destiny was his alone to forge. With the negotiations settled, the enigmatic Ching Tian vanished, retreating in solitude back to his colossal tower. Inside the ancient structure, Ching Tian's expression darkened. He was absolutely certain those assailants from before had been pumped full of divine blood. A chill ran down his spine. How did those mere mortals manage to tear open a level 2 spatial channel so fast? Just then, Ye stepped into the chamber, demanding to know what had triggered the ancient guardian's panic. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the room. Finally, Ching Tian shattered the quiet. He bluntly stated that a level 2 channel was a nightmare realm, far beyond the reach of a pitiful B-rank awakener like him. The warning was absolute. If Ye valued his own life, he needed to run as far away from that dimensional tier as humanly possible. But tell a hero not to jump, and they only ask how high. Ye instantly pushed back, pressing to uncover what terrifying horrors lurked within that second-tier abyss. The grim truth spilled from the Guardian's lips. Massive swarms of A-rank beasts, and even apocalyptic S-rank monstrosities, were waiting beyond the veil. Meanwhile, back at the temporary command base, General Hong and Xiaoshang convened in secret. The general ordered his subordinate to step down. The military would seize the Black Panther and process the corpses. Xiaoshang was to wipe his hands clean of the mess. Confused, the younger officer demanded an explanation. The general's eyes gleamed with calculating intent. He revealed a classified file regarding the tragic mining disaster that claimed the lives of Ye's parents. It was a blood-stained cover-up that the NG Group had merely paid a slap-on-the-wrist fine to bury. Why would a massive corporate empire resort to ruthlessly butchering innocent witnesses over a simple industrial accident? Add in the terrifying fact that those mindless assassins were weaponized by an unknown narcotic. The NG Group wasn't just corrupt, they were hiding a catastrophic darkness. With the powerful Dinghai faction caught in the crossfire, General Hong knew this political minefield would be too dangerous for his young protege to navigate. By having the military swoop in as the absolute authority, they neutralized the risk. Furthermore, this strategic move would chain the ridiculously talented Ye to the army through a massive debt of gratitude. The scene shifted back to the majestic sky-reaching tower. Yi stared down the ancient guardian, demanding to know if surviving the level 3 trial would shatter his current limits and grant him absolute power. Ching Tian shook his head, explaining the harsh reality of the cultivation path. Breaking through the threshold of B rank required an astronomical leap in both talent and destiny. Conquering the 3rd floor wouldn't magically forge him into an A-rank powerhouse. Instead, it would unlock the Master Vault, granting unrestricted access to the tower's legendary elixirs and heaven-defying armory. Hope ignited in Ye's eyes. How vast was this armory? Ching Tian gave a solemn vow. If his heart was set on defending humanity, the weapon reserves were practically infinite. That was all the hero needed to hear. Without a second of hesitation, he stepped forward to initiate the perilous level 3 trial. But a sudden shockwave of energy halted him. Ching Tian blocked his path, an unprecedented gravity radiating from his ancient eyes. Ye frowned, demanding to know what was holding them back. There was a dark, cosmic truth he needed to reveal first. Once Ye heard this blood-chilling secret, he could make his final choice on whether to face the crucible of the 3rd floor. The ancient being unveiled the horrifying reality. This entire alternate dimension was actually a colossal, world-swallowing purgatory. It was constructed of 3 massive, inescapable rings. The outer perimeter served as a cage for the pathetic B rank and weaker scum. That was the exact zone Ye's spatial gate had breached. Deeper inside, the middle ring sealed away terrifying S rank and A rank disasters. That middle ring was where the nightmarish level 2 channels drew their horrors from. But at the deepest core, the inner sanctum imprisoned entities of absolute nightmare. These abominations defied the pitiful letters of human ranking. They were cosmic catastrophes, titled as ruthless warlords, world-ending gate lords, and supreme, immortal monarchs. For countless eons, the sacred duty of his mighty entropic clan was to stand as the eternal watchman. They guarded the dimensional gateway, ensuring those apocalyptic sinners never tasted freedom. Ye's mind raced. If this prison was perfectly sealed, what catastrophic failure caused these dimensional rifts to plague the human realm? Bitter sorrow flashed across Ching Tian's weathered face. A vile traitor had tainted their noble bloodline. This Judas allied with the monstrous overlords of the inner circle, sparking a heaven-shaking rebellion. The rebellious horde launched a desperate, bloody siege to conquer the dimensional gateway. They wanted to claw their way out of that hellish purgatory and devour the living world. Faced with a tsunami of absolute destruction, Ching Tian made a devastating sacrifice. He forcibly locked down the grand portal from the inside, holding the line while praying for divine reinforcements. But cruel fate mocked his loyalty. Millions of agonizing years turned to dust, and not a single savior ever answered his desperate call. Slowly but inevitably, the relentless march of time drained his cosmic life force. His divine energy withered, no longer enough to anchor the absolute seal. Then tragedy struck exactly 10 years ago. The outer dimensional wall finally cracked and shattered. That explosive rupture birthed the spatial channels that now bled monsters into their world. Yi absorbed the staggering history, but demanded to know how this ancient war clashed with him taking the Floor 3 trial. The Guardian's eyes burned with grim certainty. By conquering the 3rd trial, Ye would inherit the absolute legacy. His very soul would be branded with the eternal crest of the entropic clan. In an instant, he would become the ultimate public enemy. Every single bloodthirsty abomination in the outer realm would sense his aura and hunt him to the ends of the earth. The crushing weight of Ching Tian's warning finally made sense. The choice was simple but brutal. Without the sacred brand, he could just fade into the shadows when the level 2 breach erupted. He could choose the path of a coward and survive. He could hide in safety while the nightmare horde butchered every innocent soul in its path. He could sit back and watch the magnificent city of Hai Cheng burn into a wasteland of ash and bone. But cowardice wasn't in his DNA. Ye's gaze sharpened into a deadly blade as he chose the 3rd floor. He knew he was far from a holy saint, but there was no way in hell he was backing down now. But rolling over and waiting for death? That was never his style. Even if the enemy stood like an insurmountable mountain, he would rather shatter his own bones, charging headfirst into the abyss. A smirk tugged at Ching Tian's lips. What an arrogantly stubborn little B-rank brat. Intrigued by this fiery spirit, the ancient guardian decided to play along with the boy's reckless gamble. Yi let out a defiant chuckle. Now that sounds more like you, he quipped. All that serious talk just doesn't fit your vibe. He even flashed a cheeky grin, daring the ancient spirit to repeat that little nickname. But Ching Tian just waved off the tease, claiming the kid's ears were playing tricks on him. With a deep breath, Ye stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the shimmering portal. Welcome to the 3rd floor, Ching Tian's voice echoed with sudden reverence. The absolute core of the sky-reaching tower, the Sea of Souls. Before them drifted countless fragments of pure ethereal light. These were the lingering remnants of the entropic clan's greatest heroes, warriors who had bled and died in apocalyptic battles across millions of years. To claim true mastery over the tower, Ye needed the blessing of these ancient ghosts. The impending soul baptism would be pure, agonizing torture, but it was the only path to unlocking his 2nd shadow skill. Anticipation burned in the young hunter's eyes. What kind of legendary power was waiting to be unleashed? This mystic art would only bloom once his very soul had been forged in the fire. The results were unique to every individual. For Ching Tian, he had awakened the legendary shadow clone technique. It was a god-tier survival art. He could fracture his existence into an army of phantoms, even if his true body was reduced to ash. As long as a single shadow remained, his consciousness was immortal. Hearing this, Ye's curiosity piqued. So, what actually happened to your original body? He asked, wondering about the Guardian's past. The ancient spirit simply shrugged. Maybe it's still wandering out there. Or maybe it's cosmic dust. Changing the subject, he urged the boy forward, eager to see what kind of monstrous talent Ye would manifest. I'll do my best to put on a good show, Ye replied with unyielding confidence. Watching his back, Ching Tian felt a surge of pride. This supposed low-tier underdog hadn't let him down once. In fact, the ancient mentor could already picture it. This boy was destined to awaken a power that defied all the laws of their bloodline. Ye waded deeper into the ethereal expanse. Crystalline shards drifted through the misty atmosphere like falling stars. Slowly, he extended his hand toward a glowing fragment of soul. The moment his skin made contact, the fragment burst into a shower of starlight. A dizzying sensation washed over him. Suddenly, bloody visions of an ancient apocalyptic war violently invaded his mind. Amidst the carnage, a warrior's roar shattered the heavens. Even if history forgets the name of the entropic clan, we must hold the line. The gate to the abyss must not fall. Another bloodied soldier stepped up, his aura blazing. I may be the weakest among us, but I am no coward. It was a symphony of ultimate sacrifice. Not a single soul there feared the embrace of death. Their absolute resolve to defend the realm crashed into Ye's consciousness. The immense weight of their memories hit him like a physical blow, tearing a guttural scream from his throat as his skull threatened to split open. He was witnessing a forgotten Armageddon, a shadow war that the modern world had completely erased from history. Helplessly, he watched these mighty legends fade into nothingness. As the last of the ethereal warriors crumbled into dust, a chillingly familiar voice whispered in his ear. A mirror image of himself materialized from the shadows, mocking him to witness the despair. Take a long, hard look, the sinister doppelganger sneered. Every single one of these fallen gods, weren't they infinitely more powerful than you? The inner demon's words cut like poisoned daggers. A pathetic bottom-feeding B rank like you don't even qualify to be cannon fodder in this war. You should have just stayed out of this cosmic mess. But Ye's eyes burned with an unbreakable light. To hell with ranks and power levels. He had precious lives depending on him. He carried convictions forged in iron, and he refused to yield. The dark illusion burst into maniacal laughter, calling his ideals utterly laughable. Unfazed, our hero gritted his teeth. Laugh all you want, you pathetic shadow. His resolve solidified into absolute steel. Even if the looming darkness was 10,000 times more terrifying than his current strength. Taking a step back was never an option. He would wage war until his dying breath. Even if his insignificant power was nothing but a drop in the ocean, he would make damn sure that drop caused a tidal wave of destruction. Back in the physical realm, a terrifying storm of spiritual energy sent shockwaves through the water. Ching Tian's spectral eyes widened. The kid was drowning in his own inner turmoil. Deep within the mental battlefield, the shadow clone launched a lethal strike, mocking his foolish bravado. Aura exploding, Ye pushed his reflexes to the absolute limit, pivoting sideways just as a catastrophic force erased the space he previously occupied. Boots sliding against the ethereal floor, he anchored his stance. The sinister reflection laughed maniacally. My boundless power is born from your deepest terrors. You cannot defeat your own despair. What can your flimsy ideals accomplish against true, soul-crushing fear? The shadow declared his victory as absolute. You're wrong, Ye growled, a brilliant aura erupting from his core. I'm not fighting alone. I can feel the blazing will of every fallen hero resonating within my very soul. He channeled the unyielding spirit of the ancients. Warriors who gladly traded their lives for the sake of tomorrow. With a thunderous battle cry, he counterattacked. His glowing fist violently collided with the shadow's strike, shattering its dark armor. The sacrifices of these legends are eternal realities, Yi roared. But you? You're nothing but a pathetic illusion spun from my own temporary doubts. Unleashing a devastating surge of willpower, he obliterated the dark reflection. You are merely a fleeting shadow in the face of my absolute conviction. The mental realm shattered like glass. In its place, the glowing spirits of the entropic clan bowed in silent respect. As a supreme blessing for conquering his demons, they bestowed upon him his second legendary ability, soul protection. This wasn't just any ordinary trick. It was an ultra-rare commander-class skill, an awe-inspiring aura that exponentially amplified the attack power and impenetrable defenses of all his loyal followers. But the rewards didn't stop there. The system suddenly granted him absolute authority over the tower's legendary armory and divine elixirs. Ching Tian materialized beside him, shaking his head in sheer disbelief. This little underdog never ceases to blow my mind, he muttered. With a heavy, ancient rumble, a majestic spatial gate materialized before them. What lies beyond this? Yi asked, eyes wide. It was a portal to a pocket dimension, the sacred treasury where the ancient clan hoarded their god-tier medical supplies and weapons of mass destruction. Unable to resist the allure of epic loot, the main character stepped through the tier in space. His heart raced as he wondered just how massive this ancient hoard could be. Pointing toward the blindingly radiant sectors, Ching Tian dropped a massive truth bomb. See those glowing mountains? The divine armaments and healing drafts piled up there could easily sustain a planetary war effort involving hundreds of thousands of soldiers. And as for those rare crafting materials you were desperate for, the spirit smirked. Kid, look around. This entire dimension is basically a bottomless gold mine waiting to be forged. Yi was breathless. He hadn't just struck gold. He had claimed an entire empire's treasury. Greed practically sparkled in his eyes as he asked if the final 3 floors held similar mind-bending jackpots. But Ching Tian shattered that fantasy with a serious shake of his head. The 4th and 5th levels were entirely different beasts. They were brutal, hyper-realistic simulations of the otherworld prison's deepest circles. A hellish training ground designed exclusively to forge Ye into an unparalleled killing machine. A chill ran down the young hunter's spine as he gazed upward. Then, "What terrifying nightmare is waiting on the 6th floor?" he whispered, setting up the ultimate cliffhanger. Ching Tian's expression darkened. He warned Ye that he wasn't worthy of its secrets yet, praying the boy would never face the horrors locked inside. But Ching Tian could hear Ye's inner voice mocking his dramatic tone. Ye playfully scoffed, guessing it had absolutely nothing to do with qualifications. The painful truth? The Grand Senior had simply burned through all his funds before reaching the 6th floor. With the 4th and 5th tiers completely empty, the 6th was definitely a total scam. Hearing this absolute disrespect, Ching Tian's veins bulged as he fought back his raging temper. Far from the banter, a chilling report reached Shihao. His entire squad of elite test subjects, the ones enhanced by the blood of gods, had been completely wiped out by military forces. Shihao slammed his fist down in fury. Since when did that brat align with the army? Worse yet, his spies revealed that Bao was rotting inside a heavily guarded military black site. Shock rippled across the villain's face. He was absolutely certain he had sent Bao to the grave. Cold panic set in. That survivor held the keys to all their dark secrets. Terrified of exposure, Shihao barked a desperate command. Force the level 2 portal to begin charging right this second. The head researcher trembled in fear. They couldn't just activate it. Thousands of innocent civilians were still trapped in the blast zone. But the lives of mere mortals meant nothing to Shihao. With a cold, ruthless glare, he forced the launch, and the countdown to hell officially began. Across the facility, the ground suddenly rumbled. A blinding energy barrier materialized out of thin air, triggering blaring sirens of a massive, unknown radiation leak. Pure chaos erupted in the testing grounds. Desperate men slammed their fists against the invisible wall, screaming for salvation, while the outside crew was ordered to abandon them entirely. Survival instinct took over. The remaining workers sprinted for their lives, knowing one wrong step into that glowing death zone meant instant annihilation. The deadly light pulsed and expanded like a hungry beast, swallowing everything in its path as they scrambled for the exit. Back at the command center, vital stats flashed across the screens. The level 2 portal had already tainted a 10-kilometer radius, though the lethal energy was barely being kept under control. Shihao's eyes narrowed like a venomous snake. He immediately ordered a total communications blackout, sealing the gateway to the alternate dimension shut. Absolute secrecy was their only lifeline now. But there was one massive problem. The dimensional tier was sitting a mere 60 kilometers away from civilization. At this terrifying speed, the toxic fallout would breach the containment zone in exactly 36 hours. Once the energy spiked, the entire world would have its eyes on them. Gripping his desk, Shihao demanded the final timeline. The terrified scientist stammered out the grim reality: the portal needed 48 hours to fully stabilize. A sinister smirk crept onto the villain's face. He just needed to buy time. If the authorities were drowning in their own blood for the next 48 hours, no one would stop his master plan. He decided to unleash his ultimate distraction. With one ruthless command, a massive swarm of horrifying monsters was deployed across the NG Group's 3 largest mining sectors. He knew Dong Hao had been sniffing around his shadows, so this bloodbath would perfectly frame his rival as a public enemy. Meanwhile, deep within the military stronghold, General Hong poured a drink, asking Ye about his harvest. When Ye casually dropped the number, 600 tons, the veteran commander's eyes sparkled with sheer delight. This kid wasn't just talented, he was a walking goldmine of generosity. As a reward, the general slid a classified file across the table. It was Bao's official confession, the explosive truth that shattered Ye's entire reality. His parents never died in a simple mining accident. It was a cold-blooded assassination. Shihao had personally hired the notorious Black Panthers gang to silence them forever, burying a dark secret beneath the rubble. Blazing fury erupted in Ye's eyes as his aura violently flared. What terrifying truth was worth the blood of his innocent parents? General Hong calmly raised his hand, warning him that the puzzle was missing crucial pieces. Ye gritted his teeth, demanding to know why they were stalling. Why hadn't they dragged that bastard Shihao into an interrogation room? The general sighed heavily. The mastermind had completely vanished into thin air. The key players of the Black Panthers had also been wiped from the map. Furthermore, since Ye wasn't a sworn soldier, military protocol kept the juiciest secrets locked behind classified doors. Ye's gaze turned icy cold. He asked if the powerful Dong Hao pulled the strings from the shadows. The commander shook his head, stating the evidence was murky at best. Leaning forward, he tested the young man's resolve. If Dong Hao was guilty, what would a powerless kid do about it? Would he seek bloody vengeance? Even with heaven-defying strength, shedding the blood of an elite without proper backing would only invite a lifetime of deadly consequences. Yi narrowed his eyes, realizing the old fox was laying a trap. Hong smiled knowingly. In this brutal world, authority dictates justice, and putting on a military uniform changes everything. With the absolute might of the nation standing behind him, chopping off the head of a titan like Dong Hao would be as simple as squashing a bug, completely free of consequence. A knowing smirk spread across Ye's face. This wasn't just a noble recruitment pitch. The cunning general was playing a much larger game of chess. Hong burst into hearty laughter, waving off the accusation and claiming the boy was just being paranoid. He laid his cards on the table. By joining their ranks, Yi would become a true brother in arms, and the military always protects its own with absolute prejudice. Of course, since they'd be one big happy family, it would only be natural for Ye to supply his legendary Li Or exclusively to his comrades at a friendly price. Suddenly, the tense negotiation was shattered by a frantic beeping from the aide's communication device. An urgent code red alert was coming from the detection department. With Ye considered a trusted ally, the general wasted no time and ordered the live feed to be broadcast directly onto the screen. The horrifying truth flashed before their eyes. Massive rifts had torn open across Haicheng City, vomiting an endless nightmare of monstrous insectoid swarms into the streets. Red warning dots flooded the tactical map. Yi's heart completely stopped as his eyes locked onto a very specific location. Longmen Hospital was right in the middle of the slaughter zone. That was where Duan was recovering. Panic surged through his veins. He had to warn Qin and the others to run for their lives. Miles away in the quiet hospital ward, Qin sat peacefully beside Hao's resting body, completely unaware of the apocalypse as her phone suddenly rang. She picked up Ye's frantic call, softly asking why he sounded so terrified. But as she spoke, a gigantic, bloodthirsty shadow crept up the glass, a nightmarish beast already waiting right outside her window. Yi's urgent warning echoed through the comms. Get out of the hospital, now! But time had already run out. With an ear-splitting crash, the concrete wall shattered, revealing the nightmarish silhouette of an insectoid monster. Watch your back, miss! Her loyal guard roared, drawing his blade in a flash of steel. He met the beast's strike head-on, screaming for Xian to grab Ao and run, while he bought them precious seconds. Hauling the injured Ao to his feet, she cast one last worried glance at her protector. Don't you dare die on me, she cried out, but the hospital corridors had already descended into absolute hell. Another grotesque swarm stalked the hallways. Panic erupted as innocent patients and staff scrambled for their lives, desperately trying to outrun the slaughter. Xian's mind raced. How did these vile creatures breach the medical zone? Beside her, Ao gritted his teeth. Leave me behind, Xian. Just save yourself. Are you out of your mind? Her eyes flashed with fierce determination. There was absolutely no way she was abandoning her comrade to become Monster Chow. But the hunter was already upon them. A chilling shadow fell over her back, and before she could blink, a razor-sharp scythe blasted her across the corridor. Ao crashed to the floor, staring up into the dripping maw of the beast. Run, please, he begged, but instead of fleeing, Xian hurled a shattered wooden beam straight at the monster's hideous face. She might not be a frontline combatant, but she was still a B-rank awakened. And B-ranks don't go down without a fight. Gripping the splintered plank like a broadsword, she charged the nightmare head-on. But the gap in raw power was devastating. With a single casual swipe, the insectoid pulverized her weapon and pinned her brutally against the wall. Xian! Ao screamed in total despair. Meanwhile, miles away, Yi was tearing through the city like a blazing comet, rushing toward her signal. His instinct screamed that the woman he cared for was in mortal danger. Out of sheer desperation, he had no choice but to activate his newly acquired, untested power. System activation, soul protection, a legendary commander-class skill that forcefully amplifies the offensive and defensive stats of an aligned subordinate. Through the spiritual link, he felt her fading life force. Get up, Xian. His voice echoed directly inside her mind. I know you are stronger than this. Do you trust me? He asked. With my life, she answered breathlessly. In an instant, a blinding golden aura erupted around her. The soul protection buff took hold, supercharging her physical limits. Now, crush those oversized bedbugs into dust. Empowered by his unwavering faith, Xian unleashed the surging commander energy coursing through her veins. With impossible strength, she caught the monster's deadly scythe barehanded. With a ferocious battle cry, she body-slammed the massive beast, shattering the concrete floor and sending them both plummeting into the abyss. Even she was stunned by her own terrifying might, but she never hit the ground. A familiar pair of strong arms swept her out of midair. Not bad at all, Yi whispered with a warm smirk. Seeing his face, all the tension drained from her trembling body. You just suplexed a nightmare monster, so why are those pretty eyes welling up with tears? He teased softly. I thought my life was over. I will always be your absolute shield. The The tender romantic moment was beautifully perfect, until an awkward cough ruined it. "Hey guys," Ao called out, currently dangling from a rusted rebar hook by the collar of his shirt like a caught fish. "Mind getting me down from here before you two continue your little romance novel scene?" he groaned. Xian's face turned the color of a ripe tomato. Once they escaped the ruined hospital, Yi handed her a high-grade recovery potion. The miraculous elixir closed their fatal wounds in mere seconds, leaving them utterly speechless. But there was no time to rest. Out of the shadows, a desperate figure sprinted toward them. Recognizing Yi's formidable aura, the man dropped to his knees. "Please, you are an advanced awakened. Save our medical corps." He revealed a horrific text. The rescue team was completely trapped inside the Sector 7-dimensional dungeon. The entire subterranean zone was swarming with an endless tide of insectoids, but that was impossible. Those resource nodes were officially certified as 100% cleared. "How did a monster outbreak happen in a secure zone?" Xian demanded. Yi's eyes narrowed with cold realization. Sector 7 was the exclusive territory of the corrupt NG Corporation. Given its proximity to the medical center, it's highly likely this entire insectoid invasion originated from their private dungeon, Yi deduced. Xian nodded, the puzzle pieces finally connecting. Wasting no time, they dashed toward the extraction site to uncover the NG Corporation's dirty secrets. But when they arrived, the dimensional rift was dangerously destabilizing. "Back away immediately. This is restricted property." Corporate enforcers barked through megaphones, trying to drive the desperate civilians away from the gate. Heavily armed guards formed an impenetrable human shield. But the crowd pushed forward, their eyes filled with tears and rage as they begged to save their trapped loved ones. The citizens weren't buying the collapse cover story. They knew the truth monsters were slaughtering their families down there. They screamed for a rescue operation to be launched immediately. The arrogant captain holding the megaphone sneered at the furious mob. "Shut your mouths," he roared. "The tunnel is caving in. It has nothing to do with monsters, you ignorant peasants. Anyone caught spreading these vicious monster rumors will be thrown in a corporate black site," he threatened with a sinister glare. "Bullshit," a young man in the crowd spat back. "My brother managed to send a video feed before the signal jammed. I saw those nightmarish bugs tearing people apart. If people are dying, why are you stopping us from helping them?" The absolute injustice of the situation ignited the crowd's fury. "Even if it is a cave-in, we have the right to dig our blood relatives out." The mob's cries unified into a roaring wave of defiance. Every ticking second meant another life lost to the swarm. The NG Corporation's slimy representative finally lost his patience. "Silence these pests. Arrest every single one of them," he commanded his mercenaries. But before the guards could draw their weapons, a chilling voice cut through the chaos. "The NG group sure loves acting like kings of the world." The corporate lapdog snapped his head around. "Who the hell dares insult our guild? Are you going to step aside nicely, or do I have to break your legs and move you myself?" Xian demanded, stepping into the spotlight. The captain mocked her openly. "You have no jurisdiction here, little girl. You're trespassing on private guild property," he scoffed, flashing a condescending smirk. Her eyes turned icy. "My Longmen 3rd Street brothers are bleeding out in that pit. Coming to retrieve my people isn't trespassing, it's a promise. If you want to play the hero, then prepare to die like one. We won't show your precious Longmen guild any mercy." But right as the guards raised their rifles, Yi vanished into thin air. A split second later, a terrifying killing intent flooded the space. Yi materialized like a ghost right behind the arrogant captain, the cold edge of his glowing blade pressed perfectly against the man's jugular. "Slaughtering you all wouldn't even count as a warm-up," Yi whispered with demonic calmness. "So be smart, and open the damn gate." "Sweating bullets," the paralyzed captain choked out. Who the hell are you?" The corporate lapdog bared his fangs. He sneered, warning our hero to back down, flaunting his hollow title as the vice president of the NG group. Ye's expression remained ice-cold. "I might just be a rank E minor with nothing to my name," he mocked, "but your pathetic guild doesn't scare me." The executive's face twisted in pure, unadulterated rage. Boom! Out of nowhere, a blinding streak of light crashed into Ye. The sheer force sent him skidding toward the cliff's edge. But as the dust settled, our hero stood unfazed, his forearms crossed in a flawless defensive guard. The ambush came from none other than Dong Hao. The guildmaster descended from above, demanding to know who dared to cause a scene. His lackey immediately started pointing fingers. He whined that Sin was trying to breach their territory, spreading ridiculous rumors about an insectoid outbreak. Dong Hao turned his intimidating gaze toward Sin, demanding answers. She stood her ground, revealing that a trapped medical team had just sent out an SOS. The tunnels were crawling with a deadly swarm, but the arrogant guildmaster just laughed. He arrogantly bragged that his elite forces spent 3 grueling years purging that cavern, earning the city lord's absolute trust and the mining rights. Sin gritted her teeth in absolute frustration, completely at a loss for words against his thick skull. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Dong Hao scoffed, claiming he would only show mercy today out of respect for Xiao. Ye wasn't about to let that slide. His eyes narrowed as he pierced the guildmaster with a deadly question. Are you really this blind to your own men's lies, or do you just consider innocent lives to be completely worthless? Wham! Dong Hao unleashed his crushing gravity magic, pinning Ye's feet to the earth. Know your place, trash, he roared. Unfazed by the immense pressure, Ye smirked and challenged him to look inside the cavern himself. The yawning abyss of the cave was right behind them. Dark energy surged through Ye's veins. He activated Shadow Enhancement Tier 2, effortlessly shrugging off the overwhelming gravitational pull. Dong Hao scoffed at the challenge. As a mighty rank A awakened with absolute control over gravity, he refused to waste his precious time investigating a peasant's baseless delusions. Not to mention his absolute defense. With his iron body skill, his flesh was completely impenetrable, forged tougher than solid steel. From the shadows, Ching Tian's ancient voice echoed, offering his divine assistance. But Ye just smirked. Stand down, he whispered back. This arrogant fool is about to humiliate himself. Rumble! A terrifying screech echoed from the depths of the abyss. The ground violently shook. Dong Hao froze, suddenly realizing something was horribly wrong. Screech! A monstrous insectoid burst from the shadows. Reacting on pure instinct, Dong Hao unleashed his gravitational crushing force, obliterating the beast in a single devastating blow. Well, would you look at that? Ye mocked with a cold smile. Guess you didn't need to step inside after all. The guildmaster stood in absolute, humiliated silence. Absolute chaos erupted. The terrified bystanders whipped out their devices, recording the monstrous evidence to expose the guild's massive cover-up to the entire world. Panic painted the vice president's face. He barked desperate orders to confiscate the footage, but the desperate crowd violently pushed back, driven by the burning desire to save their trapped families. Ye's aura flared as he stepped forward. Now that the truth is out, he challenged, are you still going to play God and block the rescue? Dong Hao slowly marched toward the rioting civilians. The sniveling executive grabbed his shoulder, frantically whispering that letting outsiders into their territory would ruin them. The guildmaster forcefully brushed him off. I will deal with your incompetence later, he snarled. He viciously chewed out his own guards for holding back the mob instead of charging in to purge the monstrous swarm. Sin rushed to Ye's side, her eyes filled with deep concern after witnessing that brutal gravity strike, but Ye just flashed a reassuring smile. It takes more than that to scratch me, he confidently replied. He ordered his allies to hold the line at the entrance. He was going in alone to bring those medics out alive. With a final, worried prayer for his safety from Sin, our hero plunged into the absolute darkness of the cavern. Meanwhile, the corporate lapdog was sweating bullets. He couldn't comprehend how a minor pest problem of a dozen bugs had multiplied into an overwhelming, nightmarish horde. Panic consumed him completely. Staring at the endless sea of chittering monsters, he realized their frontline forces were disastrously outnumbered. They were walking straight into a massacre. Dong Hao desperately commanded him to summon their elite awakened squads for immediate backup. But Ye's voice echoed from the shadows. If you want to play the hero, he taunted, get your own hands dirty instead of crying for help. Time was ticking. Every second they wasted waiting for the cavalry, the trapped medics edged closer to a gruesome demise. The cowardly executive wildly objected. Are you insane? He shrieked. The guildmaster's life is absolutely priceless. A single scratch on him could crumble our entire corporate empire. Ye's laughter dripped with absolute venom. Look at you, he mocked the so-called powerhouse. You've been sitting on your golden throne for so long, you've completely forgotten how to bleed. Without breaking eye contact, Ye boldly declared he was taking over the rescue operation. Dong Hao scoffed at the absolute arrogance. As far as the world knew, Ye was barely a rank C awakened. Walking into that abyss was pure suicide, but Ye's eyes blazed with an unnatural killing intent. Grab your pathetic squad and follow my lead, he dared the guildmaster. Come witness for yourself exactly who the real prey is today. Swish! Ye activated Shadow Jaunt. He vanished into thin air, transforming into a deadly phantom. His blades danced through the swarm in a symphony of destruction, eviscerating dozens of monsters before they even realized they were dead. Tread carefully, boy, Ching Tian's telepathic warning echoed in his mind. This swarm, its aura is completely unnatural. Ye nodded grimly, his ultimate shadow eye already analyzing the sinister truth. These weren't the mindless dungeon fodder he had slaughtered in the past. Their carapaces pulsed with a dark, terrifying vitality. Boom! Shadow morph engaged. Dark energy coalesced in his grip, forging a massive, pitch-black greatsword. With one devastating cleave, he tore through the front line, sending shattered insectoid armor flying in every direction. But a chilling question gnawed at Ye's mind. How could a nest this massive evade detection for years? Ching Tian dropped a bomb of a revelation. They didn't hide, kid. Every single one of these abominations. Hatched today. Ye's blood ran cold. How is that even mathematically possible? He thought. A biological growth rate this explosive was pure insanity. Monsters simply do not pop out of the egg with rank C combat power. The ancient soul's voice grew heavy with dread. There is only one explanation. Someone has tainted this nest with god blood. Ye paused, completely unfamiliar with this forbidden artifact. Let's check our protagonist's hidden system interface. His true combat stats had recently soared to a solid rank B. His legendary skill tree was stacked with Shadow Knowledge Base, Shadow Morph, and the all-seeing Ultimate Shadow Eye. But that wasn't all. He was locked and loaded with Shadow Enhancement Tier 3, rank B+ Body Enhancement, the evasive Shadow Jaunt, and his absolute trump card, the terrifying Shadow Domain. Ching Tian quickly explained the horrific nature of god blood. It was a catastrophic biological toxin capable of violently supercharging any living creature. It forces its host into an unstoppable, bloodthirsty rampage, ending only when their bodies literally tear themselves apart from exhaustion. The ancient master's tone was grim. He had witnessed this nightmare before. Deep within the heart of this abyss, an infected queen bug was desperately pumping out corrupted spawn. And the worst part? The tainted offspring of this monstrous queen possessed the terrifying potential to be born as literal rank, a calamities. Ye gripped his sword tighter, his mind racing to solve the ultimate mystery. Who the hell smuggled a catastrophic biological weapon into a simple mining cave? He shoved those questions aside since saving innocent lives had to take absolute priority. Meanwhile, deep within the cavern, a desperate crowd huddled together in the suffocating darkness. The wounded had barely managed to patch themselves up, but the echoing screeches from the tunnels above sent shivers down their spines, terrifying them with the thought that the monsters had finally caught their scent. Hope was fading fast as they stared into the abyss, wondering if a savior would ever pierce through this waking nightmare. Tears streamed down a heavily injured miner's face as he choked out a desperate plea for his life. The field medic gripped his shoulder, begging him to hold on, promising that rescue was on the horizon. Suddenly, the massive carcass of an insectoid crashed onto the stone floor. Through the settling dust, a lone silhouette emerged. It was Ye. He had finally reached them. A wave of overwhelming relief washed over the survivors. Just behind the young hero stood Dong Hao and the corporation's vice president. Dong Hao narrowed his eyes at Ye, refusing to believe this kid was a mere C-rank hunter after slaughtering that horde with such terrifying ease. He had carved through a mountain of beasts entirely on his own, yet his aura remained as vast and bottomless as an ocean. The president suspected the boy was hiding his true power, perhaps even rivaling his own A-rank status. Suddenly, Jian's spiritual voice echoed in Ye's mind, warning him of a sinister presence lurking behind the heavy iron doors to their left. Panic flashed across the vice president's face as he watched the boy approach the sealed vault, barking a sharp demand to know what he was doing. He screamed at the brat to step back, frantically claiming it was a highly classified storage room for the corporation, but Ye's instincts were already flaring. He could feel the repulsive, pulsating energy of a mother bug festering inside. Sweating bullets, the executive lunged forward, roaring at the young hunter to keep his filthy hands away from company property. He sneered, warning that a lowly commoner could never afford the priceless treasures secured within. Ye's eyes narrowed with razor-sharp suspicion. His voice dropped to a deadly chill as he asked exactly when the NG group began conducting underground experiments on monsters. The executive stammered, demanding he stop throwing around baseless slander. Ye's lips curled into a daring smirk, challenging the man to unlock the gates and prove his innocence. The air grew heavy as Dong Hao issued a cold, absolute command to open the vault. The vice president trembled like a leaf in the wind. The president's voice thundered a second time, leaving no room for defiance. Desperation clawed at the executive's throat as he spat out a pathetic excuse. He claimed only the facility supervisor held the clearance codes and that communications were completely severed. Yi did not have time for corporate games. If they wanted to play dumb, he would gladly force the issue. In a blinding flash of silver, his blade erupted with aura, carving the impenetrable steel door into worthless scraps. The moment the heavy smoke cleared, revealing the so-called important items, a chilling silence fell over the room. Ye's eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated horror. The chamber was filled with the lifeless bodies of missing humans. They were nothing but hollow husks, their life force completely drained by a parasite. A sickening thought struck Yi's heart like a poisoned dagger. Was this the exact same nightmare that had claimed the lives of his parents and his beloved uncle? The temperature in the cavern plummeted. Yi leveled his blood-stained sword directly at Dong Hao, his voice laced with venom as he asked if human lives were nothing more than cheap fodder for the almighty NG group. Murderous intent exploded from his aura like a raging storm. Every muscle in his body trembled with wrath as he demanded the corporate titan to give him an answer. The surviving workers crept closer, gasping in horror as they recognized the tattered name tags. One belonged to Old Wang, the very same man the company claimed was tragically crushed in a cave-in 2 years prior. The grotesque pile also contained the remains of old Jiang and old Wu. Dong Hao's face darkened like a thundercloud as he turned his deadly gaze toward his subordinate, demanding the truth immediately. Yi let out a hollow, mocking laugh. The truth was glaringly obvious. Someone in power had been systematically feeding innocent workers to the beast to keep it satisfied. Dong Hao's oppressive aura slammed into the executive, forcing a confession. The president roared, demanding to know the depths of this sickening conspiracy. Trembling on his knees, the vice president wailed that every bloody sacrifice was made solely to protect the corporation's bottom line. He spilled everything in a panicked rush. 3 years ago, when they secured the mining rights, they stumbled upon an apocalyptic secret, a massive insectoid queen slumbering deep within the Earth's crust. Halting the excavation would have cost the company billions, a financial catastrophe he was desperate to prevent. Ye's voice sliced through the air like a reaper's scythe, finishing the twisted confession. They tossed innocent men into the jaws of that abomination just to keep the drills spinning. As the young hunter took a menacing step forward, the cowardly executive shrieked in absolute terror. In a flash of movement, Dong Hao stepped into the boy's path, shielding the pathetic rat cowering behind his back. He glared down at the young hunter, coldly stating that corporate discipline was strictly an internal affair, and outsiders had no right to play judge or executioner. Yi scoffed in absolute disbelief. Hundreds, maybe even thousands of innocent souls had been butchered in the dark, and this so-called leader was still desperately playing shield for his corrupt subordinate. The heavily armored guards moved in, forming a barricade to push the enraged survivors back. But the crowd's sorrow had ignited into a blazing inferno of rage. They pointed their battered fingers at the executives, screaming out accusations of murder and demanding that the true monsters pay for their sins in blood. Their furious cries echoed through the cavern, calling for an immediate death sentence for the corporate demons who orchestrated this slaughter. The president's patience snapped, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Seizing the moment, the vice president arrogantly barked at his security detail, cursing them for standing around like useless statues while they collected their paychecks. He ruthlessly ordered the guards to throw the filthy commoners out of the sector. Turning back to his boss, he desperately pleaded that his hands were tied by circumstance. Within the spiritual realm, Jian's blood boiled, begging to tear the corporate scum from limb to limb. But Ye calmly sent a telepathic message back. There was no need to dirty their own blades. Karma was about to deliver a beautiful, poetic justice. Let these rich executives finally taste the sheer terror of becoming monster chow. Dong Hao narrowed his eyes as he watched the young hunter silently fall back into the shadows. Oblivious to the shifting atmosphere, the vice president rambled on. He warned that despite the beast being classified as a B-rank threat, cornering it would trigger a catastrophic berserker state, causing it to endlessly spawn an army of nightmares. If that nightmare scenario unfolded, the government would quarantine the entire sector, bleeding the corporation's assets dry in a matter of days. A terrifying pressure crushed the air as Dong Hao slowly balled his fist, veins popping along his forearm. The A-rank hunter raised his glowing fist, disgusted that his subordinate only cared about his own petty corporate standing while staining the company's honor. But just as he prepared to deliver a bone-shattering strike, the ground beneath them violently erupted. A deafening screech tore through the cave as the colossal motherbug breached the surface. The executive's face drained of color. Driven by pure, pathetic instinct, he abandoned his dignity and bolted toward the exit to save his own skin. But his sudden movement triggered the beast's predatory instincts. Razor-sharp pincers snapped around his body in a flash, lifting him into the air as he wailed hysterically, begging his boss for a miraculous rescue. Dong Hao's eyes remained dead and devoid of any mercy. He coldly declared that a rat like him breathing their air was a permanent stain on their prestigious guild. Without a second of hesitation, the president unleashed a devastating shockwave, blasting both the screaming traitor and the monstrous queen straight to the depths of hell. As the dust settled, only a massive, smoking crater remained where the beast once stood. Stepping back into the flickering light, Yi flashed a dangerously sarcastic smirk. He casually wondered aloud how the docile queen had suddenly been agitated into a frenzy. Dong Hao turned his deadly gaze toward the boy, absolute fury burning in his eyes. Ye's lips curled into a mocking smirk. "What an absolute relief," he drawled with dripping sarcasm. "Thank the heavens our dear president escaped without a single scratch. If anything had happened to you, things would have gotten incredibly messy." Dong Hao's face twisted in pure rage, lunging forward to demand why Ye had casually tossed that parasitic queen right at him. Yi simply shrugged, his voice utterly indifferent. "I was just doing you a favor by taking out the trash." He leaned in, his gaze turning icy. "Though I truly didn't expect the mighty NG group to breed such pathetic, disobedient dogs. It seems even the disgusting parasites you raise share your exact same flaws." Veins popped on Dong Hao's neck as he roared Ye's name in blind fury. "What? Are you actually foolish enough to strike me?" Yi sneered, his aura flaring. "I suggest you conserve whatever pathetic strength you have left. The media vultures are already swarming this incident. Instead of barking at me, you should really be brainstorming how you're going to spin this absolute disaster to the press." Gritting his teeth, Dong Hao swore a blood oath that Ye would suffer a fate worse than death. Unfazed, Ye offered a chilling smile. I will be eagerly waiting for your attempt. Later that evening, Ye lounged comfortably on his bed. The glowing screen broadcasted grim news. The NG Group's dimensional mines had triggered a catastrophe, leaving behind a trail of devastated property and shattered civilian lives. The authorities had officially slammed the hammer down. Every single alternate dimension portal tied to the conglomerate was forcefully sealed, and a massive manhunt for the culprits was underway. But Yi could only scoff in utter disappointment. He knew the dark reality of this world. The NG Group would shed fake tears, toss some blood money at the victims, and bury the entire tragedy in the shadows. Pushing the corporate scum from his mind, his thoughts drifted to a far more dangerous mystery. Ching Tian still hadn't fully revealed the terrifying truth behind the legendary divine blood. Through their mental link, Ching Tian's ancient voice echoed, "That divine essence is no mortal plaything. It belongs exclusively to the forbidden sanctuary of the Blood Clan, sealed deep within the treacherous third layer of the abyss. For it to manifest in the human realm defies all logic," Ching Tian murmured. Frowning, Ye demanded to know why this monstrous faction was entirely unheard of. The answer sent a chill down his spine. The absolute weakest among them possessed the devastating power of an S-class existence, Ching Tian explained. Because of their catastrophic strength, Ching Tian explained, they are eternally locked away in the deepest, most heavily guarded inner ring of the otherworld prison. Ye's eyes widened. That meant even a mere newborn from this clan was born as an untouchable S-class catastrophe. But Ching Tian quickly shattered his assumptions. You misunderstand. The Blood Clan is not a natural-born race. It is an absolute title granted only to those rare anomalies who survive the brutal assimilation of the divine blood. While the agonizing transformation kills almost everything, a handful of perfect vessels endure the trial. These survivors are reborn into the Blood Clan. The divine essence shatters their mortal limits, guaranteeing their awakening as an S-class entity at the very bare minimum. Ye's mind raced as the pieces clicked together. Then the impossible must have happened, he stated darkly. One of those S-class monsters has broken out of the third layer. Absolutely impossible, Ching Tian shot back without hesitation. If a prison break of that magnitude had occurred, your fragile human world would have been completely wiped from existence by now. Right at the climax of their intense discussion, the fabric of space tore open as Ching Tian summoned a departure gate. Irritated, Ye demanded to know why he was fleeing mid-conversation. Your chosen mating partner is approaching, the entity deadpanned. I have no desire to be the third wheel. Ye choked on his own breath at the ridiculous phrasing, but a glance out the window revealed a familiar silhouette. Xian had just pulled up to his place. Bursting through the door with a radiant smile, she completely bypassed any normal greeting. Pack your things, or rather, make some space, she beamed. I'm officially moving in with you. Panic flashed across Ye's face. Are you trying to get me killed? Your overprotective father will literally mount my head on a pike. But Xian just waved off his panic, visibly annoyed at the mere mention of her old man. She crossed her arms, pouting with sheer frustration. She knew her father held the legendary secret to awakening secondary skills, yet the stubborn man refused to share it, deliberately stunting her growth. Yi tried to soothe her fiery temper. You are already incredibly formidable. Your flawless breakthrough to B-class is absolute proof of that. Besides, didn't you utterly crush that D-class insectoid mutation just the other day? But Xian wasn't buying his flattery. Stop treating me like a naive child, she sighed. I felt the mana surge. I know you secretly cast a high-tier enhancement buff on me during that fight. She looked down, her confident facade cracking. Without genuine martial arts or true combat experience, my so-called B-class stats just make me a slightly overgrown civilian holding a sharp stick. Her voice trembled with unspoken emotion. I desperately need to grow stronger, because I refuse to be a dead weight dragging you down. Yi's expression softened completely. Murmuring her name, he gently placed his hand on her head, stroking her hair. He locked onto her gaze, his eyes swirling with absolute sincerity. Listen to me. You could never ever be a burden. It was a perfectly heart-fluttering moment, entirely ruined by the terrifying aura leaking from behind the living room sofa. Xian's father was literally crouched there, viciously whispering promises to snap Ye's spine in half. Dice him into 1,000 pieces. Feed him to the river monsters. Xiao Shang muttered like a literal demon. Finally stepping out from the shadows, he aggressively cleared his throat. Since you clearly have enough energy to flirt with my daughter, consider your monthly salary officially halved. Without missing a single beat, Ye leaned back and whispered deadpan to Xian. I stand corrected. The only actual burden in this room is definitely your father. Xian's face burned completely scarlet with sheer embarrassment as she glared daggers at her old man. Trying to salvage his absolute lack of dignity, Xiao Shang quickly pivoted, claiming there was no magical shortcut to awakening new abilities. But his daughter saw right through the blatant lie. Don't play dumb with me, she snapped. I clearly overheard you and General Hong whispering about the exact formula. Sweating bullets, the fierce warrior stammered. It's not that I'm trying to hold you back, sweetie. That intel is top-tier military classified. Xian delivered the ultimate fatal strike. Spill the secrets right now, or I am permanently moving out and never coming home. That devastating threat shattered his parental resolve into absolute dust. Yi had to bite his lip to keep from laughing out loud. For all his grand talk about top-secret national security, the man folded faster than a cheap lawn chair. Not to mention the sheer irony of two legendary military figures casually dropping state secrets in the hallway without even using a basic soundproof barrier to block out an eavesdropping teenager. Defeated, Xiaoshang's demeanor instantly shifted to a grave seriousness. He confessed that a hyper-acceleration method truly did exist for awakening secondary combat skills. A decade ago, during the catastrophic defense against the Level 2 dimensional rift, we recorded impossible anomalies, he explained. Several hunters spontaneously triggered a second awakening right in the middle of the bloodbath. After years of dissecting the data, the top researchers finalized their absolute conclusion. The catalyst was massive, prolonged exposure to the hyperdense astral radiation bleeding out from the Level 2 rift. He paused, the heavy shadows returning to his eyes. But you must understand, those were miraculous, 1 in a million anomalies. The actual survival rate for awakened beings soaking in that chaotic energy is literally less than 1 pitiful percent. The rest mutated or exploded into bloody mist. He looked at Xian with desperate fatherly love. That is why I buried the truth from you. Yi's analytical mind immediately connected the horrific puzzle pieces. If radiation was the key to forced evolution, then the upcoming Level 2 rift they were anticipating might not be a natural disaster, but an artificial creation. Xiaoshang nodded grimly, confirming Ye's dark theory. General Hong and I already suspect the worst, the psychotic underground experiments orchestrated by Shihai. We believe he is trying to artificially tear open a Level 2 rift, though the logistics seem practically impossible. Even if that madman is insane enough to risk his own soul for absolute power, Xiaoshang reasoned, the blood sacrifice required to stabilize an artificial rift would demand an astronomical human toll. And in this age of self-preservation, he scoffed, there simply cannot be an army of lunatics willing to blindly throw away their own lives for such madness. Little did they know, the true nightmare was already unfolding in the shadows. In the shadows of the underground facility, Shihao gazed coldly at the monitor's glowing screens. He turned to his lead researcher, Matt, with a twisted smirk. Tell me, do those lab rats down there look afraid of death? Matt observed their blank faces, stating they seemed completely fearless. But Shihao saw right through the illusion. He could smell the absolute terror radiating from their trembling souls. They only kept digging through the nightmare because of one twisted truth. They believed the intense radiation would trigger their evolution, rather than burning them to ash. Suddenly, a broken test subject slammed against his containment glass. He shrieked in absolute agony, begging for the suppression serum and swearing he would never rebel again. Without that life-saving antidote, the apocalyptic radiation would melt him from the inside out. He clawed desperately at the walls, crying out that he still had value to the organization. A wicked grin crossed Shihao's face. He knew the brutal reality. Without their proprietary serum, even an awakened S-rank powerhouse would crumble into dust. What a pity, he sneered. Our precious cultivation materials replenish far too slowly. If they expanded their test subject pool right now, the laboratory's resources would be completely drained. But if he could solve that single flaw, he would forge an unstoppable legion of S-rank titans. His eyes burned with mad ambition, picturing the day his invincible army would bring the entire world to its knees. Deep within the laboratory core, the dimensional gate began to rumble. The alarms blared as radiation levels skyrocketed off the charts. 90%. 96%. Then hitting a critical 97%. He watched with manic greed as the gauge maxed out. At exactly 100%, a blinding light tore through the facility. The Tier 2 channel had completely ruptured open. All systems stable, the technicians roared. Shihao threw his head back in ecstasy. He could feel the chaotic cosmic energy surging into his meridians, pushing his power to horrifying new heights. Cheers erupted across the control room. But the victory was cut devastatingly short. A blaring crimson alert shattered the celebration. The scanners detected a catastrophic surge of foreign lifeforms. Enormous shadows emerged from the glowing portal, demonic entities that resembled heavily armored, bloodthirsty lions. The researchers froze in absolute horror. The terrifying aura suffocating the room confirmed their worst nightmare. These were genuine S-rank monsters from the beast dimension. Fools, why the panic? Shihao scoffed arrogantly. The very blood of God courses through our veins. He was absolutely certain these primordial terrors would bow to their divine presence. Ignoring the scientists entirely, the monstrous horde marched past the portal zone. Matt frantically warned his boss. If they let these titans roam free, Haicheng City would be reduced to a slaughterhouse. But a sinister laugh escaped Shihao's lips. Let them go, he commanded. It was the perfect distraction. The foolish citizens of Haicheng could play target practice for the beast horde. Bathing in the rich radiation, he could feel his own S-rank breakthrough fast approaching. Once his evolution was complete, he would step over the ashes to become the absolute ruler of a new Haicheng. Meanwhile, on the desolate outskirts of the city, the military vanguard was conducting their routine night patrol, scanning the dark horizon for even the slightest anomaly. A rookie soldier chuckled, telling his grizzled captain to relax. They had swept this exact perimeter dozens of times today without a single scratch. His smug confidence was his final mistake. A flash of blue lightning severed the night sky. In less than a heartbeat, an A-rank Thunderwolf decapitated the rookie where he stood. Absolute chaos erupted among the ranks. It is an A-rank anomaly, they screamed in terror. The communications officer desperately slammed the emergency distress beacon to command. Headquarters, Squad 6 is being slaughtered. But before the transmission could finish, the radio channel was completely drowned out by the bone-chilling sounds of tearing flesh and dying screams. Back in the heart of the city, Xiaoshang was busy using his best puppy eyes on his stubborn daughter, desperately trying to convince Xin to move back home, but she was having absolutely none of it. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Both Xin and Yi felt a murderous, intense spike in the air. Xin noticed Yi silently slipping out of the living room and immediately chased after him, demanding to know what he sensed. Stay back and guard your blind spots, Yi commanded sharply. A monstrous A-rank tiger wolf had already breached their courtyard. Steel clashed against razor-sharp claws as man and beast engaged in a high-speed collision. Yi gripped his blade, ready to slice the beast in half. But the agile monster vaulted into the air. Yet before it could land its killing strike, crackling purple lightning blasted it out of the sky. Xiaoshang lowered his smoking hand, scowling at the charred carcass invading his daughter's home, but before they could investigate, the pitch-black sky exploded into a violent blood-red glow. The highest-tier military flare had been fired. Yi's eyes narrowed dangerously. The heavy scent of blood in the wind confirmed his worst fears. This was not an isolated assassination attempt. His heightened senses picked up hundreds of savage auras breaching the city walls. Without hesitating, Xiaoshang, Yi, and Xin blitzed straight toward the military's temporary fortress in the heart of Haicheng. Inside the chaotic command center, General Hong ordered the newly arrived awakened ones to stand by. The tactical map was painted in blood red. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 8th patrol zones were already engulfed in flames. The heavy artillery was barely holding the main swarm at the outer perimeter. But the grim reality flashed on the monitors. 2 critical defensive points had already completely collapsed. Deploy the elite vanguard! The commanders barked desperate orders, sending suicide squads into the meat grinder to plug the shattered walls. Sir, we have horrific news, a scout yelled. Signatures of A-rank devastating class beasts are appearing right in the city center. Xiaoshang gritted his teeth, the terrifying reality setting in. This was a full-scale apocalyptic beast tide. Where did this nightmare horde even spawn from? Yi questioned coldly. Just then, General Hong's imposing figure entered the strategy room. The general immediately drafted Xiaoshang for the bleeding edge of the front line. Then, turning his commanding gaze to Xin, he ordered her to fall back and secure Longmen 3rd Street. While that sector remained untouched for now, the general knew human greed was just as deadly as monsters. Without an awakened powerhouse holding down the fort, opportunistic thugs would definitely ignite a violent riot. Xin glanced softly at Yi, asking if he would be her personal bodyguard for the mission. Yi just shrugged with a calm smile, entirely unbothered by whatever battlefield he was thrown into. Hold it right there, kid, General Hong interrupted with a heavy tone. You are staying with me. I have a far more dangerous assignment meant just for you. Before they parted ways, Yi gently handed over his tamed spirit beast. The famously silly Tamu, also known as Toothless. Despite its incredibly harmless and docile appearance, it would act as her ultimate hidden trump card against any shadow assassins. Just look at this spectacularly ugly. I mean, adorable little face, she teased. Her expression quickly softened as she begged Yi to return alive. With a gentle pat on her head, he promised her that a few oversized pets could never take him down. But watching this heart-fluttering romantic moment from the sidelines was a heavily triggered, hyper-protective father. Xiaoshang practically foamed at the mouth, violently threatening to shatter Yi's legs. General Hong's poor aides had to physically restrain the furious dad. Ignoring the hilarious background chaos, Xin and Yi shared one last, meaningful wave before marching to war. Ah, the fiery passion of youth. General Hong sighed with a nostalgic smirk, but his aura instantly turned freezing cold. He looked Yi dead in the eye. Do not underestimate this beast tide, boy. This is an extinction-level event. Even with our most devastating artillery laying down hellfire, every single S-rank and A-rank master must anchor the front lines. Or else, humanity falls tonight. Ye's sharp gaze locked onto the monitor. He knew exactly what General Hong was playing at by deliberately flashing that classified intel in front of him. A lowly miner had no business seeing such top-secret military secrets. The old fox clearly had a hidden agenda, laying out a trap for him to step right into. Cutting straight to the chase, Yi demanded to know what the general wanted. General Hong stiffened, his face freezing like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Dropping the act, the commander revealed a grim situation. Bloodthirsty beasts had breached the military academy, and he desperately needed Ye to back up the front lines and pull those stranded students out of hell. Without missing a beat, Ye accepted the mission and turned on his heel to leave. The general was left utterly stunned, bewildered that this kid did not even bother asking about the monster's threat levels. But Ye had already calculated the odds. Based on the breach, there could only be a maximum of 1 or 2 A-rank disasters lurking in the shadows. As long as he did not get cornered by both at once, it would be a walk in the park. Watching his retreating back, General Hong eagerly awaited his triumphant return. Once the heavy doors clicked shut, the general shifted his piercing gaze to Xiaoxiang. The man was practically vibrating with rage, furiously demanding to know why they held him back from tearing Ye apart. The general's loyal aide immediately stepped in, warning the hothead to cool his jets before he made a scene inside the Supreme Military Headquarters. With a knowing smirk, General Hong dropped a massive bombshell. He flatly told Xiaoxiang that he would never be able to defeat his future son-in-law. Xiaoxiang scoffed at the sheer absurdity, proudly flexing his elite A-rank status. But the old general's instincts were absolute. He could feel the monstrous aura radiating from Ye, a terrifying power that rivaled a legendary S-rank awakened. Meanwhile, at the frontline barricades, morale had hit rock bottom. The elite soldiers cursed the demonic beasts for their terrifying intelligence, launching brutal ambushes the exact second the rescue squads dropped their guard. They had never suffered such a soul-crushing and humiliating defeat. If those innocent students were not trapped inside, they would have carpet-bombed the entire academy into a crater by now. Suddenly, the tactical radio crackled to life. Headquarters announced that their highly anticipated reinforcements had finally touched down. Hope flared in the commander's eyes as they eagerly asked if an A-rank powerhouse had arrived to save the day. But the messenger swallowed hard, stammering that their so-called savior was just an E-rank miner. Boiling fury instantly erupted from the seasoned veterans. How was this not an insult when both of them were battle-hardened B-rank elites? They had led heavily armed platoons and still got slaughtered. Throwing an E-rank weakling into the meat grinder was utterly pointless. They spat in disgust, assuming this was just some arrogant noble kid trying to pad out his military resume. Without a second thought, they fiercely ordered the messenger to throw the brat out. They had zero time to babysit a useless burden on the battlefield, but the messenger's face completely drained of color. His eyes widened in absolute terror, staring at the hulking nightmare of a beast materializing right behind the two commanders. In a flash of blinding steel, Ye surged forward like a phantom. His blade danced in a deadly symphony, carving the monster into pieces before it could even blink. The two elite soldiers froze like statues, realizing death had been mere inches from their necks. Flicking the monster's blood from his blade, Yi scoffed in icy disappointment. He mocked their utter lack of battlefield awareness, questioning how they dared to judge his strength when they could not even sense a beast breathing down their own necks. Trembling, one of the commanders grabbed the messenger, desperately demanding if this monster in human skin was really an E-rank. The messenger could only nod weakly, confirming that the official registry listed him as an E-rank dirt kicker. Their jaws practically hit the floor. Their minds completely short-circuited at the reality of a trash-tier miner instantly slaughtering a terrifying B-rank predator. Ignoring their absolute shock, Ye issued a cold, undisputed command to hold the perimeter. Leaving the grunts behind, he vanished into the war zone, his killing intent locked onto the stranded students. His senses flared as he moved. These were not mindless monsters. They possessed terrifying cunning, melting into the dark to set up lethal death traps. No wonder the military's elite rescue teams were being butchered like sheep. In his mind, his mysterious companion, Ching Tian, chimed in with a chilling reminder. He noted that these magical beasts possessed far greater intellect than mindless insectoid swarms. In fact, once they reach S-rank, their strategic thinking would rival his own. Yi let out a dry chuckle, honestly unsure if Ching Tian was offering a tactical analysis or just casually insulting his intelligence. Suddenly, a chaotic pulse of mana caught his attention. Yi silently vaulted onto a nearby rooftop. Below him, a desperate standoff was unfolding between a cornered student and a drooling, bloodthirsty beast. With his back pressed against the cold brick wall, the terrified student locked his eyes on a rusty metal dumpster. Mana surged from his hands. Activating his ability, he forcefully transmuted the scrap into a shining blade. This was a C-rank awakened, wielding the rare art of metal forging. Watching from the shadows, Ye's eyes gleamed with instant recognition. He knew exactly how incredibly rare and valuable that forging skill was. Down below, the young man raised his makeshift sword, facing the nightmare head-on. His eyes burned with the determination to fight to his very last breath. But reality was cruel. The monster launched a devastating strike. The forged steel shattered like glass, and the boy's body was ruthlessly hurled into the concrete wall. Coughing up blood, he desperately clutched his broken arm. A wave of crushing despair washed over him, drowning him in the bitter reality of his so-called useless ability. Despite clawing his way up to C rank, he felt utterly pathetic. He believed he truly was nothing more than the worthless trash everyone always claimed he was. But right before the beast could deliver the finishing blow, a calm voice echoed through the alley. Whether you are trash or a legend is decided by your own actions, not the empty words of others. Ye descended like a god of war, effortlessly dicing the monstrous predator into a shower of gore. As the monster's remains crumbled into dust, Ye offered a steady hand to the stunned student. He casually mentioned that the military's secure rescue base was just a few blocks away. Peering into the boy's eyes, Yi laid out a choice. He could turn back now and cower in absolute safety, or he could stand up, follow his lead, and plunge back into the abyss to save his classmates. Without a second of hesitation, the student tightly gripped Yi's hand and pulled himself up. A new fire burned in his gaze as he swore to join the rescue, revealing he knew exactly where the remaining survivors were hiding. A small, approving smile crossed Ye's face as he formally introduced himself. Wiping the blood from his cheek, the courageous young man revealed his name was Lu He, an underdog from the Academy's logistics division. Meanwhile, deep within the suffocating darkness of a barricaded storage room, the surviving students trembled in fear. Whispers broke out among them, desperately wondering if Lu He had actually managed to find the rescue squad. But a sneering, blonde-haired student completely shattered their hopes. He viciously spat that a pathetic loser like Lu He would never survive the terrifying beast horde outside. He arrogantly claimed the boy had probably become monster chow the second he stepped through the door. Hearing such venomous trash talk, a burly, bald student clenched his fists in blazing fury. He angrily glared at the blonde coward for cursing the only guy brave enough to step up. But the arrogant blonde, Wu Hao, refused to back down. He coldly insisted he was just stating facts. Lu He was merely a C-rank scrub wielding a garbage-tier crafting skill. Volunteering for a rescue mission in this hell zone was nothing short of absolute suicide. The bald student ground his teeth in deep regret. He wished he had manned up and followed Lu He into the war zone, rather than hiding in this dusty tomb listening to Wu Hao's poisonous arrogance. Wu Hao just rolled his eyes, mercilessly doubling down on his cruel verdict. He scoffed that the weak only ever get themselves butchered when they try to play hero. Smoothing his hair, he smugly declared that holing up here like cowards was the pinnacle of tactical genius. But while they bickered in the shadows, completely blinded by their own argument, they failed to notice the heavy metal door slowly creaking open. Yi casually strolled into the room with a cold smirk on his face. He openly mocked the pathetic boy, noting that it took a special kind of trash to make utter cowardice sound like a noble cause. Blinded by fury, Hao lunged forward with a reckless strike. But before his fist could even cut through the air, Ye moved like lightning, delivering a devastating counterblow that sent the arrogant fool flying across the room. Trembling in pure terror, Hao scrambled backward and begged the monstrous boy to stay away. Desperate to save face, he even tried the classic pathetic move of threatening Ye with the absolute power of his wealthy father. But Ye could not care less about some arrogant noble. His gaze turned icy as he warned Hao that if he kept barking like a stray dog, he would gladly leave his worthless life behind to rot in this hell. Meanwhile, the bald student let out a massive sigh of relief, his eyes widening with joy at the sight of Lu making it back in one piece. Lu offered a humble smile, admitting that he would be completely dead if it were not for Ye miraculously descending from above to save his life and heal his fatal wounds. The trembling girls huddled in the corner sighed in relief, completely believing their knight in shining armor had finally arrived. But Ye instantly shattered their delusions, his voice cold as steel as he warned them not to get the wrong idea, because he was absolutely not there to play the hero. Instead, he announced that he was going to forge them through the fires of hell and teach them how to become true, blood-forged soldiers. The four sheltered students completely froze in sheer disbelief. He laid down the absolute law of their survival. They were going to learn how to track down their fallen comrades, assemble an elite combat squad, and brutally fight their own way out of this nightmare. Thank you all so much for tuning in to this epic journey. Make sure to check out our next glorious Giga Chad video, and I will catch you all in the next thrilling episode. Do not forget to power up the channel and unlock epic perks by joining our legendary Summon Club membership today.